Welcome back, everybody. We are on the final day of the APL. Come on close, everybody, boys and girls, and everybody in between. This is the AOV Premier League 2020, and just like I said, it's going to be the final day. We're going to be playing the third and fourth matchup first before we go right into the finals. My name is Gideon Q. Here with me today is Mikhail on the co-caster's desk, as we will be handling it for the rest of the day. How you feeling, Mikhail?
Oh, I just feeling happy and really sad because this is the last day of APL. So, yeah, after this, I don't know what's going to happen for APL. Might have APL 2, APL 3.
Keep your eyes out for the next upcoming tournaments coming in for AOV. But we got to conclude today because after yesterday's performances for some of these teams, it's a little shocking for some, a little more interesting for others.
Yeah, because it's shocking for the Mad Team fans, for Flash Wolf, Mad Team, Buriram United, and also HKA. Everyone voted for HKA, but I vote for Buriram. So yeah, Buriram go through, but Mad Team. Really sad it goes to game number 7.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, Mad Team really tried to clutch that one out, but the Flash Wolves seemed to be better prepared for that matchup than Mad Team was. Here were the results of the previous days. If you guys haven't been keeping up with the playoffs here, Flash Wolves have defeated Talon Esports as well as Mad Team. Mad Team being able to knock out Team Flash very early on into the quarterfinals before dropping over to Flash Wolves, and finally it's going to be Bizarre gaming against HKA. HKA made it through, however, Buriram, after their bout with SGP, had a repeat of what that game was, that best of 7 against HKA, to finally make it into the finals.
Yeah, 4-2. We know Buriram United has the potential of 3 games straight, but HKA, they bring the fight in game number 4 and game number 5. But now the third places is going for Mad Team and HKA. We are going to see this game for best of 7. We don't know what's going to happen because HKA and Mad Team is the same kind of synergy they have.
Exactly. They all come from the same region as well, so naturally the playstyle is definitely going to look a lot more similar here. We're not entirely sure what Mad Team is going to be whipping out this time against HKA, especially since, you know, Mad Team struggled to even beat Flash Wolves in that best of 7 series. I would expect some of the same, you know, strategies as well as habits to come out, like, you know, the full best of 7.
Yeah, because GCS versus GCS, the full best of 7, but Mad Team, they had the potential to 3 games straight win, but in game number 3 they are starting to shaky a little bit because we know Mad Team and Buriram United, they have the same kind of problem. In game number 3 they doesn't know what to do because of the global ban itself. They doesn't have the Krigna, they doesn't have the Zephyrs. So do you think that Mad Team needs to play a lot of aggressive, a lot of potential in the first 3 games before HKA could make a comeback?
Personally, I do think that, you know, HKA very much struggles against hyper-aggressive teams. Aggressive teams they can handle. Hyper-aggressive is a little out of their reach sometimes, but they are able to clutch it out, as we've seen it before against Buriram, as they were able to kind of clutch out game 4 and 5, especially with compositions that were being rather aggressive for the side of BRU until they started giving respect. But Mad Team, it's going to be Yuzon, Neil, Fanta, 0322, and Kuku being the main lineup here, coming in to see who is going to snag that 3rd place.
Yeah, the boys are back. But the question is, yesterday Fanta plays a lot of questionable pick in the game number 7, game number 6, to bringing the Diao-chan after the bans has been reset. So the first game is like the 7th game, but you don't have a lot of energy left in the game number 7, but this is the first game. So do you think that Fanta will bring the Diao-chan back, or you just have a Raz is going for a direct mid? So it has a lot of potential to pick other heroes. Do you want to pick Diao-chan again?
Well, I do feel like since it's already in his back pocket, if they really need to whip it out, they needed something to combo with that has some decent CC overall. Even though Diao-chan isn't exactly the best pick in comparison to things like, you know, the Crixie and arguably even Zata sometimes in certain situations. But yeah, I do think that Diao-chan might come out this game as we move into it. HKA, here is their lineup. It's going to be Outcast, Xiaolin, Easy, The Man, and Abao.
HK, the boys are in the booth, but yeah, HK versus Mad Team. Now you're only focused down Outcast versus Yuzon, Jungle, Xiaolin versus Neil. But bear in mind, this 3rd placing, we have a lot of in the semifinals in the mid lane matchup. Last game, mid lane Fanta make a oopsie, and also with Easy. So because the last game versus Buriram, Easy has been caught up. So do you think Easy and Fanta will have a lot of problems in the mid lane because of how they doesn't have a lot of energy in the mid.
I mean, honestly, I think it really comes down to the junglers here because the junglers will affect those lanes. Both Neil and Xiaolin, very prominent junglers in the league itself. Average MVP points, 8 to 9. Damage per minute, Neil is naturally going to be a little bit more proactive in the map, in comparison to Xiaolin, because Xiaolin, he's really good at the traditional style of marksman junglers. Elendor, Lindis, Fennec, all of the above. Even Violet, arguably Violet sometimes, but he prefers to go with those hard hyper carries. Even arguably Slim sometimes if he really doesn't have an option. That's why I think that Xiaolin very good at what he does. But coming back to that mid lane here, Easy versus Fanta, I do think Easy has a little bit of an edge in comparison to Fanta.
Yeah, because of how Easy and also Fanta, they play a lot of the same heroes, Raz and also Dirac.
Only natural.
Yeah, it's just really on the S tier kind of hero, Dirac, Raz, Marja. So if they want to prioritize what they want to pick, it's just really well for both teams. But you say that in the jungle kind of matchup, but HKA likes the hyper carry, the marksman jungle, but now Mad Team bringing down the Nil, playing Zephys, playing Krignak, Zil, the natural jungler. So what do you expect in the game number 1 itself? Do Neil want to prioritize onto the Krignak first game, or they going to give Violet for Xiaolin?
I think it's going to be very situational here. However, let's compare the rest of the roles before we can start breaking this down, because Yuzon, I do think he's got a significant advantage against Outcast here. When it comes to 0322 against the Man, I think they're about the same. But however, Cuckoo versus Abao, I think Abao has a significant advantage when it comes to playmaking supports and just pure supports in general in comparison to Cuckoo, who naturally oh yeah, I can look for those engagements. The Man can actually take on those warrior type side laners if we have to. So they have that kind of flexibility from HKA, which I think, they have that flexibility from Mad Team, which I don't think HKA have.
Yeah, because of the Abao versus Cuckoo, you see it's just really the same because of how they're going to pick Krizik, because both of them is Krizik master. So Krizik, Yevnev, Malok side lane, Malok support.
Arguably Richter even sometimes.
Yeah, because of Cuckoo and Abao, I don't think they're going to pick play Richter support because of 03 and the Man.
Yeah, they usually stray away from it, and 0322 and the Man fall under the same category because they have very similar hero pools when it comes to just regular marksmen and also warrior type side laners.
Yeah, Loville, Kefni, Richter.
But, wait, to be fair, there's also we have seen Malak up a couple of times, and from 0322 we've also seen the Astrid once.
Yeah, but they lose the game.
One time. Was it a good idea? Probably not.
Yeah, because that is the game number 2 that Matt lose to Flash Wolf. So if they want to bring down the Asterisk, it might go for jungle for Nail, because we know Asterisk has a lot of damage, has to need a lot of farm faster other than the opponent itself. So if they want to bring Asterisk, give it to Neil.
Yeah, absolutely. But now that we're getting into the draft, I'm seeing very standard bans. The Malok, Florentino, just to make sure, because we know for a fact that HKA like to open up with Abao on the Malok, so I think Mad Team just want to completely shut that down. We don't want to give you that early game strength. The Florentino, only natural. HKA, they started banning out Zip, they absolutely have to, and Dirac this time.
Ignis?
Very early Ignis though.
Yeah, because
very early Lubu.
Melo already been banned here for Matt, but they're picking the Ignis instead for HKA. A lot of CC, Lubu and Ignis, so it's just why it's so easy for Mad Team because of they can have her on rest. A lot of characters will be picked. Yeah, picking Ignis doesn't want to give Neil the Zephys, so Neil could pick the Rook here.
I think they're just going to hold off on it. Yeah, they steal away the Elendor, they take the Raz, and the HKA. It's interesting because HKA have kind of changed up their drafting style, where they're, instead of looking for that strong counter pick, and especially with the opening that Mad has opened up with the Richter, it's very hard to tell based on that information. And even the bans, it's like, it's not foreshadowing of what the draft is going to be. So HKA are like, you know what? Screw this. We're going to play our own game. We're going to draft what we think is good for ourselves and let Mad Team look to reply our questions.
Yeah, now picking the Lindis for the 3rd pick for HKA. Now, both jungler, marksman, already been picked here. Lindis versus Elendor. Early game, of course, is Elendor, but late game is Lindis all the way. So continue on to the ban phase number 2. Krizik and also Joker being taken out. We see a lot of great plays coming for Joker last night. Have a lot of burst damage. In the first game itself, Joker killed down Ibanez.
Yeah, and I think that's extremely important because now they're real. I mean, a lot of teams have realized that, you know, Joker has some great consistency when it comes to his power. Early game, he's still relevant. Mid game, he still can make plays. Late game, he's all right. He's not a hard scaler like Lindis or an Elendor, but he's still relevant with his damage, almost similar to an Elsu.
Yeah, because of that, how a lot of burst damage Joker can give has with the cannon laughter and also the rocket.
Not to mention the utility, yeah.
Yeah, the S2, so he can run away because versus Lindis, he can't just pick up with Lindis S1. He can run away because if Lindis try to go onto the back line, it's just really hard. So Mad Team banned the Joker because of they already have Elendor and Raz. Because if Raz die in the early game, Fanta will make a history repeat.
Yeah, but notice that also Mad Team is getting rid of the Valheim on top of everything else. I feel like this is kind of weird. I personally believe that it should have been the second ban phase should have been the other way around for both of these teams. Like HKA should be looking to ban out the Joker as well as Valheim compared to Mad Team, who should be looking to ban out Ata as well as the Krizik. So it's pretty interesting to see how both of these teams are, you know, foreshadowing each other's foreshadowing the draft.
Yeah, because of how we see Joker, Valheim, Ata, also Krizik. A lot of supports taken out by HK and marksman for Mad Team because they know the man doesn't even pick his hero just yet. So they're bringing a lot of the man possibility to be picked. Now Omar being picked by HKA for Abao and Baldum hovering for Mad Team.
I don't know if they want to bring out Baldum right here, right now. I feel it's a little early, especially since they could really hold off on some of these support picks for later on. But it looks like Mad Team is really invested in this game 1 against HKA. If they lock the Omen, the Yibnet, the Ras, the Elendor, and Richter, those are some high priority picks.
Like Mad Team do versus Flash Wolf. Game number 1, invest. Game number 2, they invest, bringing only one Arduin. So it just really confirmed that Mad Team will invest in game number 1, game number 2, and has a lot of investment in game number 3. They win a lot in the first 2 games, but in the game number 3, they start to shamble.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially if we learned anything from HKA versus Buriram, where HKA and BRU invested super heavily in game 1, you're more than so likely to win game 2, and then game 3 is going to be your breaking point where I'm starting to run out of things run out of like high priority picks. I got to start investing. I got to start playing the econ for a lack of a better term as we move into game 3 and 4. If you're able to clutch one of those games, I think that's going to be your breakthrough.
Yeah, because of how we know HKA versus Buriram, they win game number 3, Matt losing game number 3. So we know what's going to happen in game 1 and 2. So it just really, HKA, do they want to bring a lot of energy into game number 1 because of they already level up the investment. They picking the Elsu for the man.
Yeah. Quite a bit of investment. I mean, Lindis obviously not exactly the best. I mean, it is a very useful, a solid A pick, I would say. I wouldn't say it's like a solid S pick when you're comparing it to like Leville and Elendor, where their power spikes start much earlier in comparison to Lindis. However, I think HK aren't fully invested in this game. I think they've learned quite a lot from the BRU draft itself. If not, I would have expected, you know, Elendor to be first picked straight off the bat, you know?
Yeah, HK picking the Lindis because they lose the last game with the Lindis. So someone has a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a little sad, but let's hear those cheers.
迈向 APL 冠军之路 ，Man Team， 我等你们升一波。
GCS 加油 ，Man Team 加油 ，Man Team 同意。
HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油，展现你们的态度吧。HKA Go Go Go！HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油。
各位選手亦都 GCS 都可以加油。
Is it weird that I've almost memorized every single one of those cheer hand motions? Like as the cheers were going by, I was following each and every hand motion because it's like it's been played that many times.
Yeah, I just love that guy. Bad team, Jayo.
He's so into it. He was so into it. And I was worried, when I first watched it, I was worried that the rest of them weren't going to say anything. And I was like, oh man, this is going to be so awkward. And they were like all in. I'm like, all right, thank God. Thank God. That would have been so socially awkward.
Yeah, all in or not, this is kind of energy in the mid lane here. One slap coming in from the man here. A lot of coming in, a lot of damage rate in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important that they have mid lane priority here, especially since they are trying to abuse Easy getting his level 2 as quickly as possible. He has some of the best level 2s in the game when you're using Ignis. The man, on the other hand, look. Oh, are they gonna? No, wait. What's going on here?
Steal.
What's up? About what the hell? Hello?
Steal, there's a steal.
It's S2 coming down here onto Fanta, and they've chunked out half of his health, a good amount of his health. I'm not entirely sure why Mad Team kind of took their time with that. They're like, do we respond to this? Yes or no?
Yeah, because this is the third placing, so yeah, we're gonna take it a little rest in the early in the game number 1 because we have a lot of energy. Game number 1, game number 2, so. We're gonna see what HK could do.
Yeah, I guess Mad Team is playing for the long haul here, but right now Yuzon finally in his in his Dark Slayer lane, absolutely crushing it for now. Outcast gonna be struggling a little bit up there, and that's what I was talking about. When you give Yuzon a decent matchup, he is able to kind of hold on his own. Maybe yesterday wasn't exactly his greatest showings when they were up against Flash Wolves, but I would say, to be fair, Yuzon overall very solid laner.
Yeah, Yuzon already killed down Gao because we know Gao has a lot. They killed a lot of potential Dark Slayer, but Yuzon last night is not his best show.
Yeah, and he even got a gank as well. So I mean, he had no excuses at that point on.
Yeah, because in game number 4, you bring up the max. Yuzon, why are you doing that? Because we know Emily's still open, but into the mid lane, a lot of damage coming in for the S1403, but no casualty will happen just yet.
No, but I totally get what you're saying. When Yuzon definitely wasn't playing at his absolute best. I think he got significantly demotivated here. But the rest of the team coming in pretty hot for Mad as they were trying to pick off Xiaolin a little bit more. And First Blood going over to Mad Team, and they're even going to try and contest this Might Golem. It's going to be a 3v4 situation, but I don't think they want to invest any more. They don't have the life totals, and waves are still crashing in the mid lane.
I'm just happy that Xiaolin opened on S1, giving the vision, and just cuckoo clap.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, it's really good that they timed it. They timed it right. But now Xiaolin going to look for some retribution here onto Yuzon. He's trying to make it out. One more auto attack should secure this.
Oh.
There we go. But now Neil is in a great position to pick off Xiaolin here, and this just shows that Xiaolin, even though he's playing Lindis, he doesn't necessarily have that early game damage. Yes, he can chunk out some of the bigger max HP heroes who have a lot more HP to work with. But when you're up against Neil and when he's on Elendor, he'll take full advantage.
Yeah, because of the Elendor, Ult3 needs to run away here with the dash that he has. Fanta needs to save down Ult3. They have the dash that they need to go away, but Abao is really angry. But what a damage coming from into the bottom lane here. The man with the snipe. One more snipe might be the case here or not. Because HKA, they're trying to play it safe.
That was a really good play coming in from Fanta, using his explosive KO and the knockback from it to kind of keep Abao at a safe distance to allow 0322 to actually have the space that he needs to make the play. But now he's jumping onto the man. The man's now in trouble. Double Cuckoo popping out his ult real quick. 0322 using his Mark of Frost, but the backline is now in trouble as Yuzon comes in with the Death Grasp. Abao, the next to go. That's going to be 2 kills. Oh no. Oh no, that's so unlucky he took aggro.
He checked out that double kill, kills down Abao. He takes away easy, but that tower, no, you cannot run away. But getting shut down for Abao. Abao will have a lot of gold rather than Cuckoo. So this is maybe the trouble for Mad Team.
Absolute profit coming in for Mad Team, I have to admit. But unfortunately for 0322, Yuzon just walked out of turret range for like half a second and he's like, oh shoot, what have I done? What have I done?
Yeah, he goes in without the damage coming from tower because yeah, they have a lot of CC. They kill down a lot of HK members, but they receive a lot here. But Cuckoo with the ultimate into the mid lane here. Neil just dancing away, but Xiaolin playing with the passive and give a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think they're doing a really good job here for now. They don't have much of a lead at all for the side of Mad Team. Hong Kong Attitude still playing these objective games and clearing the jungle extremely efficiently. So they're going to still be slightly ahead here. However, Mad really needs to set the pace sooner rather than later, especially since they are playing... Oh god! Every time I see Elsu, it's like, is your objective safe?
Yeah, because of how Elsu, the range is ridiculous. How you can snipe along, but yeah, Mad Team, they know how to finish that Abyssal Dragon because they have a lot of damage in the early game. Neil going in with the Butterfly Dance just goes back away. Xiaolin is in trouble because in that, Cuckoo's ultimate, that really slows.
They have to choose whether they're taking this fight or not. They can't be 50-50 on this. You can see that both Neil and Cuckoo have two separate ideas of what they should be doing at that point in time. Neil looking to actually go for the poke and Cuckoo looking for the all-in. Elsu, with his range, like he doesn't necessarily have to leave the lane to exert that sniper's pressure that he's putting out on the map on this bottom side. Like the river is just not safe.
Yeah, because of how else you do. Look at the wards in the mid lane and also the bottom lane. They have a lot of potential to see where Mad Team is. Now, Cuckoo doesn't even realize where the ward is, so it's just really hard for Mad Team to take a lot of control into the river. So HKA, they already done this. They already met Mad Team in the group 8. So do they want to repeat the history? Because of, I do think it was a draw.
Somewhat of a draw,
yeah.
Yeah, it really was a 50-50, and unfortunately, we didn't have a best of 7 to really determine who was the winner of that, especially since it was only best of 2 in groups. But Cuckoo is going to take a little bit of damage here, pops the ultimate straight away, but the man, he doesn't really want to use his sniper shot right onto Cuckoo. Instead, he's looking to get it onto some other priority targets, because Yebneth is just an absolute pain to deal with.
Yeah, Yebneth in the early game. Might as well in the late game. We see in game number 1, Mad Team bring Yebneth again. It's just how late game has a lot of potential to just suck all the damage. But in the top side, the tower might be gone here. But HKA doesn't have enough damage to take the Dark Slayer lane tower because of already 6 minutes. 5 minutes is all to take down the towers because of the damage reduction in the Dark Slayer lane.
But just look at what Mad Team is doing. They know that at the 7th minute mark, the Dark Slayer is coming up. They're looking to actually break mid-tier 1, or at the very least get enough pressure or get an easy pick-off just so they can rotate and take the Dark Slayer away. Now that they're realizing, okay, we can't break mid lane, we have to go back, clean up our lanes, and then look to rotate once again.
Yeah, because of how they try to skirmish a lot. HKA trying to wait for advantage, but 5 kills for Mad Team, 2 on the HKA side. So into the early game, a lot of damage from Mad Team. But late game, they need to wait for the Lindis. Lindis cannot been too far from Neil, because in Neil, Elendor in early game, Lindis late game. They have Lindis, they have Elsu. Elsu late game, couple of normal attacks, towers will go down.
Yeah, they need that advantage here. Death's Embrace coming down onto Abao. He's going to be locked down, but he is Ormar this time, so he's going to have plenty of health to work with here. Yuzon walking into dangerous territory. Xiaolin going to get plenty of auto attacks off of him, but unfortunately S2 coming in from Ignis is not going to land. Great flicker from Yuzon as they try to turn this around. Neil takes the butterfly to dance back, doesn't want to lose his life. It can't end like this.
Yeah, how the damage came from Xiaolin. Xiaolin just wait in that brush for Yuzon. Yuzon, luckily he has the flicker, he can run away with the there's an Omen, so Omen has a lot of defensive mechanism, he can run away. Mad Team, they place a lot of possession onto the Dark Slayer. This just might be the time. But HKA, they knew Dark Slayer has been doing.
Yep, and now they all are rotating. Easy caught out of position. He's already used the flicker. Can they capitalize on this? And unfortunately they can't. Cuckoo pops the ultimate in 0322, getting right into the middle of the fight. But Neil, he needs to secure that kill. Unfortunately, Abao is going to be there taking it back from that butterfly dance. Outcast, he wants to get on top of him, but once again, Neil, unfortunately, goes into the wrong direction, right into that Death's Embrace and right into Outcast's hands.
At last, HKA, the wait is over. They are on the killing spree. They have 2 kills onto the count for HKA. 6 in the response from Mad Team. They wait for the Dark Slayer. They doesn't want to give the extra hand for Mad Team. HKA, they know what to do.
And now Abao and Outcast both are looking to get as tanky as possible. The rank breaker has just been purchased by Outcast, so that's going to give him that extra damage that he needs. And I don't think he's going to build another damage item from here on out. Yuzon now taking quite a bit of hits. Neil as well. This is going to be so bad for him. He knows he's dead. He doesn't even bother to move.
Yeah, because of the Abao and also Xiaolin, you cannot run away because of the Xiaolin has the passive onto the brush, and Abao has a lot of CC. So Elendor, what do Elendor can do? Yeah, without the butterfly dance, he cannot run away because he used it to take damage onto towers. He cannot run back because of Yuzon is an Omen. He cannot do much.
Yep. I mean, at the very least, he didn't waste any resources. You know, he didn't waste any of his endless cycles for this particular death. He's not using any of his battle spells that he actually needs. But now, HKA, the man, this is where the poke comp gets really, really frustrating to deal with. Under the tower, they're not safe. APL goes in pretty hard. Easy getting a great chunk onto Cuckoo as they return back and take control over the Dark Slayer.
Yeah, look at how HKA plays in the early game. They know their composition is the mid game of Power Spike, so they already played tower objective gameplay. They already have 2 towers, despite Mad Team only have 1, the Bissell. So yeah, HKA, they plays really well. They wait here into the mid games, 8 minutes to into the count, 10 minutes. So they wait and poke and poke and poke. Mad Team, they need to play it fast. They need to be aggressive. They cannot wait for a late game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in this particular matchup here, where HKA does have scaling on their side, Mad Team, yes, they do have scaling. However, at the end of the day, it's really just going to be Neil who's going to try his best to make it work. And against the Lindis, that's going to be a really tough job.
Yeah, beside of Mad Team, they have the early kind of composition. They have Elendor, Raz, and also Richter. But Mad Team, they don't know what to do in this kind of early game. Leaving Yuzon and the gameplay onto the bottom side, the tower will go down, the first tower for Mad Team, but they lose the Dark Slayer buff in the meantime. So Mad Team, they need to take a lot of advantage of 50-50 fight because of HK will be unstoppable in the late game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of teams kind of follow this strategy. I don't think that Mad Team doesn't know what to do. I think they are dedicating themselves to a particular game plan a little too hard, where they are looking to scale for the late game rather than play early and early to mid. They know they've lost the mid game at this point, so they're slowly peeling back, farming up Neil, making sure Fanta has enough items to actually one-shot easy if given the opportunity here. But HKA have been playing this style of play for the longest time compared to so many of these other players. So, again, I would say that HKA is one of the best when it comes to playing the mid game.
Mid game or not, because the damage coming from Mad Team will have a lot of to handle by Outcast. Oh, this still goes in with a lot of dashes, and all the Mad Team has the potential to kill one. Only the man has been taken out by the Death and Break coming for Yuzon onto the side, but HKA, they are poking a lot.
And I think this is really worth it for the side of both HKA and Mad Team. Oh wait, no, the fight's not over. This might be really worth it for HKA as they take that kill onto 0322, getting too far for comfort, but now they're gonna get one more. Cuckoo is the next to go down. Yuzon is now in a lot of trouble, and APL has set this up perfectly for Xiaolin to get an easy double kill. This is a huge play coming in for them as HKA look to try and get the high ground turret. Cuckoo pops his ultimate, but the man, that Overwatch, Neil losing 50% of his HP.
Look at the damage and CC that HKA could do. We questioned the Ignis pick, but that Ignis is really nasty into the battlefield. The top tower will be taken out. A lot of pressure into mid lane. One snipe is left. Fanta, just beside him.
Oh, the man, he's got some damage. And right now, this suppressing fire coming in from the man is getting a little hefty here as the rest of the team looking to buy some time. APL, he knows he's gone, but easy. He's going to try and kite this out with the help of the man in the back line, trying to secure those kills. He could look to try and get the snipe onto Cuckoo, but I'm not entirely sure if he can kill him from that health. Outcast getting a great side lane push, and this is what I'm talking about. HKA, when they are able to get that first Dark Slayer, when they're able to kind of even it out and play the game that they want to play, mid-game is when they really start putting on the handcuffs on their opponent, restricting their movement, taking away the economy, and looking to play off of the Dark Slayer.
Yeah, because of how they know that they already have the Dark Slayer buff, they have the upper hand, so now 5k goal lead coming for HK, because Mad Team, they already have the early game composition. So in the mid game, it's all HKA. Late game, it will be 50-50 if this plays out well for Mad.
Yep, Xiaolin already pretty much at full build. He's got the Omni Arms as well. He's going to be walking up. Who wants to go on next? Neil, trying to 1v1, getting a good hit onto Xiaolin, who is getting flanked by Fanta this time. Outcast trying his best. He's managed to make it out, but the Death Embrace coming through. Going to help secure that kill as Yuzon, the backline. Unfortunately, APL, he is going to separate them split them in half. Cuckoo, the next to fall, and unfortunately, despite Yuzon's play, the moment his backline is gone, he doesn't have enough damage to 1v3.
It's just really unfortunate for Mad Team because of, you lock down Outcast, but the rest of the damage doesn't even care for Mad Team. They already give a lot of poking. Easy and also the man is the main factor for HKA. This tower will go down in the matter of time.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, so far HKA's poke composition is working out really, really well. Abao is able to kind of separate and peel off a lot of the Mad Team members, and now Yuzon is getting under a lot of scrutiny here. Plenty of damage to be given. I want to donate to another damage fund, and Fanta, unfortunately, is going to be the victim as HKA look to try and break another high ground mid turret here. They could force a fight, or they could back away. They still have the Drake.
Easy with the Ignis. It's just really hard to deal with for Mad Team because of how Mad Team doesn't have the anti-CC composition. They doesn't have a lot of potential to kill down Easy as well. So now Easy has the best game of his life because of how Mad Team just chased down Xiaolin, chased down Abao and also Outcast. But the main damage is all Easy and the man in this late game. If they doesn't want to cut up the man, it will be hard to just protect the bottom tower.
Yeah, and as of right now, Mad Team, I think they missed their window of opportunity to try and take out HKA. Now they have to completely dedicate themselves to scale for the late game and hope that's going to be enough as the man continuing to put down that suppressing fire. Even under turret, you are not safe. Neil losing a lot of health, and the man making sure those shots are going to count.
Look at Yuzon health. Yeah, just tanking down the Drake, but onto the sideline, Xiaolin and also Outcast on the top side. Mad Team is choking under the tower.
Yeah, and now Kuku losing 50% of his HP. Even with the shield, he's trying to tank so much damage, but the moment he sees Xiaolin, it's already over. Neil trying to make a play down onto the backside, trying to screw up the wave, but unfortunately, it's going to be HKA's game. They sniffed it out. They are experienced, and this is one of the best mid-game teams that you're going up against.
Ho, ho, ho. HKA make the game number 1 on their side because of how they already picked the Ignis in game number 1. That Ignis and also Elsu, they invest a lot.
Yeah.
They give a lot of chips.
Yeah, and the same, and especially for Mad Team, they really had a whole composition of priority picks that just didn't work out under this poke composition. And I think Abao played a phenomenal game this time to give that space required for the rest of HKA to kind of, you know, be in a comfortable spot to play their own game.
Yeah, because of how in game number 1 for side of Mad Team, they already have the Elendar, they already have the Richter, and mid lane as well as Raz. So a lot of A-tier pick for Mad Team, but they'll lose the game, so it will be really hard.
Yeah.
In game number 2, I will say it'll Laville and Kefni matchup.
I think that they're I don't know if they're going to retain their bans for the side of HKA, but if I was HKA, I would go on to blue side. And now looking at the most valuable player here, finally it lines up. It's going to be Abao with a KDA of 3-2 and 10, 9.2k gold and 9.5 MVP points.
A lot of 9s coming in for Abao because the 10 assists might be as well 9, but Abao plays well with the Omar, the 4th pick of the Omar for HKA. Now Omar cannot be used. After this, maybe the Krizik pick.
Yeah, whether or not he's going to get it or whether or not his team is going to prioritize it within the first phase is going to be an entirely different story here. But congratulations to HKA, a very convincing victory against Mad Team. I don't know. I'm looking at the Raz, I'm looking at the Richter, Yipnit, the Elendor, and the Omen, and it's like, that's a really big blow to Mad Team.
Yeah, they invest a lot in the game number 1, but yeah, because of how potentially Fanta plays in mid, it's just overwhelmed by Easy.
Yeah, and I think Easy did a really good job. However, I really wish that Mad Team would have played the early game more aggressively. I think Kuku was trying to be aggressive, trying to be that face tank, but 0322, I feel like he was playing a very a marksman game, as if he was a marksman where he was looking to farm. He rotates into the fight, looks to dive into the backline. However, he's either a little too forward and he doesn't jump in at the same time with Yuzon, which he should have coordinated a little bit better with to get those mid-game fights, get that ball rolling, you know?
Yeah, they're playing a lot of, you say like marksman gameplay, go onto the backside, but they play Richter, so Richter needs to go in front, just give a lot of damage, give a lot of CC. But what could happen in game number 1, that is how O3 plays the Richter. So after this, we are going to game number 2. We're going for the highlight first. See you after the highlights.
Hey, welcome back, guys, to the APL 2020 here. Come on closer, boys and girls, and everybody in between. We're all inclusive here at the APL. And now, this league has been going on for a really, really long time. So to see Mad Team in this current state against HKA, it's rather interesting because we don't necessarily get to watch, people within the GCS play their games very often. And now that these guys are coming head-to-head once again, they are pulling out I wouldn't say very interesting, but they're playing the same type of game.
Is this really same because of how in the mid game they really fight head to head? But HK, they're really well in the mid game because they know how the damage they can deal, how they're going in. Because yeah, give it credit for Abao itself because of how Abao tried to find a way to go in. But in the mid lane matchup, Fanta need to step up.
Well, let's see whether he gets a better matchup this time around. I mean, he did have the Raz. Unfortunately, it was absolutely thwarted down by Abao, making sure that he was peeling it off very, very well here. So maybe Fanta, he could have a better game if he gets a better matchup. We'll just have to wait and see, but I don't think he's ever going to be able to touch Dirac unless they are on blue side.
Yeah, if they can get a Dirac in the game number 4, game number 5, if they can bring to the game. But if that kind of energy that HK gave in the game number 1, I would say HK will have a 3-game clean.
Yeah, I mean, it feels very, like, on paper, that should be the way that it goes.
Yeah, because in game number 1, Mad Team already invests a lot.
Yeah, a little too much. They really wanted to win that game 1. And now that that's not going according to plan, I think they really have to start planning out their draft, whether they maybe might want to have to, save up, play a little bit of the economy with the hero pool for game 2, and then game 3 look to actually take the lead back.
Yeah, they can bring down Emily for Yuzon, they can bring Liliana in mid, or give something that is not a tier A or tier S.
Yorn, 100% win rate so far. Let's go.
100% win rate and one-time ban.
And one-time ban.
It's banned for HKA.
True, but Mad Team is like, but check out my Yorn.
Yeah, 0322, if they can play Yorn just really well. Because yeah, Mad Team already, in game number 1, they banned out the Valheim and also the Joker.
And wasn't it? Yeah. They did ban it out. But wasn't it Mad Team who also brought out Yorn against Team Flash in the quarterfinals itself? Game 6. I'm throwing out numbers here.
That is HKA versus Bazaar.
Oh, game 6. Game 6.
Game 3.
Game 3.
Game
Where
3,
am I getting
Bazaar.
this Yorn from?
Game 3, Bazaar brought out the Yorn, they win the game.
Oh, I know what I'm bringing up. I'm bringing up the ban that came from BRU versus HKA.
Yeah, BRU versus HKA, the ban onto Yorn.
Yep.
HKA, they bought a Yorn, they win in the game number 5 versus Bazaar.
It's good to have you on the table here because my memory is so fuzzy when it comes to these things. So fuzzy.
You have no idea how I am in the chat last time. No, it's not that.
No, it's not that.
God damn it, Gideon.
But yeah, HKA now have access to Dirac this time around. They were willing to give it up. However, Mad Team, they were like, no. We're not letting the man have access to Richter this time.
Instant Telenas.
Instant Telenas. And honestly, I do think Telenas is actually pretty good into the Kafni matchup only because Telenas, with that ultimate, if she is able to land it on the Kafni, I think it's just an absolute free win.
No, it's just too fast that the face of Xiaolin doesn't even fade out just yet. The Telenas already there.
Oh boy, Xiaolin. Well, now coming into this matchup, Mad is going to be... they are going to be playing for an early composition with some scaling in the backline with the Kafni here. So it's going to be Pain on top of the Malok. HKA reply with their team composition of the Telenas Teamy, the TNT with Dirac in the backline as well.
Look at HKA ban phase number 2. They banned the Kilgroth. After this, might as well ban the Roxy. So they are forcing Yuzon to play down the Lubu.
Yeah, and
It's giving a lot of chances that HKA force Mad Team to invest in game number 2.
And I think that's a really good idea because HK is ahead when it comes to the hero pool. So like really punishing them is like, come on, get those high tier picks, throw them out. It's the only thing to deal with this particular hero. Like, come on, throw more money at me.
Game number 1, Richter, Elendor, Raz, and also the Omen. Game number 2, Malok, Kafni, Pain.
Oh boy. A lot of high tier picks here. I guess Mad Team really want to stretch themselves out when it comes to the hero pool here, but to be fair, it could be a worth it investment if they're able to start getting the lead and nail the next 4 games. I guess this is technically their investment finally paid off. I mean, ideally 4 games. You know?
Yeah, ideally 4 games for HK, but Red Team, they cannot just bring a lot of investment in game number 1, game number 2, because they lose game number 1. So game number 2 will be the chopping blocks. Because yeah, you already beat Malok and also seen the Kefni, fine. You already seen Telenas and Timmy pick. Might as well pick the Sephora in the 3rd pick. You need to invest something.
Yeah, but I guess Mad Team, they completely don't want to deal with it. They want to have all their munitions ready in their back pocket. They want to make sure that they're bringing everything to the table every single time here until maybe game 4 or 5 where it's really going to start hurting them. Now, looking at the draft so far, Kilgroth, Krizix, Nakroth, as well as the Zeph is going to be banned out. Baldoom being picked and Lubu being covered over from Mad Team, which we were expecting. Yena and Kriknak for the side of HKA.
Look at how cheeky HK is. Defending the Kilgroth, just after that they bring out the Krizix, forcing Yuzan to play the Lubu.
Yeah, I mean, he knew what he was getting into. Let's be real. He knew exactly.
Pick the Yena, then how Lubu gonna fight it?
Yuzan is just like, I'm ready. I'm used to this. As long as I don't have to play Roxy, I can do this.
Neil, gang my lane.
That's true. I just need one gank. One gank, Neil. Come on, man.
Is that the Neil? Do you remember what he did to me in the Team Flash game? You gang my lane and we have a great time.
And Neil is like, remember that game when we were up against Flash Wolves and I ganked you like twice?
And
how well did that go? How well did that go, huh, buddy? Just nervous laughter like, please.
Hey, Fanta, play well.
They're just throwing the blame at each other at that point. Oh boy. But yeah, jokes aside, let's hear those cheers.
迈向 APL 冠军之路 ，Mad Team，我等你们生一波。
GCS 加油，Mating 加油，Mating 同意。
HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油，展现你们的态度吧！HKA Go Go Go！HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油！
各位選手亦都 GCS 都可以加油。
Alright, we're having fun in the cheering event. So HKA versus Mad Team game number 2. A lot of investment, a lot of mind games coming for HKA. Do HKA is still going to play in the mid game because of they already have Kriknak, they have the potential to play Dirac early and also Yena. So do you think they are going to play a mid game like in the game number 1?
I mean, honestly, I don't know the playstyle of Mad Team because they are pretty flexible when it comes to these, but now Abao is pretty much going to be giving over first blood over to the side of Mad Team, so I guess not. They aren't going to be playing for mid-game here, as now that this is predetermined, like, oh, you don't have your support, there is no way you can contest this Might Golem here. And you can also notice that Yuzan, being a big team player, he's going to go over to the Might buff just to double-check in case HKA decide to go for the invade as well.
Yeah, you're forcing me to play the Lubus. I have to play well in the game number 2.
Yeah, it's a very big deal for Yuzan to actually pass by the Might buff just to make sure that his team knows what's going on. But 0-3 going to be giving over that kill to the man. Quick retribution coming in from HKA.
Yeah, because of how that early first blood just killed on Abba with the Yuzan.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
It's just a little too early, Outcast. It's just a little too early.
It may be a little too early here. However, they are making the pings here. You can already see that Kuku is looking to respond to this. And Neil, he spots out Outcast and Xiaolin. They're going to be able to have a triple buff start. And Xiaolin, he's not going to get to that level 4 as easily as he thought.
Yeah, because of how the red buff already been stealed from Matt. So Xiaolin needs to suck a lot of XP in the mid lane here. So leaving the Kriknak into the early game doesn't have the level 4. HK need to play it safe because of no ganks will coming from Xiao Lin.
0-3-22, going for that 1v1 against the man. He knows he can win the 1v1. The only time the man actually wins is when he has his ultimate, and that's the only thing he has to worry for.
Look at how frustrated the man is. Okay, he can't kite back to front, coming telling us, oh, the Yeet coming in, Outcast will be taken out because the damage coming from Matt is just really in the early game. Neil, level 4, has a lot of damage.
Yep, really good rotation coming in from Mad Team. They played off of Yuzon's information, which I think is really, really good. They maintain bottom priority so they can have first rotation. So all in all, A+ coming in from Mad Team. But as you were saying,
yeah, I do want to say that I don't like the mechanic of Kafni. Kafni, look at how Telenas fight Kafni on bottom side.
just the run back, stop, auto attack, run,
But
turn around,
Kafni just
auto.
stay there, just giving a lot of damage. Or in the Star Wars, pew 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 pew.
Yeah, but plenty of Daka coming out from L322. He's going to be using his ultimate to get a good chunk here, and it looks like they're trying to set up a dive. Baldoom using his ultimate Nature's Prison onto Abao there, but again, they can't really set up this dive, especially since Dirac is also going to be there to thwart it.
Yeah, on to the fun fact, O3 is the first player to deal 4 million damage into the APL. Shots coming in.
This Genesis barrier is actually huge, as well as the blast. Abao, can he survive? But no, the L322 can't really do too much. Drone drop coming in onto Fanta here. That should be able to secure the kill, but the Mark of Frost going to keep him alive with the rest of the team. Good follow-up coming in from Easy. Cuckoo now in trouble. That's going to be an easy pick off there, but Neil, this is going to be his time as he's going to be jumping on each and one of these targets, getting those silence. Mark of Frost coming out of Xiaolin, and he isn't going to move any further than that.
HKA, they stay a little too long. They already have 1 kill. They kill out Fanta. But HKA, they already know that a lot of damage coming in. They saw the ultimate coming from Neil. So at that time, I do think HKA needs to go back because of how Neil in the early game, Xiaolin will have a hard time. Now look at see how the damage coming in. Yes, the man has a lot of free hits onto Fanta. Fanta receive a lot of damage. Xiaolin coming from the side, but the larva doesn't even hit because of the Mark of Frost. But onto the live feed, we have a lot of fight, Gideon. What happened?
Oh, it looks like Mad Team has already been able to pick up a kill on both Outcast and the man. Wrong place, wrong time here as Mad Team looking to be more aggressive. They're going to take on a full-on fight to contest this red buff. Abao in trouble. Cuckoo as well. He's trying to use the brush to get some distance here. He quickly flickers away from Dirac's S1 because that Genesis barrier is... No! He walked back into it! Cuckoo walked back into the Genesis blast. He thought the animation was over, but apparently it lingers a lot longer than even I thought.
Yeah, because this is what everyone expected from the direct Genesis blast. Because of how you just walk in. He just, yeah, it's done. Nope.
That's so unlucky. Cuckoo should have survived that one, but a little bit of a misplay there. He's learned his lesson. He's got to remember there's a little bit more of a delay. Not a delay, but it lingers. That Genesis blast.
The animation,
lingers.
yeah. Yeah, blame the hitbox.
That's just so unlucky here. But now HKA looking to group up a little bit more. They lost their bottom side, so now they're going to have a little less pressure onto the Abyssal Dragon here. However, in compensation, they're looking to do a quick lane swap with the Yena, sending Tel and Nas as well as Timmy up into the top side with Dirac there, as well as Xiaolin to babysit them just in case Mad Team pull off something like this. The putty puts coming out from Abao, landing on 2, but he's going to be going down straight away. Be a bro, not even going to be popped this time.
Yeah, because Abao is alone, so being a bro will not be the factor for Abao because of how the endless cycle will be popped. So this might be the second fight here. Easy might be caught out or not because the O3 already received a lot of CC.
Yep, and right now HK are just looking for pickoffs with the man's ultimate as well as Abao. Abao, yes, he wants to be the front line. However, it's getting a little too scary for him. He's given over quite a number of kills as well, so he has to depend on Outcast as well as the man to set the pace and start these fights.
Yeah, look at how on the top side, Fanta just nearly get hooked by Abao because the hook is not too far, but when he wants to hit, Fanta just popped the sprint. He just
He's like, nope, don't want to get clipped by that.
Not this time.
Not this time. But yeah, this game so far may be fun in games, but Mad Team haven't been able to get this lead. That even though they have a 4 kill score, a 4 kill score on top of HKA, right now it's 4-8 in favor of Mad Team. They don't have a gold lead. They only have a 1K gold lead, which isn't ideal for a composition that requires so much gold with Neil. He needs items. Kafni needs to get to that late game as soon as possible. Fanta, he can only scale for so long.
Oh, Xiaolin might be in trouble because the soul steal from Fanta. Fanta, but Fanta can run away because of the burst damage came for Yera. Just secures the kill. Akuku, not this time. I already know the blast will come through.
Yeah, and this time he doesn't walk right back into it as well. Yuzon, on the other hand, he hasn't been participating too often in these fights. He's just been getting pressure for his team. Can't deal with this Yena. Yuzon using that Mark of Frost, and now he is in way too much. Oh, in over his head. No Genesis Blast this time from Easy.
Yeah, because on to the top side here. Chaos Arrows coming in, Neil.
Oh, wow, well played.
Yeah, Xiaolin, they're gonna run away because Mad Team, this might be the counter attack. Now HK is on the run, Mad Team's on the chase, and one kill picked down O3, but they are going to kill down O3 because, oh, you kill my friend, I will kill you. It still goes in, Neil is in trouble, we knock off a lot. HKA is taking the 2-kill lead.
That was really well played by both Mad Team and the HKA. Great counter gang coming in from Mad Team, predicting what was going to be a dive up in the top side. Oh wait, Cuckoo actually getting the knock up onto Outcast here. Oh, not bad, but unfortunately, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off. 0322 already getting chunked out really hard by that drone drop from Xiaolin. Forced to go backwards. Fanta here to make the change.
He just goes in.
Yeah, I mean, he's going in pretty hard. He knows he can dive hard with the help of Neil. Outcast sees what's going on. Neil, he's got to be careful. He's made the same mistake running into Outcast and getting silenced himself, so now he bails away.
Look at Mad Team and HK, it just goes into each other because a lot of damage in the mid game itself. They just kill one and just trade because it's just a matter of respect. You kill my friend, I will kill your friend as well. So HK, they plays it really well with counter attacks coming from Mad Team with a lot of potential, but I do think that in that team fight, yes, Mad Team has 11 kills despite 8 for HK, but HK, they have Mad Team, they have the objective kind of lead.
Yeah, they have 2 Abyssal Dragons, about to be 3. They have 2 towers to nothing in their favor, and HKA can't really do anything about it just yet. They're waiting for this mid game to come around. That Dark Slayer is going to be a big contested point for both of these teams. They like to play off a Dark Slayer. Fanta jumping in too hard with way too far with that shock, allowing their backline to be exposed to the drone drop. Genesis Blast coming out from Dirac here. Easy, going to buy some time for Xiaolin to get out of the fight, and that is it. Mad Team, they call it quits. 0322 is down. We can't go any further.
Yeah, because of how HKA just focused down O3 because of the, Caffeine in late game is just too hard to handle with, so they kill down O3 first, and now HKA, they have to go lead, but doesn't seem has the objective gameplay.
Yeah, it's surprising. It just means they've been more efficient with their farming, and unfortunately for Neil, he just has to wait this out. He gets hit by the Putty Puts, the drone drop as well, bringing him down to at least 40% of his HP. Not too bad. And Outcast, he's going to get so much pressure off of this play.
Yeah, first tower for HKA, now focus onto the mid lane. We have a lot of damage. Xiaolin onto O3. Oh, the counter attacks. It just really live for HKA right now, but ultimate has been missed because of the Nature's Prison. But one cleave will secure it all because Fanta is still alive, and 4 kills be picked up, and double kill for the man, and the man is still alive. Hey, the man has already been dead.
Yeah, so greedy of Outcast. He decided to take 1 camp before actually joining the fight, rotating into straight away towards Darkslayer. They knew how important Darkslayer was to their team, and still Outcast was still greedy enough to go into that 1 Lizard camp down in the bot side before he realized, oh, this is a full-on fight. A little bit of a misplay and decision making from Outcast.
Yeah, because of how I do think they want to take a lot of potential to widen the gap of goal. Because if you can steal down objective, you will have a lot of goal. So Mad Team, they played along with the HK type of composition. Yeah, 2 towers on side of Fanta will be caught up.
Yep, Fanta coming in pretty hard, but the Nature's Prison, really nicely done. Unfortunately, the damage from the shock doesn't go through, so that's a very, like, it's one of those niche situations where it's like, oh, we stacked our ultimates, didn't we?
Yeah, because of how the damage coming from the shock itself will have a lot of potential for Mad Team, but Fanta needs to use it into the mid lane. He needs to run away. He have the sprint, he have the shot to just make a lot of HK to have the movement speed. Slows HK for chasing down Fanta.
Yeah, that debuff is actually really important.
Yeah, debuff,
here.
that's the word.
Yeah, but the rest of the Mad Team right now, they are starting to lose their objectives off of this Darkslayer play, and this is what I'm talking about. HKA, the moment they have Darkslayer, they really know how to push their lead with it, making it a pretty significant power play.
Yeah, because of how HK will play a lot of pressure, will after they have the Dark Slave buff, so has a lot of potential for HKA now. But the question is, Yuzon doesn't even play how Yuzon plays in the group stage. Yeah, a lot of jet pick up by Yuzon, already forced to play Lubu. Omen, Lubu picked that, check it out. After this, might as well Roxy or Emily. So it's just really hard if Yuzon for Mad Team doesn't even play objective, because we know HK top tower push, mid tower pressure, bottom tower will be take out. So HK did think it well, 3-lane push instead of one team fight.
Yeah, they're trying to maximize it as much as they can. But coming onto the topic of Yuzon here, I feel like he was given the short end of the stick for sure when it came to the draft, and you can't really blame him for that. However, the style that the team wants to play for this composition is they're looking for a dive-heavy composition where they're looking to get into the backline. Abao getting really deep in there, as well as Outcast getting a good silence. However, they have to sacrifice their tier 2 for the side of Mad Team. And yeah, that dive is so important. Oh no! Wow! Nobody peeled off Xiaolin. I thought he was gonna die instantaneously, but it looks like Neil jumps in pretty hard, and unfortunately, he's gonna be getting locked down here as the rest of the team looking to get this fight on. Abao doesn't have anything left. Even Bia Bro has been expanded as the Mad Team looking to cut down that backline. The man finally going down. That's gonna be a 3-for-2 trade here in favor of Mad Team.
It's just really lucky for Mad Team that O3 has the endless cycle. Because
yeah.
if not, because O3 is the first to go down, because no one cares about Xiaolin into the backside. Xiaolin kills down O3 first, and that is kind of mistakes coming from Mad Team, because they need to guard down the Cafney in the 30 minutes, 40 minutes onto the late game, because the Cafney is the point for Mad Team to win the fight. Look at how ultimate coming in. Yeah, Xiaolin knows well. O3 just straight goes in. Cuckoo, Fanta, Nil, and also Yuzon just goes on to the backside. They receive a lot of damage, but O3, thank God he has the endless cycle.
Yeah, he really changed the pace of that fight, and I think it was really, really important here. But like, the dive composition from Mad Team, they really need to balance it out, because they need somebody to peel 0322, and they're slowly leaning towards the late game here where they need to make sure that 0322 is alive, because that's their win condition. Neil, he's starting to scale off here. Oh, they get a huge catch. What a wombo combo coming in from Mad Team. This is going to be some easy pickings as Hong Kong Attitude getting chopped up one by one. The man getting attacked by Yuzon here. The cleave going to be the going to help secure that kill. They only trade 5 for 1 here. A pretty clean, a pretty easy quad kill coming in for Mad Team.
It's just really well with the Nature's Reason. Has a lot of potential now. The mid tower will be go down because 60 seconds for easy. Abao is a teammate. He cannot do anything. Yes, Abao will be taken out of Soul. Doesn't have the being the bro. And this is the second game is for Mad Team, because no, Advan HK is alive.
Yep, and all it took was one really good fight and the game is over. So, done deal. It's 1-1. Mad Team winning out game 2.
That Nature's Prison.
So good. So good.
Highlight of the day.
Yeah, it really was. It has to be the play of the day as of right now until we see better later on. But so far, pretty good for Mad Team. They've evened it out 1-1 here, and now they're going into game 3. They're still running out of resources here. However, they have options for now.
Yeah, they still have option. Is set for Yuzon.
It really is, but
yeah, Fanta also with Nail, they have option into the jungle and also mid lane. So O3 still doesn't even use Laville just yet. They already use Richter and also Cafney. So in game number 3, it will be a team of option.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, like the marksman options, like those are the lanes that you can really try and punish. The lanes that you can really try to punish, the DS lane and as well as the mid lane as well. Those are the 2 major lanes that you can really finish down, because there's not a lot of priority picks when it comes to these 2 lanes, and the matchups are so important that it's like, I'd rather have a better matchup rather than a super strong pick that can get easily countered.
Now the MVP of the second game is Fanta. Game number 1 doesn't know where Fanta is, but game number 2 really stepping up.
Yep, and I think, you know, he kind of realized, like, okay, I kind of played bad in game 1. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to bring it back in game 2. And he really brought it this time. Some of the shocks were a little questionable, and there was a slight miscoordination with Cuckoo sometimes. But when they are on point, Cuckoo lands at Fanta's like, you don't even have to tell me.
Yeah, because of how that last fight, it just really, Gordon Ramsay will say the best food ever.
Chef's kiss from the man himself.
Because of how the Nature's Prison hits, ultimate coming from Nail, shots coming from Fanta, instant death.
Instant death. And yeah, I like dive compositions like this. It's really, really fun to watch, especially when you have... It's always a joy to see Pain in the game because he always has to make that crucial decision which makes it or breaks it for the team fight. Do I all in? Because that's all he can do. He goes in, he has to either save the ult to finish somebody off or use the ult to bail away. And sometimes you don't get the best of both worlds, as we saw earlier this game where Outcast got on top of Neil, and that's when, oh no, I can't use my ult to get out. I can't get out of this situation. I've committed fully, and I'm going to have to die.
Yeah, because of that, this is the game that Mad Team win. Now the score is level. Mad Team, they played aggressive in the early game. They shot the factory of Xiaolin in the early game. Now, kudos to them. They win the second game. So the game number 3, they need to invest more.
Yeah, I mean, HKA is going to need to invest a little bit more on the side of Mad Team. I think they need to start saving up because ideally you want to win all 4 games, but it feels, on paper, it feels very unlikely for that to happen, especially since you're going to have some hard contested games. If they don't win the, let's say, assume they win the next game, 4 and 5, it's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, really difficult for Mad Team and as well HKA. Now, we are going for the highlight before we go to game number 3. See you after the highlights.
hello, welcome back already with the third and fourth place matchup between Mad Team and HKA. The games have been ecstatic so far, 1-1. Who's going to take it away? My name is Getting Q with Mikhail at the caster's table here, just in case you're just tuning in to the APL 2020.
Yep, the game number 1 is all HK. Game number 2, Mad Team bring the fight with one Baldum ultimate. Make the dream goes real for Mad Team.
Ooh, yeah.
Because of how that kind of ultimate just have a lot of potential. Shots coming in, ultimate coming from Nil. It just closed the game for HKA because of no endless cycle coming for HKA. But now, game number 3, Baldum might as well go for the side of Cuckoo.
Yeah, and honestly,
Abao.
Abao, yeah, but like honestly, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to go, especially with so much, of the hero pool being expanded in games 1 and 2 for Mad Team. Game 3 is going to be super important for them because now they can start investing in, playing a little bit safer, not expand too much of the hero pool, and if they can get a win, that's going to set them up so well for victory in the later stages of games 5 and 6.
Yeah, talking a lot of investment in game number 3. So, game number 1, game number 2, Mad Team has played in the investment of HKA. Now, Mad Team can pick the blue side if they want to. But Mad Team, they kind of lost a lot of potential power picks here. They already have Omen for Yuzon, they already played Lubu for Yuzon. But now Yuzon only have the Killgrowth and also the Emily pick. Because we know if Yuzon pick down the max, it will be down south.
Yeah, it did not go well the last time when it was up against BRU, and I don't think it's going to be any better when it's going
Flash
up against
Wolves.
HKA. Sorry. I keep thinking HKA versus BRU. It's still like fresh in my mind, so that's all I see. Everything just like through like 80% opacity, just like, all I can see BRU, HKA.
Yeah, the last game is the best fight ever.
Yeah, just absolutely ridiculous here. But let's focus on this game between Mad Team and HKA so far. And as we mentioned very early on into this best of 7, we said they had very similar play styles, and it shows very often. Like every single time they are looking to play for the same power points, key points, on the map, which is going to be Dark Slayer at 7 minutes itself, Spirit Sentinel at around 2nd or 3rd minute, depending on how the mid lane goes.
Yeah, because of that, we see how Mad Team already on the blue side, banning onto the Richter, giving the direct ban for HKA. So Florentino will be banned for Outcast or not? Because of that, we see a lot of Outcasts use on pretty same Killgrowth, Lubu, and also the Omen.
Yeah, let's see whether or not HKA want to bait out like, oh, I'm going to not ban out Zip this time round and just kind of force you to be like, yeah, take your priority pick. You only get Zip. After that, we'll start dominating the rest of the draft.
Or HKA will ban down Roxy. They pick the Omen, so living Yuzon will play the Killgrowth.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Florentino Yuzon?
Yeah, I mean, Florentino, and then after that, HK could steal away the Zaniel just to make sure it's like, at the very least, it's like, it's Florentino by himself, You don't have to worry about Florentino. All of a sudden, the Angelic Splendor starts opening up and you realize, oh, so that's why I wasn't dealing a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, because you see how the HK versus Buram, I do see the Zaniel with the intermediate lane, the Zaniel and the combo wombo.
Oh, which game is this?
Buram versus HKE.
It was Zaniel with. They had Florentino, and I know they have Florentino, but they had to use their Angelic Splendor on their mid laner. I can't remember what he was using. He was using at the time. No, it wasn't Raz. Could it be the Ignis? Maybe.
No. The Yibneth and the Zaniel pick.
The Yibneth and the Zaniel pick.
I do think that is.
I don't think they had Zaniel and Yibneth on the same composition. I don't know.
That time Zaniel plays in the Dark Slayer lane or side lane that time. Because of the marksman jungle.
Maybe. I don't think it's 100% accurate. That's the thing. Like, I get what you're trying to get at, but I'm like not 100% like for sure about this. I'm not that confident. I'm not that confident when my memory is this fuzzy so far. But based on what we've seen, at least HK get access to Laville. They're gonna get the Chi as well. Joker and Krizix, great response here. The Krizix, I'm not entirely sure whether Mad Team wants to expand it now.
Because this is the problem coming from Mad Team. Game number 1, game number 2, this is the game number 3. They invest a lot. The game number 1, Yuzon pull. Game number 2, still Yuzon. But game number 3, they are trying to take out Cuckoo here. O3 still have the Laville, but Laville already be picked by HKA. So O3 will play Joker. We've seen a lot of Joker for Mad Team in the semi-finals. So I will looking a lot for O3 in this game because we know the Joker coming for O3 is really dangerous.
Absolutely. I do think that I would have liked to see Mad Team actually go for the Zaniel instead of the Krizzix and save the Krizzix for a Crixie-Krizzix combo later down the line in maybe game 4 or 5. But I don't know. I feel like when you are playing the Florentino and then there's an Alice on board, there's so little counterplay that you can do, especially since, oh, she drops the Hissy Fit right on top of you after you use your 3-point strike, and then you realize, I gotta walk to each one of these. Points, and that sucks when you're Florentino.
Yeah, because of how the hits and fits will be the main problem for Florentino. Needs to go back, but Florentino has the Gentleman's Duel, so he can just flank away from hits and fits. So yeah, might be the game plan coming from Mad Team because of the Alice pick. Now Mad Team needs to ban up the Malok because of the synergy coming from Alice and also the Malok pick. The man, do they want to steal down the Crixie?
I don't know. Whether they want to steal away the Crixie is going to be a completely different story. I don't want to see Mad Team actually try to pull off the Krizzix-Crixie combo because I feel like they're already expanding so many resources here that it would be like a little too much, you know? A little too much. I feel like it's overkill.
Yeah, just a little too much for the support now. Hovering for Toro jungle. Let's give it.
Toro jungle? That'd be really interesting here. But they're hovering over the Fennec. Toro? No. Toro? No. No to Toro? Yes to
Toro?
They
already have the Krizzix.
Who says you can't run double supports?
True.
Nobody said you can't run double supports. New meta, new strat, you know, new patch coming in already. Like, come on, man. Gotta get creative.
Yeah, Predator hovering and the Fennec hover for Mad Team, leaving Joker onto the side lane. And do they want to pick Zephys or the Fennec?
Personally, I think Zephys is going to be a little bit better, only because they need to go for that hard dive. There's plenty of peel with the Preda. Florentino just needs somebody else to go in with him to engage, and ideally Zephys is the one who lands the initial death from above to allow Florentino to follow up from either a flank angle or even from the front, arguably, if he has his ult.
Yeah, because of how they pick the Zephys, yes, death from above will have a lot of potential, but versus the Marja, to be questioning it.
I mean, he's not looking for Marja, that's for sure. Nobody's looking for Marja, to be perfectly honest. They're looking for the Chi, they're looking for the Quillen. Sorry, not Quillen. Sorry, Laville was in Quillen's position, so when I looked back at it, I saw Quillen, my mind was just like, muscle memory, that's gotta be him, right? But yeah, they're looking for Laville, and Laville might not necessarily survive some of these engagements here, but Quillen is gonna be very, very interesting because he's gonna be looking to kill that Preda, and he's gonna struggle a little bit with the Joker, because even if he comes up from behind, if Joker can tap his abilities fast enough, that can laughter, oh boy. And you can also create a little bit of distance as well.
Yeah, the can laughter will be hit if Laville doesn't have the S2.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it direct counter, possibly? Because
no, I'm talking about when Quillen is looking to kill Joker.
Mm.
That one is like you only have a split second to do it, because the moment Quillen reveals himself, he's already in animation.
Yeah, because of how the ultimate itself, you know where Quillen coming in.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So this is gonna be an interesting game, but let's hear those cheers.
加上 APL 冠军之路 ，Mad Team， 我等你们升一波。
GCS 加油，Making 加油，Making 同意。
HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油，展现你们的态度吧！HKA Go Go Go！HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油！
各位選手亦都 GCS 都可以加油。
All right, the game number 3, Mad Team versus HKA. We do need a behind-the-scene camera because they will know what we are doing in the dead cheering event.
I'm telling you, by the time we hit finals, we probably have already memorized like all the cheers from the RPL as well.
We can make a TikTok.
No, please. I am not going to stoop that low just yet. My boomer mind refuses to let me do it. But a good initial trade onto Yuzon here. He's getting the damage onto the most important target for him in the lane, which is Chi, as they slowly go for this very quick invade, but they are losing mid-priority very fast.
Yeah, Vanta already have 30% of his health, but Mad Team, they need to bail out because of how the early damage Xiaolin and Outcast has in the early game. this might be the time that Neil have suffered for a first blood. They still go in. HK, oh, you going for impact? We are going to give it back to you. The Sage Goal will be contest for Mad Team right now. HKA, they are not possibly be the one for the kill. Because yeah, Neil, you want to steal our red buff? We're going to steal it all from you.
Yeah, it was a good idea initially, other than the fact that mid lane, there was no mid lane priority, so it just allowed HKA to get a much better angle onto their backside there, especially at level 1.
Yuzon.
Yuzon, hello! Now showing up. What happened to this yesterday? Oh boy. Blade Bomb does actually come out, but the man should be able to secure the... no? Yes? Oh, okay. 0322 able to take that away. At least they don't lose that EXP.
Yeah, his Joker is the best in the semis, I see. Because of how the first blown coming from the level 4 of Joker will have a lot of potential in the bottom side versus the Laville. Yes, a lot of you already played the Laville. You know Laville needs the cleaves of Santi to have a lot of damage if you doesn't even have the Crit Arcana.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Joker is just the... It doesn't matter who he's fighting against. If it's a 1v1 in the bottom side between marksmans, you know that Joker will come up on top because he's got such great early damage, some high range as well, and great wave clearing.
Now the fun fact is both junglers has the same amount of average KDA, only 0.2 differentiate coming from Nil, because we know the last time HK versus BRU, they have the same amount of junglers average KDA as well. So this might be the much of a team fight coming in the game number 3.
Yeah, but ooh, I don't know. I mean, for the side of Mad Team, they definitely want a team fight for sure, like without a doubt. But HKA, I think they can play the skirmishing game a little bit more just to start punishing the side lanes, especially within the first 5 minutes of the game. Like you can see HKA already looking for those quick rotations to try and pick people off. If they can actually get enough of a lead from these pickoffs, I think they'll have a much better mid game in comparison to Mad Team, because Mad Team they have a very linear line of gameplay, something that Abao can control.
Yeah, because of how HK doesn't want to give, the camera doesn't want to see that Alice has been chucked down a lot of damage into the mid lane, but they give a lot of respect to Yuzon on top, giving the the Blossom hits and also the triple threat. It really doesn't want to give the potential outcast to have the burst damage.
Yeah, and I think Yuzon is doing a much better job today than he was yesterday. He's feeling more like himself, being very lane dominant, especially when he has access to Florentino. He just wants to keep it to a 1v1, and he doesn't want to start, rotating very early on just because he has the Gentleman's Duel.
Yeah, because of how yesterday has a lot of Florentino pick. Oh, double trouble.
Oh, the Hissy Fit does come through. There is no follow-up coming from the rest of HKA's side. Even Easy not in position to make a difference there. They're gonna have priority over the Abyssal Dragon here. It's a 4v3, but they don't know that.
Yeah, because of how the side of HK, yes, they are bringing the Alice and also have a lot of potential to pick the Mallow, but Mad Team, it still goes in. No steal coming in.
Neil, he's waiting for that Wraith form to end, but the Hissy Fit is going to buy him plenty of time. Easy. Ooh, he gets chunked out.
Oh.
However, he manages to survive at the very end there. Real nice play coming out from HKA. They take the Abyssal Dragon, they don't lose a single member, and they don't die to this engagement.
Look at Cuckoo trying to make a place for Mad Team here. Has a lot of potential with the Gravity Pull. If they can take out the man right now, they will have the first tower for Mad Team.
Yeah, but also look on the top side of Mad Team here, where Neil is trying to give that pressure over to Florentino, but 0322 caught out of position. Once with that Hissy Fit, he can't even flicker on out of there. No abilities, no way of escape.
Yeah, look at how HK plays. They want to kill down 03 first because they know Joker level 4 is the man coming in for Mad Team. But yeah, early damage coming from Joker will have the problem for HK. So they're trying to give a lot of advantage for the man. Have a lot of potential. Now we see 2.5k has 200 gold lead coming from that Joker. That Laville will have the upper hand in the bottom matchup.
Yeah. Reveal right now slightly ahead against the Joker, but now the rest of Matt team
Cuckoo.
looking to make a play here. Cuckoo is going to find Abao, but nothing else. He didn't want to put his sights onto Easy. He knows that Easy can just bail out of there in that Wraith form, so it really isn't worth looking for him. Abao, a more high priority target, he doesn't have the mobility, and he has the most impactful spells.
Yeah, look at how Abao goes in here, trying to make a place for HK. It's a little bit of aggressive coming from Matt team in the bottom side, because you see Cuckoo on the flanks coming in with the S2s, try to bait Neil with a hit.
Yeah, but Xiaolin going to jump onto Neil here. Neil, you got to be careful. You can't show your back like that, especially when Xiaolin is playing that Quillen. It's going to be a bad time if you do.
I do think Abao is been swearing by HK team right now, because how the double trouble hits on Neil, that Sunshine just goes back. Kind of mistakes there.
It's no big deal. Sometimes, you know, your fingers can be a little rusty. Sometimes, you know, they have their moments. But the rest of Mad Team here looking to get some damage onto Outcast for now, as the lanes are changing up a little bit. No. It looks like they're not going to lane swap. They're just trying to make sure they have control over top side.
Yeah, I'm still in that scenario where the Sunshine doesn't give it. Look at it. Yeah, you can see how Quillen just goes in, give it HK. They see the Sunshine hits on the back of the Quillen, and all HK just goes back. You say, you really this time? Are you serious?
Talk about bad timing, you know? Talk about bad timing.
Yeah.
But so far, I think HKA is still in full control over this game. Mad Team being very responsive to what they are doing. Oh, Neil tried. I mean, he tried for that one. Death from above, trying to go for a hard read into the brush, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out here. Quillen rotating down to the bot side, as they've already breaking tier 1. Hong Kong attitude. It's the 7-minute mark. You know what's going to happen.
Yep, Dark Slayer already been respawned here. Might be a lot of aggression coming from the HKA. This might be a steal. Oh no, Sunshine hits a little bit too late here. A lot of damage coming from Neil. Xiaolin level 11. Now Neil also double trouble, the double even hit.
Oh, they knew that Yuzon was going to be there as well. So unfortunately, the double trouble not going to go. Yuzon trying to get onto Abao here, but it's not looking too good. Easy, way too deep into the backline. Abao making the run for it. The Sunshine landing on 2. Double L3, 22, quickly popping that Snowflake. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough against the man who's already fully stacked up, getting every single auto attack with nobody to stop him.
Yeah, because of how the damage HK in that early fight, they lose it. Because of how the endless cycle being played well, they make a comeback in that team fight. But Mad Team, they're giving a lot of potential, has a lot of peers coming from Mad Team. They're giving HK a lot hard time to give aggression in the 7 minute into the game, because they need to take down this Dark Slayer.
Yeah, and the thing is that Fanta, some of his more, especially his utility spell, the Plague Bombs, is so important to have to create that space. Neil going in pretty hard onto Easy, who gets sucked in by the gravitational pull. Yuzon, he's trying going on pretty hard. He's already put the Gentleman's Duel. Oh, but unfortunately, he does not find that kill. Xiaolin going to be jumping on top of him.
Yeah, because of how Yuzon just goes in. I'm a Florentino now. I have a lot of damage. Come fight me in the mid lane. But meanwhile, onto the bottom side, Outcast takes the tier 2s down.
And the Hissy Fit coming down really, really early. Good call from Abao there, the man using his Mark of Frost to buy himself some time. Abao really playing well today. I mean, he has been really doing a great job on this Alice.
Yeah, because of how they played as an Alice, but HKA, they plays with the synergy. They takes it down, they lose the tower on one tower on top, but they take tier 2s on bottom side. So it will be hard for Mad Team, despite of the kills, kind of neck to neck. And the goal lead is coming to a front for HKA.
Yeah, and now HKA are going to be onto the Abyssal Dragon here while the rest of the team rotates the top side. They have a 3k goal lead. They want to take the Dark Slayer, and you know that they want to take the Dark Slayer. You can see how split up they are. If they don't take the Dark Slayer, Chi gets a free split push down on the bottom. As I said yesterday, and many times whenever I see HKA play, they like, in chess terms, they like to put you in a fork.
Yeah, now Mad Team already suffers a lot of goal gap coming from HK 5. Might be 4k lead. 4k lead coming from HK. 2K always look at Xiaolin.
Yep, he's able to jump right on top of Fanta there. There's nothing he can do. Neil trying to hold his ground. His Hissy Fit comes through for an escape path, but Neil, he wanted a little bit more, knowing that he can't get out of there without his death from above. He's going to be going out. It's going to be a double kill coming in from Xiaolin.
Backstab, back to right coming from Xiaolin itself, because we know that kind of Quillen. Yeah, because of how Matt Cuckoo wants to chase down Quillen. Yuzon trying to play 1v3. Dude, he can't do it. He just chased down Abao. He doesn't care about the man. And also easy, he might be taken out, but Matt team.
Oh, thank God. Okay, I really thought that Yuzon might have survived that one. And if he did, that would have been a huge play coming in from Mad Team, because he definitely needs to get as many procs of that Gentleman's Duel as possible to increase his damage.
But he kills down Abao. Abao is not the kind of place for HK. They need to kill down the man itself.
Oh, but especially when the Hissy Fit comes down, there's nothing you can do to really kill the man. I think Yuzon made a really good decision jumping onto Abao. Yes, he won't be able to stack that Gentleman's Duel. It's something that he's going to have to progressively do throughout the entirety of this game. However, oh, death from above, landing onto Easy here. He doesn't have his ultimate. This could be a free kill. Cuckoo not actually landing that gravitational surge. He was just like a little bit off.
Yeah, because we see a lot of fractures coming in for Matt Team. I do think might be a lag, because we have kind of like 0.1 second.
Yeah, 0.1 seconds there. But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Unfortunately, can't turn back the clock on that one, as HKA look to control every single part of the neutral objectives. They haven't been able to get the Dark Slayer because Mad Team has consistently been trying to prevent them from doing that. But HKA, all right, you don't give us what we want. We're gonna start taking everything else across the map.
This just might be the longest time Mad Team has stalled HKA without the Drake buff. The Dark Slayer buff. Now, Mad Team already know that HK will take the Abyssal Dragon in the 7 minutes. Mad Team, they have control of the Dark Slayer. Double trouble.
Gonna land onto Cuckoo here, and Cuckoo is gonna be insured to die. Xiaolin, he doesn't mind. He just needs to show. You just need to show him your back, and that's all he needs.
Look at how Mad Team played in the hands of HKA. They have a lot of potential in that Dark Slayer, but that double trouble is really the trouble for Mad Team because of how damaging it is. Because yeah, HK, the only objective is he needs to kill one to have Xiaolin ultimate to reset.
Yep, and that's really, really important here, because then he's going to be that way his DPS significantly spikes up. About trying to land the Sunshine here. The Hissy Fit comes down very early on, does land onto Fanta here, but it's too deep in their base to actually make the play. The Drake is going to be heading down onto that top side, as the rest of Mad Team need to figure out how to deal with this situation.
Flicker or not, Cuckoo? No. Look at the damage coming from HK itself. Ultimate goes in onto the bottom tower.
Yep, they're diving pretty hard here. Madra had to use her ultimate there to kind of keep herself afloat in that Wraith form. That's going to be topside high ground turret being destroyed, as the rest of HKA look to rotate and look to take one more, or at the very least force some trades.
Yeah, because they did a trade for inner towers and one tier 2. I do think HKA has the upper hand. Now, 7k gold lead coming from HKA. Mad Team need to make a chase. Because of this is the late game Joker. They need to pick up. They need to kill the man or Abao. Because we know Abao with the Sunshine has the potential to kill the Mad Team. Because of the Hissy Fit and Sunshine, they give a lot of space to Xiaolin to reset, to just have easy backstab.
Yeah, and that's gonna be really, really important for Xiaolin. That's gonna be something he's constantly going to have to keep in mind. Who is exposing his back? Who can go down the first? Who dies first, so I can get that reset? And that's why Quillen doesn't necessarily see a lot of pro play, because he's not as straightforward and simple to play like a Cricknack, where I just have to find the angle. My kit, I can easily just press 3 buttons. It will be over.
Yeah, double trouble hits. Nope. Oh, hits if it's already been used. 15 seconds to cool down for the hits if it's now. They have the pressure onto the bottom side. 60 seconds for the Dark Slayer. Mad Team, they are really choking in the game number 3.
Yeah, and I think as of right now, they just their win conditions are gone. They have to just wait for the late game, really stall it out to get Preda in a good position to really control this game.
Yeah, we see a lot of we said that in the game number 1, Matt Team will have the problem in game number 3. This is what the problem is. They doesn't have one potential pick-off. They have a lot of picks. Because of game number 2, game number 1, they have a lot of power picks. In game number 3, they doesn't have enough to make a plays here. They have Cuckoo on the Krizix, but they doesn't have a lot of potential to go in. Flicker or not Cuckoo, that is going to make a plan.
Yep, but now HK going to start off the Abyssal Dragon here. However, they are trying to contest it. Outcast in the back line, noticing the rest of Mad Team. So HKA going to reposition here. Madra getting a good push down on the mid lane, but Yuzon trying to tank 3 people now, that double trouble. Ooh, that would have secured the kill anyway, but Xiaolin is going to pick up that kill as Cuckoo is on the run here. The flickers are coming out aggressively from HKA. They want to run them down. The hunt has begun as they look to try and contest high ground tower again as Yuzon. He still has 30 more seconds to come back to life.
Yeah, the damage coming for the man is really well into the bottom mid side here. Xiaolin, oh, 3 times make a play.
Ooh, nearly getting one shot there. Very, very
Rocket,
close.
rocket.
Oh, the rocket misses this time. Xiaolin was able to get on out of there, but HKA still posing the question of the fork. A rock in a hard place. Any terms that kind of predetermine that they have to deal with 2 situations at once.
Yeah, because now HK already picked on the bottom side here, leaving a lot of hard time. Rocket onto the face of Outcast.
Oh, that was a pinpoint rocket coming in from 0322 as the rest of HKA going to salvage the situation by taking away the enraged Abyssal Dragon. They can wait for Outcast here as they slowly rotate towards the Dark Slayer slide. Easy, you can't be dying like this, not now.
Yeah, you can see how Matt Team trying to take a lot of possession onto the Dark Slayer. We know HKA, if they have the Dark Slayer, this might be the game for them. They already have Abyssal buff, and now Yuzon trying to play around Easy.
Yep, he's putting some damage into Easy here. Easy still going into that raid from Cuckoo, trying to make the play here. He's looking for the drag with gravitational surge. Abao gets it. The Hissy Fit has been popped down. They need to get a couple more auto attacks, but a good buffer time in from Fanta, fully charged. Xiaolin, holy, what happened to his life?
Oh, he's just been checked down a lot. The man is alone versus 3 man. Oh, 3 been killed. The man is still alive. A free hit coming for Laville on all sides. 3-point coming from the man.
Oh man, that was a huge clutch crit at the very end there. You saw his life just jump up with the help of that bow of slaughter. That crit must have given him so much life as Neil trying to deal with Easy here, but there's no way for him to win.
He tried to play it away because of the Easy need to make up the time for Mad Team. 1 rocket secures the BOE, and this might be the time for the mid tower to be taken up. Cuckoo tried to make with the gravity pull, but no much of the AoE coming from Fanta. A lot of creeps coming in, but no damage from the man, and also for HKA to secure the game.
Yeah, and Neil managed to actually take out Easy there up in the top side while we were figuring out what was happening down at high ground turret on a Mad Team side. Easy ended up getting solo killed there.
We see the health coming from Neil, just pretty low.
Yeah, it was pretty low. Like Easy was at a very healthy state, you know?
How the hell did Easy die?
I'm guessing the rank breaker was just a little too much for him. I mean, we're looking at, let's look over at the items of Easy here. Pretty defensive overall. So I think that's probably a pretty big factor, especially since Neil already has the rank breaker. He's already got a fully stacked jungle item as well. He's level 15, like,
this might be the punishment for Neil.
I think they've had enough of Neil at this point, but he's able to tank quite a bit of damage, and not a lot of damage coming out from Chi, even though he was pinned against the wall. So I don't know whether, is it because that Neil is so far ahead in the game, or does Outcast just lack items?
Lack items or not, they pick it up onto Abao. This might be the time that we know Abao to be picked up 2 times. Mad Team has potential to make a comeback here. Fun fact, Mad Team has a lot of the longest total game time. Woo! Still goes in. Xiaolin.
Oh, Xiaolin, why'd you go? You went in so late, but the man, he's also trying to clutch this one out to kick up Fanta here. And unfortunately, he doesn't pick up 0322. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade-off here. Outcast now getting caught over, but he refuses to get caught by the gravitational surge. He gets popped instantaneously by Yuzon as he jumps onto one more time. Just a sliver of health.
Endless Cycles has been popped a lot now. Neil and Easy 1v1 repeat series number 2. The other question is why HKA goes all in for Mad Team. They know that O3 still have the cannon laughter. Xiaolin still goes in. They need to take that fight to take the possession onto the Dark Slayer lane because of the Mad Team still have the potential. They have a lot of damage because of Abao has been picked off in that early fight.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with you there as well. Oh, wait, hold on. Yuzon taking quite a bit of damage from the man. He realizes that he can't one here. The double trouble is going to lock him into place and give his life over, but the BOE is going to be enough for him to make it out okay with a sliver of health. He doesn't even get the benefit of the shield when that auto attack landed. I thought that crit would have killed him for sure.
Yeah, because of how that is the Florentino. The passive will make you go away. Because of how he taps one and the rest of the animation he needs to go away. So put on the chat, do Florentino need the nerf again?
I think Florentino's in a comfortable spot, you know?
Like a Superman.
Yeah, like a Superman. Not like what Superman used to be when he first came out. That was just too much to handle. But now Mad Team looking to fight for the Enraged Missile Dragon here. Oh, Neil, he tried to go for the steal, but he tried to go as well for the death from above onto the man. The man losing quite a bit of his HP. However, the backline easy, single-handedly holding back 4 people. And now that Neil is dead, Neil coming back with the Endless Cycle, trying to look for the ultimate once more. Xiaolin in a lot of trouble here, but the man, he is the primary target and only Neil can get to him. Outcast, he's got no minions to actually go for the back door here. He jumps with Death from Above to get onto Outcast. He's able to tank full damage here. However, Abao as well as the man just pushing back the rest of the Mad Team.
Oh, double trouble onto Neil. It's still a butt blast coming for the HKA. The core is next, but the Mad Team is still defending their honor in the game number 3. But HKA, they're coming on top. 4 men been picked off, only 1 survive, and HKA, they bring the fight in game number 3, 2-1.
What a hot game for HKA. It looked like Mad Team was starting to recover and start to stabilize towards the mid-late game there, but unfortunately, it didn't go that well. The moment Yuzon tried to go, sorry, not Yuzon, but Neil trying to go a little deep there, looking for that death from above onto the man, or anybody for that matter, just to set it up for the rest of his team.
Yeah, because I would say in this game number 3, both MVP is Neil and Easy. Because of how the damage coming for Easy and Neil is just much of the same despite being Marja and also Zephyr's. We see in that last fight, Neil directed fight 1v4, also with Easy 1v4 Mad Team.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like who can survive longer, and unfortunately the items from Yuzon was able to be enough in comparison to Marja, who just literally at a press of a button, I'm out, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Nope, 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 don't talk to me.
Yeah, because of the ultimate, it just goes away, but that Marja stays in that team fight. So he knows that he have the better agony and also the minus CD anti-regens. So he knows that he capable into that team fight. So he just copy what Neil do for his, HKA, but Easy do it with Mad Team.
Yeah, but I mean, they were really banking that Neil would land the death from above onto the man, and so far that's just been a really difficult job because the team plays so far front, and especially with Outcast, even if Neil wanted to get on top of the man, he would get instantly knocked away, or at least put him at a disposition so that the man is going to have that space to actually breathe and heal up with a bow of slaughter.
Yeah, I do think that this game number 3 is 50-50 along with the composition they have because of, yeah, Yuzon plays away with Outcast into the Chi. So they have a lot of potential to have in the early game, yes. In the papers that Chi beat out Florentino in the early game, but Yuzon, they play well. He beat out Outcast with the Florentino.
Yeah, I think overall, I mean, Mad Team, this was a very salty defeat, of course, because they could have definitely played certain situations better. However, HKA is still going to edge it out, a little more consistent, and overall, their drafts have been relatively okay. I mean, even Quillen, I was definitely questioning. There were moments where you can clearly see that, like, Quillen isn't as good as he used to be. He goes in, gets one auto attack, instantly dies.
Yeah, that Joker is the main factor for Mad Team, but Mad Team invests a lot. Also with HKA, the investment still goes on in game number 4. See you after the highlights.
And we're already back, moving from Game 3 into Game 4 here. HKA, ooh, they're looking real good. 2-1 against Mad Team so far. Can it get better than this?
It will be hard because of the Mad Team has invested a lot in game number 1. They have not seen... they cannot play down Elendor. They cannot play Krignak in the jungle. After that, the Zephyrs in game number 4. They open for a Zil or a Volcath.
Yeah, and that's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, they still have some of the other options like Pain, arguably like Nacroth as well, but those are very situational picks that they have to wait for the right moment to actually whip out, because you can't just say, oh yeah, yeah,
Pain?
Pain in the jungle.
They already played Pain mid. Pain jungle for Mad Team.
Oh yeah, they played it.
Oh.
Wait.
Mad
Wait.
They win game number 2.
They win game number 2. That's the one. I was thinking like game number 3 is like, wait a minute, no, that's not right. Yeah, memory getting a really fuzzy trying to memorize, especially from the best of 7s. Like each one of those games is like a completely different draft. That's totally on me. But yeah, you know, things like the Pain can be brought out situationally as well, but as well as the Slims, the Fennec as well, they do need a composition to actually be built somewhat around them to understand like, hey, we need to take full advantage of your early game. We need to make sure you're farming hard, because you don't want to play a Fennec into a scale against a team that's also aggressive, and then it's like, well, our composition isn't that aggressive, so therefore you're going to have to just scale.
Or they can play a Nacroth for Mad Team because of, you know, the backdoor coming for Neil with the Nacroth really happening for them, because of now HK doesn't have the Marja. So Neil doesn't have to deal with the Marja, and also Ignis.
Oh, yeah, they don't have to worry about the Ignis as well.
They only have to ban out the Malok. So that is the main factor, because of Outcast already played out Chi. The Lubu, I think?
The Chi, he played...
game number 1, they played Lubu.
No, they played Yenna.
Yenna,
they played Yenna
1
into Yuzon's Lubu, and then game 3 they played Chi into Florentino.
Game number 2 is Lubu Kilgroth.
Lubu, it's not coming to me. It was Yuzon on Lubu, and oh wait, no, wait, that's game 1, and then game 2 it was
Game 1 is Omen on Yuzon.
Omen on Yuzon, and then game 2
is
Yuzon on Lubu and Outcast on Yenna.
Outcast on Yenna. Now, Mad Team can force down Outcast to play the Florentino, and they take the Nacroth for Neil. A lot of potential because of the burst damage.
That's true. That's true. A lot of burst damage coming in for both of these teams. But HKA, they're thinking about getting rid of that Ignis once more. And yeah, they're going to commit to that ban. Mad Team forcing themselves. I mean, they're not forcing themselves. They can let go of the Zip that they wanted to. But nobody really wants to let go of Zip when you see Abao as the support.
Yeah, because of how we seen a lot of Zip plays last night. Has a lot of potential to manipulate that Drake, that wave, and also still we seen a lot how one game coming from Buram is Lindell's played the Zip, just camped the blue buff.
Yep, and just did that repeatedly throughout the entirety of the game. It slows down junglers, it manipulates waves very effectively.
Versus a Volcath.
it's literally the worst. I find it so obnoxious, but it's like, it's part of the game, so I guess I just have to accept it at this point. But
yeah, it's just this threat coming from Buram.
yeah, but HKA this time round, they're going to be on first pick. What are they looking for? They've already played the Ignis and the Marja as well as the Dirac, so a lot of the mid laners have been taken off. Richter, ooh.
Richter or Florentino, because that is still open for HKA.
I feel like Richter is the better opening compared to the Florentino, just to see how Mad Team responds to it.
It doesn't even matter if Outcast pick the Florentino, because of Yukon will not play the Omen, will not play the Lubu. They open up for Kilgroth, and also they cannot play down the Roxy.
It's not that he can't. It's that he refuses to play Roxy.
Hey, God surrender itself for Roxy, and Team Flash loses the APL.
So don't stoop so low as to go to play Roxy. Moral of the story. But yeah, Mad Team here looking at their bans, they're getting rid of the Elendor for good reason as well. But this time round, I mean, Yenna into the Richter matchup, not so bad. At least they're giving Yuzon a fun time.
Yeah, because of the demand already picked the Laville, so the Richter for the man is possible. So Outcast will be picking the Florentino. So look at how they're picking the Yana, they pick Zenial, they force the Florentino to be picked, or in the next game number 5 for the Florentino. Because of if HK doesn't pick the Florentino right now, Matt will have some problem in game number 5.
I think it's up to personal preference here, honestly. Because I think HKA, they don't necessarily have to pick up the Florentino right here, right now. They can kind of be like, all right, sure. Mad Team, we've already seen Yuzon try to use the Florentino. It's something I don't have to worry about. So therefore, with that mindset, HKA can actually be, okay, Richter, you can go all over to the DS lane if you absolutely want to. The man can actually take your role if you need that help. He's not gonna have the man is not gonna have access. No, he will have access to the Joker if he absolutely needs something, but it looks like they're just going to play, to their own personal preference, Kafni with Thane.
Kafni for HKA. Okay. They already have the mid-game and late-game composition for HKA because the Richter will play a little bit aggressive in the early. So HKA, they're eyeing for a 15 or 20 minute games here. So opening for the Dark Slayer lane, Richter. Mid lane, they need something that has the early composition. They already played the Marja, so opening for a Raz and a Talon. Or Liliana pick for HKA. So Mad Team, they need to respond with the last pick coming for Fanta. They already have Zenil, they already have Yana, they already realized that they played themselves. They picked the Zenil and Yana to force the Florentino pick, but HK, nah. We are better than them. They doesn't want to play Florentino right now.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty good that they're actually going for the Crixie here for the side of Mad Team. Unfortunately, they could combo this if they absolutely wanted to. I do feel like Crixie with just Zaniel technically should be enough. The only issue is that Zaniel's Angelic Splendor is very situational. You're trying to save the lowest. You're trying to give it to the person who needs it the most at that point in time. So most of the time, Crixie is very healthy when she's popping that ultimate. If she's desperately popping that ult defensively, for a fact she's gonna die anyway. So Zaniel has to constantly make that choice. Do I look to save her right here, right now, or do I save my ult and wait for the perfect time?
It's still possible for Mad Team right now. They already have Zenil, Crixie, and Yera. They can force Yera to play side lane and Zenil Dark Slayer, picking one that can synergize with the Crixie in the support mid matchup. Because we already know support Thane and Kafni, Crixie will have the kind of trouble because of the dashes coming from Thane. So it will give a lot of CC for Crixie. So Crixie needs someone that can block Thane CC. Might as well pick the Ata support, or they still want to go for Zenil support. Because Zenil in the Thane matchup in the early game, it will go for Thane, but late game Zenil will have the upper hand.
Yeah, his ultimate is just going to be way too important unless Thane really can make the play, if he takes Flicker. If he takes Flicker, which would be necessary if he wants to make those the highlight reels on YouTube for Thane. That's what you see, just the Flicker and then pulling them back under turret, or the
it's
Flicker.
Like
MLG sounds like hit markers from Call of Duty. All of that. The highlight reels really start coming out once he takes that Flicker, and knowing Abao wanting to be that playmaker for the team, it isn't too far off.
Yeah, because then if we see in game number 3, Abao plays the Alice has a lot of potential. When Abao die, Mad Team has a lot of space to play with. So now they're giving a Thane. Yes, Thane has a lot of defense rather than their Alice. They can stay a lot longer in the mid lane here, or for a dive coming from Thane. So HKA, they need to wait for the mid-game matchup like they used to do in the game number 1 and game number 2, because they're hovering for Liliana and Volkov mid-game composition.
Yeah, definitely a mid-game composition here. They're definitely going to be looking for level 4s, but instead they're going to save that Volkath for later. Rook being hovered over here as well, and I think Rook isn't too bad, although I do think Volkath would have been the most ideal situation.
Volkov big versus a Crixie will be hard.
It's tough, but at least you have the counterplay with your ultimate. You can kind of like force Crixie to use that ultimate really, really early, and then after that, send the rest of the team to go in hot and heavy the moment that ultimate is finished.
Yeah, because we see Whips and also Yera, so picking the Volkov will have the trouble because of if Yera can silence down the Volkov. With the burst damage from Crixie and Whips, I do think Volkov will be spent in the game number 5.
Yeah, well, HK opted to go for a more aggressive option with the Nacroth here to get into that backline to look to one-shot that Wisp or Crixie if they are out of position. Liliana, as you called it earlier, going to be that final lock-in for HKA. Mad Team going to respond with their own Wisp as well as Rook.
The Rook matchup versus a Nacroth Xiaolin. It's just hard.
It's tough. It really depends on who gets ahead, but I would expect Rook to get ahead towards the mid game because Nacroth won't be able to one-shot him at that point of time. Late game, I would say it's like a 55 to 45 situation where Nacroth technically should have the damage, but Rook's shield is going to be gigantic.
Yeah, the determination will have the main factor for Mad Team, but in that late game itself, it's a 5v5.
Exactly.
It's not 1v1.
It's not going to be a 1v1 anymore. And that's why it's like 65, it's a good 55 to 45 in most situations where Rook is actually going to be more.
It's already Cavani versus Whips at that point.
Yeah, and not to mention, it's going to be big wombo combos looking in for Mad Team's side if they want to win this game. But let's jump into those cheers.
迈向 APL 冠军之路 ，Mad Team， 我等你们生一波。
GCS 加油，Mating 加油，Mating 同意。
HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油，展现你们的态度吧！HKA Go Go Go！HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油！
各位選手亦都 GCS 都可以加油。
Alright, HKA versus Mad Team. 2 points for HKA, and Mad Team has won the Cheerings event for Mad Team. They said all in or fall.
I think at this point, that's the playstyle that they're showing up here. They are bringing up as many top-tier picks as they can fit into their composition. No need to save, only victory stands ahead of them.
In the early game, we see Mad Team has the potential, but in the mid-game kind of matchup composition coming from HKA and the gameplay style will be a lot of potential for HKA. But Mad Team, they need to play well, they need to play smart in the early game.
About fishing for information here at the Sage Golem side of the map, trying to figure out where exactly Rook started. He started on red, so they know exactly which path he is. Nacroth accommodates, making sure that he full clears his side, matching. So when they get to the bottom side, both Nacroth and Rook should be at about the same level of EXP.
Yeah, because of how EXP itself, giving Abao and Easy doesn't want to give Fanta and Cuckoo a dive, a jungle invade, because they just save a lot of EXP. Now, we see Rogue already onto the blue buff, but Xiaolin, they suck a lot of EXP into the mid lane, giving the EXP advantage into that Nacroth. So level 4 will be a lot of Xiaolin first, giving a lot of potential in the early game for Xiaolin versus them down Nil. But Nil, they have the burst damage with only the Soul Reaver.
Yep. And now that they're both level 4, this is where things are starting to get a little bit more interesting, because we're expecting the ultimates from Mad Team to be very, very significant. So they need Fanta to be level 4. They need 0322 to also be level 4 as well to really start getting this composition online.
Yeah, into the mid lane matchup here. Has a lot of Abao play the Tain, has a lot of gameplay change here, because we see Abao stays a lot with Easy into mid lane, despite it being a crit 6, they just for invasion trying to find a way to open up vision. So playing a Tain for HKA, they play a lot of positive gameplay. Yeah,
and now Mad Team have control over Abyssal Dragon for now. HKA looking to contest here, but looks like they're just gonna back off. They know that Xiaolin is on the top side of the map, so they just kind of want to get that poke damage in. They don't really want to fully commit to this contestation.
Yeah, because of how the goal lead is still on HKA's side, despite of Mad Team already have the Abyssal Dragon in the early game. But Mad Team, Neil trying to steal this Sage Golem, but do HKA want to commit?
I mean, yes, he still has that determination. He can fight, and with the Angelic Splendor, it's just going to help him secure it. Unfortunately, for the side of HKA. Looking to respond to this is going to be harder, but this is a choke point that they've been looking for, and they're jumping right into the fight. Cuckoo getting some great damage into them. Great knock-up coming in for the side of Mads Cuckoo, and I think if that fight dragged on a little bit longer, HKA would have absolutely lost it.
It will be hard to say because of the Xiaolin manages to save the blue buff. So Xiaolin will have a lot of mana and also cooldown. So that Necro will have a lot of potential because of they already bait out the Infinite Splendor and also the ultimate coming from Crixie.
Yeah.
So they need to run away, Mad Team. So if Necro's going to chase, not a lot of CC coming from Mad Team to prevent that Necro.
True, but I would think that they should be able to peel them off like pretty easily, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it was a choke point, and I think, and the same goes for Thane as well. He used most of his spells trying to kind of clump them together, but unfortunately for Abao, he realized like, oh, I'm taking a little bit too much. I have to back away.
Yeah, because it how if Xiaolin want to chase down a lot of Mad Team here, 1v4 in my side of Mad Team, but no casualties just yet. Look at the damage and also the judgment into mid lane. His Xiaolin just chase down onto Fanta with the Mark of Frost coming in. Or the Abao win might be the first one to fall, and the first blood for Neil. Do HKA want to play it well or not? Still goes in, coming from Xiaolin, doesn't have the judgment. Slice and dice going to go back.
Really, really nice play coming in from Neil as well. Very good with the response with the counter gank here. So let's see how far he can actually take this away, because I feel like he is just following Xiaolin right by his tail end, trying to make sure that every single play that he makes, he's going to be there. Neil taking quite a bit of damage. He's already used the determination. He needs the rest of his team to actually come in hard here. Fanta using his ultimate to secure these creeps, but also to keep Neil in a safety net. Abao is going to find Fanta here. Can Xiaolin actually catch up? He's getting very close, but Fanta doesn't want to take the chance using his flicker early on.
Yeah, because the Xiaolin doesn't even have the blue buff just yet, so he cannot just commit full-on dive under the tower into the early game, because yeah, despite being Nightcrawler, he can run away. But what if one stun coming from Fanta lands on Xiaolin? It will be the confirmed kill under the tower of Mad Team. HKA, they're trying to play it well in this early game. 5 minutes into the count, still HKA has the potential for snowball. Just a 500 goal lead.
It's a small lead, but let's see how far HKA are willing to extend this, because we know what happens at the 7th minute here. And right now, it's looking pretty good for HKA. They haven't given over a death to Mad Team. They're up by 1 kill. They're up by 1 kill, and that was given over to their support Abao. I think they can really pull this one out for the side of HKA. It feels like their composition just might be a little bit better as they jump onto Cuckoo here. Wisp dropping down the ultimate. So far, Mad Team haven't been able to pull off this wombo combo.
Yeah, this is the long whips coming in from 03 here. After these whips will have the kind of rework, because if the S1 goes in, yes, you have this same kind of skill, but whips will drop a mines. So it will have a lot of potential to have the burst damage for whips. But Neil tried to trade a lot with HKA members here. Determination has been popped into the mid lane. He easy trying to bait out Neil a lot. Look at the blinding light and the shining light combo.
Yeah, really, really well played coming in from Mad Team here. They're really abusing Neil with the help of Cuckoo's Angelic Splendor, so he can just run at people. Easy had to blow his flicker. Abao had to blow his flickers too. And now Fanta using his ultimate to kind of zone away these aggressive players from HKA's side. The man going to disengage them with his ultimate. Nice play coming in from both sides. Great ideas, good execution. However, nobody can break this stalemate as of now.
Yeah, because of how broken is that the man also 03. Both into the mid lane just popped the ultimate and stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grips has been taken out, but yeah, we have to wait for the ultimate to done.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing a much slower game here, and I think, you know, as of right now, nobody has gotten their big ticket items yet. I think I only saw one item coming in from 0322, which would mean the same for the man as well, as both sides haven't been able to get kills or towers for that matter. So Cleaver Sanctity has already been bought. they still need their second item to really start ramping up in that damage. And
Oh.
the third item to be unlocked. Neil going in pretty hard with the Angelic Splendor. Fanta as well. A great disengage, but Yuzon trying to get onto easy, but he doesn't find his mark. Xiaolin going in hard, but dies, ends up dying anyway. Captain popping her ult to hopefully make something happen. Marker Frost from Outcast. Is he able to survive this damage? Yes, he does. He's able to flicker on out of there, but unfortunately, that puts Mad at a compromised position. 2 free kills going over to Mad Team.
Oh, Hong Kong attitude, making mistakes. There, here we can see a lot of potential. Pick off coming from HKA. Slice and dice coming from Necro just lands into the stuns of Fanta. Fanta just predicted well. Xiaolin received the full burst coming from Crixie. That is what make the Xiaolin is the first one to be fall down. The next mistake is the man just goes in with the dashes from S2. Just face tank a lot of damage, and the third one is Outcast. He's gonna run away because of the stuns already been picked off.
Yeah, and so far this has been a pretty good game for Mad Team. However, they're in the exact same predicament as they were in the last time, where yes, they are winning in kills. However, they're not translating it into objectives or global economy for his team, as they are all 322 taking way too much damage here. The man quickly using that Marker Frost to buy some time. He doesn't have sprint to get on out of there, so that just means that Yuzon will be able to help secure that kill. The silence gonna be enough. He wants to go for a little bit more, but both Abao as well as Easy gonna walk out of there.
Yeah, because of how Mad Team respond to that, they already have a lot of potential. Oh, Xiaolin has been stunned. Woo!
But he's still able to make it out. Yuzon, he's not going to let him run this time. Oh, but yes, he makes it out just in case. Outcast getting into that backline, getting that initial knock-up here. Angelic Splendor coming down onto Neil. It's looking pretty good, but now both teams have disengaged. What a breather, finally.
Yeah, because of how Mad Team trying to find a way to kill down a HKA. Because of that, yeah, they spotted down Xiaolin after still onto the blue buff into the mid lane brush. They're trying to has a lot of potential to kill down Xiaolin, but I do think Neil pops on the determination a little bit too early.
Yeah, he did pop the determination a little early there. I do agree with you. But now, finally, a tier 1 tower has finally fallen. It only took 9 minutes and 50 seconds for it to happen. down on the bot side for Mad Team. They're slowly trying to play the objective game. However, it's still going to be a tough ride.
Yeah, because of how Mad Team trying to play along into the damage of Outcast here. Oh, a couple of seconds, man of Mark want to kill down Yuzon onto the top side. Cuckoo has been harassed. The ultimate has been cancelled a lot. The regen has been there, but that kind of Zenial is been stopped by Teen. That is what you said with the flicker, with the CC can just block the ultimate coming from Zenial.
Yeah, it's so important that he does. And with the ultimate from Abao being greatly utilized, having that extended range to clear up low health targets in the backline where people can't really reach them anymore, I think it's just a great option for HKA to have, especially with these fights getting very, very close to the edge.
Now HKA 10 minutes into the game, emerging into 11, doing the Dark Slayer. They have a lot of damage right now. Mad Team doesn't know the Dark Slayer has been doing.
Yep, and I mean, they should know. They should know at this point for the side of Mad Team. They should know that HKA like to get the Dark Slayer as
They
soon
smell
as
it in
possible.
game number 3.
Yeah, they contested it in game number 3.
A lot because of the already kind of 20 minutes into the game. Might be the first down Dark Slayer. That has a lot of potential to block, but I do think Mad Team doesn't have a lot of damage. Like on to the bottom side right now. Outcast killed down Yuzon because Yuzon kind of damaged Yena, so he cannot just receive a lot of damage coming from Outcast.
Yep, and that's going to be... we just saw the man purchase his Muramasa, so you know for a fact that he is going to be dishing out some serious damage if Wisps walks up a little too far. So Mad Team, they're losing out. They're losing out into the ADL lane, and now they have to really take into consideration how they pick their fights. Yes, Neil is strong enough to take on the man for now, but sooner or later, they're going to need to play off of their strengths. The Wombo combos have not been as clean as we've seen Mad Team perform beforehand.
Beforehand or not, onto the mid lane, have the one pick off onto Xiaolin with the judgment. Look at the damage coming from the man. One more hit! One more hit! Oh, no.
Nope, he gets knocked up, unfortunately, and now they're going to be cleaning up shop.
Outcast scores to kill onto Fanta on the top side. Xiaolin giving a lot of potential to take the first inner tower for HKA. Only Fanta 0-3 into the top side. Cuckoo cannot do anything despite being the Zenial Tier 2 towers into the mid lane will be taken out a couple of seconds just now. Only determination from Neil is alone. 4 men people coming from HKA just jumps onto that rook.
Yep, and everybody who's walking up to the man right now is getting absolutely destroyed. They walk up, they lose 1/4 of their HP, and they realize, yo, I don't want to touch this guy no more.
Yup, because of the damage coming from the man, the Caffeine. This is the time, but Caffeine has 30 minutes into the game. Look at the damage. Yuzon needs to run away.
Yeah, Outcast is just so far ahead of Yuzon right now, and Fanta, holy, nearly getting one shot by Xiaolin there. He's got to be so careful. Cuckoo is going to take quite a bit of damage here. He hits onto nothing here. Abao looking for the flicker and pulling all 3 in. Yuzon, he's going to be going down real quick. Angelic Splendor comes through for the help of Cuckoo. However, that's not going to be enough to keep his teammates alive as HKA get the high ground turret and walk away with no casualties as they are looking for more. Can they secure Cuckoo? No, they don't. Neil taking too much damage here. Full combination from Xiaolin. This is going to be the end of the game here.
One slice kill down Neil with the rook. Mad team, this is not going to work.
Yep, this is, and they've expanded a lot of resources in this game as well. No Zaniel, no Crixie as well.
No Yena.
No Yena, which is very important for Yuzon. Even though he was doing really well in the lane, afterwards, the moment Outcast got those team fight kills, they went back into the lane. Literally, Yuzon just couldn't play it. He was just so far. Outcast was just so far ahead of the game, and it wasn't even his fault in the lane.
Yeah, because we see a lot of potential onto the top side. HKA just closed the gap into Yuzon. Yes, Yuzon survived in the one lane onto the top side, but they already have 2 or 3 men coming from HKA, just close the gap. They doesn't want Yuzon has a lot of potential to farm up into the top side, living in the early game. Yes, Yuzon have the potential because of 4 kills for Mad Team, despite of HKA have none because of the mid-game composition. HKA waited and waited and waited. It paid off on the late game.
Yep, it really did. And Outcast played a strong Richter game here. His side lane presence not felt as much, but in a team fight itself, he got onto the right targets.
Yeah, he just goes on to 0-3 because he kills down 0-3, goes with the man of mark, just find where he can slot on. So now Mad Team bringing into the game number 5, match point for HKA. Mad Team need to play well. We question a lot Fanta gameplay in the game number 1, and now game number 4 as well. Fanta only have 3.9 proficiency. It's just really hard.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really tough game for a Mad Team here on out. Every win is going to be an uphill battle. HKA on the other side, they've expanded quite a number of resources in this game too. They're not going to have access to Richter, the Caffney, as well as the Nacrol, but they do save on the supports for Abao. So let's keep that in mind if he does get access to that Kha'Zix.
Yeah, Kha'Zix, if HKA has Kha'Zix or in the match point itself, it will have a lot of potential for HK to win that game. So I do think the problem in game number 4 is just Mad Team played it in the draft pick. They played in the hands of HKA because that first 2 picks they predicted the Florentino pick, but HKA doesn't pick the Florentino. So the first 2 picks coming from Mad Team, kind of a mistake.
First 2 picks of Mad Team, kind of mistake. I think they salvaged their draft pretty well. I'm not gonna lie, at the end of the day, looking at this draft on paper, it makes a lot of sense to me, you know? It makes a lot of sense to me. And I think what they really struggled to is executing that Wombo combo because they couldn't get Wisp into the fight, close enough into the fight without getting threatened by something like Neil, sorry, not Neil, but Xiaolin and Outcast, jumping on top of him. Because if Wisp was able to get that ult, it would set everything up. It would slow people people down, allowing Crixie to actually get into the fight with her ultimate safely, and not to mention it also gets Yuzon into the fight where he keeps engaging, but it's like, where is my support? Where is the rest of my team? And the backline is just gone.
Yeah, where is the backline? After this, we are going for the highlight. We see what happened in game number 4 before we go for game number 5. See you after the highlights.
APL 2020 already back after those highlights as we get back into potential match point for HKA. Currently 3-1 against Mad Team. If Mad Team is able to bring this back, that's going to be pretty insane.
Yeah, we can see how Buriram United win 3 games straight, and now HK bring it into game number 6. But I do think Mad Team has a lot of potential here because of Mad Team. They played well in the first 3 games, but they bottled a lot versus Flash Wolf in Game 4, Game 5, and Game 6.
Well, yeah, I do agree that some of the games they didn't exactly play too well. However, in this particular matchup against HKA itself, the reason why I'm feeling like I don't think Mad Team is a bad team. However, when you're coming into global pick ban rules, resources are very limited. Like, yes, you could make the best of a situation, but in a counter matchup where there isn't any counterplay, not too fun to deal with.
Yeah, look at how the global ban picks played in this kind of APL. Okay, Team Flash, the people champion, the world champion, bottled down versus Mad Team because of they invest in game number 1, game number 2.
Yeah.
Mad Team invest in game number 1, game number 2. They lose to Flash Wolf. So might as well doesn't want invest a lot in game number 1, game number 2 because you need to keep a lot of energy in that game number 3, 4, and 6. Because we know HKA and Flash Wolf, they do it a lot.
Yes, HKA especially likes to reserve as many priority picks as possible until they want to take control. And only recently their drafts are going to be a little more conservative. Previously against BRU, they were like, you know what, game 1 we need to win this. We need to start off strong, end strong.
Yeah, because of how BRU and Mad Team, I would say that BRU goes to the finals because of HKA already played a lot of games. Because of it's just really lucky that BRU goes. Because of HKA, they played well in the game number 4, game number 5, game number 6. Because they bring one single mistake in game number 6, played well for BRU. Because of BRU win SGP, it's just one single mistake coming from SGP.
Yeah. I mean, that's a completely different story though. That's like a definite, a way more feels bad situation, especially when you have Zip on their side. So it's like, can you really blame them? Can you really blame them? It's like, it's the worst way to lose, but it happens here at the AOV Premier League. So, more importantly, I kind of want to know what do they have left for the side of Mad Team? Like, what composition can they salvage up based on their hero pool? Because right now, Yuzon is always going to get a bad matchup, no matter what he picks at this point of time.
Continue.
I thought you were gonna say yeah. He does. I thought you were gonna say something there. It's like, yep. No comment. He's gonna get screwed over pretty hard.
Yeah, pretty hard, but they already have one pick for Yuzon is that Emily. That Emily pick wins against Team Flash.
Yes, yes.
They have Emily and also Kilgroth for Yuzon. Into the mid lane, they have Tulin.
They have Tulin. They still have Dirac, but I don't think...
They have Marja.
They have Marja as well, but oh, they also have Raz, right? Do they not have Raz?
Raz already been played by Fanta, I think.
By Fanta?
Or Easy.
Hmm.
We have to check it back.
I'm pretty sure it was Easy who played it, and Fanta played Ignis in game 1. Blind picked Ignis in game 2?
Oh, that's easy, man. HKE play Ignis.
Okay, I'm mixing up the players here at this point in time. Oh man, I really am mixing it up.
Ignis versus Raz in game number 1.
Ignis versus Raz again in game number 1, and then
Game number 2, Marja. That's game number 3. Malok versus.
Malok. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. Got it. Now.
So Raz is still open for Fanta.
For Fanta, exactly, and he did play Preda. He did play
Yes,
Preda,
Preda.
and he did kind of save up there. However, HKA is never going to let him touch Dirac from here on out, and it's really important that HKA is on match point. They know that Mad Team are running out of resources here, so it's like, all right, we'll give you the zip. We don't mind if you win this game because next game it's going to be even harder for you to draft against us. So they're willing to sacrifice. All right, bring it to a 3-2. We don't mind because we're going to win immediately after that.
Now Mad Team betting onto the Florentino Joker. A lot of burst damage Mad Team doesn't want to deal. And HKA, they focus on Fanta ban right now because they already know Yuzon only have Kilgross and Emily to be played with. If Yuzon pick down Max, it will be HKA game. We've seen that kind of matchup. So it's just really hard for Mad Team right now because of the Fanta. They have Liliana, they have Raz. They can't play in an early game comp. No, Raz in game number 1.
Ah, there we go.
They have Talon, they have Liliana, they can't play the Marja.
So I was right. Yes, my memory isn't as fuzzy as I thought it was. So it was HKA. Wait, no. It was Mad Team who played Raz, and then HKA who blind picked the Ignis, in the first rotation.
So Fanta doesn't have a lot of heroes to play with.
Actually, I think he still does. He still has
Can
options.
bring the Liliana.
Yeah, he still can bring the Liliana here. Oh wait, yeah, the Malak as well as the Pain has already been taken out. I totally forgot about that. Okay, so my memory definitely is fuzzy. But yeah, HKA...
Global ban.
Global pick ban rules. But HKA are really smart on their ban phase, making sure that the mid lane is not going to have a good time regardless of what he picks here. I would expect them to maybe go for Marja, but they don't have a lot of information to go off of, and mid priority is going to be so important. Actually, no, I take that back. Mid priority is not going to matter. They have Zip. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because of how Zip will have the potential to play the manipulation coming for a Cuckoo here, but Mad Team, they have the burst damage coming from Violet and also Liliana. Kilgirl will be still by HKA, so look at Yuzon. Look at Yuzon face. Oh, come on, don't pick it, man.
He's like, oh boy.
Oh.
It's either I win now, or I figure it out later. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this. But yeah. Oh wait, no, they switched it over to Max all of a sudden for the side of HKA.
15 seconds to make the choice.
Come on. What's it gonna be? Just take the Kilgroth. You know what you want.
Look at Yuzon play. You look at the camera, it's going, oh, don't pick it, man. Don't pick it.
Oh boy. So HK gonna start off the second ban phase with the Cricknack here. I totally agree with that, especially with the composition that they have so far. Zip is just gonna be able to bail him out of the worst situations. Cricknack goes in with a drone drop, does the full combo, Zip sucks him up, pulls him out.
Yeah, because of how if Cricknack has the potential to burst down Quixie, so he already played out the Necroth, so it doesn't have to ban out the Necroth. They're banning onto the Cricknack first, so Zephys is going to be banned by Mad Team. Second ban for HKA. Banning onto the jungle or not, because the Violet have the potential to go onto the jungle.
I think it's pretty smart that Matt Team flexed Violet here, only to keep HKA on their toes. They're like, okay, we gotta get rid of all the warrior, all the assassin type junglers as we can. Cricknack is gonna be the standout assassin type jungler here, and then after that, getting rid of Hayate as well, really to limit the options of what it could be.
Yeah, but HK still have Zill in the jungle.
True, but I think they're less afraid of Zill compared to the one-shot capability, of the Cricknack, because there is counterplay to Zill. You just have to, you know, buddy up with somebody and just pray to RNGesus here to make something happen.
or HK could bring down the Wukong because they're hovering a lot onto the Wukong here. For HK versus Bazaar, especially if they want to bring a Wukong versus the Violet, it will be played. They can, because of the Zip cannot show where Wukong is.
That's true, but like
Late game Wukong Violet will be a banana.
I feel like Wukong is like HKA's hovering over Azenka. You know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They hover over the Zenka because why not? Like, what are you gonna do about it, right? Just gonna bait something out? I don't think it's a mental warfare. I think overall it's just
they
like...
can pick it here because they already lead 3 games.
Yeah, but I feel like it's such a lead on that it's like, it's not even worth considering just yet.
Morin pick?
No, it's not.
No, it's gonna be Yarn.
It's gonna be
Yarn. Come on, give me
on.
Yarn.
Alright, looks like HKA gonna still play a standard game here. They still want to have the Wisp and the Crixie combo, trying to make sure that they can stack the ults one on top of the other. Hopefully they can perform a little bit better than Mad Team here in this game to close things out. But Mad Team, they gotta figure out, like, how the heck do they get away? They don't have Lumber to disengage, so I guess they take Chognar as the... no, they shouldn't even take a support because Zip is already there, but Chognar wouldn't be too bad, honestly.
They're thinking about user. Look at what hero I have. What do the hero I have? Neil, you want to play something? Fennec top lane?
I mean, they could go for the Alice, I guess?
Oh, because no warrior for it might be a Varus pick or Roxy here.
My bad.
Emily pick. Max!
I keep thinking that they need a support to disengage here, but I think at the end of the day, they have the Zip for the disengage. Quillen, I guess he works. I guess he works in here, but the Max on top of everything else, I'm looking at this composition and it's just, I feel like they're banking way too much on Violet and as well as Liliana to really put the damage in this game, because Quillen, he's going to really struggle here. Like, yes, he could potentially one-shot the Crixie, but however, he's going to take a full combo to the face to make sure that happens. It's not as quick as a Nacroth or a Cricknack where it's like you don't have time to react to it.
Yeah, because of how Mad Team will play a lot of passive in the early game, or they try to go full-on force with the Zip. Because yeah, you can stun HK with the Zip S1. There's potential to kill down Crixie and so Whips. But if you kill down Whips, you have to force yourself to play it inside of the mine. So Fennec will be the main prioritize for Quillen here. But I do think that HK composition is really cheeky because they picked the Crixie and Whips combo coming from Mad Team game number 4.
Yeah, I don't I guess it is a statement for HKA, you know? They just want to make the best of the situation and close out this game. Because remember, they are still on match point. They are currently at 3 points right now. If they take this game away, they have secured themselves 3rd place in the tournament.
Yeah, it's just really funny that, that Neil and also Yuzon play. What hero way we can play in game number 5?
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when they put a lot of their resources, a lot of their hero pool being expanded in the earlier games, in games 1, 2, and 3 as well. It's just what happens, but none have broken into Roxy as we jump into the cheers.
加油！迈向 APL 冠军之路 ，Mad Team， 我等你们升一波。
GCS 加油，Mating 加油，Mating 同意。
HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油，展现你们的态度吧！HKA Go Go Go！HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油！
各位選手亦都 GCS 都可以加油。
Mad Team versus Hong Kong Attitude, game number 5. As always, per tradition, this is the first time we bring it into the final day. First, per tradition, what do you expect is going to happen in this game number 5?
I think HKA is going to stomp.
Wow.
I personally think because their combo is actually really, really nasty, and there's a lot of contingency plans in case Cuckoo tries to be tries to be Zip. There's no better way to put it. Tries to be Zip. He can manipulate the waves and save his friends. However, when you've got such a deadly combo with what HKA has, you can really expand the resources for Mad Team if they want to disengage. Soon, Zip will have to use his ultimate to disengage on top of being able to suck everybody up at the right time. He also has to deal with the Lumber ultimate to try and even get to people to use to suck them into him for safety. They've got the Fennec as well when he spits them out. There's plenty of contingency plans for HKA side.
But the only kind of composition they play is the mid-game composition. But
yes.
I do see that Matt has a lot of trouble in the early game because they already have Violet, they have Cuckoo in the Zip, but he doesn't want to play into the early game because the only Zip with the Nail has the potential in the early game, but they need to wait for Fanta. The question is, do Fanta has to step up in this game number 5? Because only game number 2 we see Fanta alive.
Yeah. So far Fanta has really been struggling in a lot of these matchups. Xiaolin has been doing a very good job at bogging him down, and the same can be said for Outcast as well. Like, he really knows how to prioritize threats on the map. Neil gonna take a little bit of a trade here. He doesn't mind losing the health. He'll regain it once he gets back into the jungle and takes away a camp. Fennec trying to look for something. He sees that it's been full clear down on this top side, but it's not gonna set up a dive for Max. Instead, they want to go for the Spirit Sentinel, but look at the entire teams. Everybody's rotating towards this top side.
Yeah, because no enough jungles are crit to take away coming for HK and the Mad Team. So the Spirit Sentinel is the next victim. So yeah, Spirit Sentinel is waiting in the 2 minutes into the game because of all both is going to take the Spirit Sentinel. But I do see has a lot of potential for Mad Team in this kind of early game. Yes, you have the goal lead right now, but HKA, they have the pressure on Mad Team.
Yep, they have to keep on putting this pressure and keep it up, making sure that HKA is taking every advantage once they all hit level 4. The Man is level 4, Easy is level 4, Xiaolin is level 5, Outcast is level 4, and Abao is level 4. This is where I think HKA are really going to ramp things up.
Yeah, the opening for the 7 minute into the game is HKA time. Has a lot of potential. Abao with their splitter.
It's not looking like it's going anywhere here. They've already expanded the ultimates, and now Cuckoo going in hard. Unfortunately, doesn't engage on
Yuzon Airline. Yuzon Airline.
Oh, and here he comes. Yuzon coming in hot with that ult from Max halfway across the map. Whoo, boy.
Oh, it just nuke coming from the card. It just Yuzon Airline inbound.
God, I hate Zip. Look at that. Just look at it being a dirty little boy. They take the Abyssal Dragon, but he also denies Xiaolin that blue buff for a good 5 seconds. Like, come on, man. Why you gotta do that to him?
Yeah, he has to do it because of the Fennec pick. Because in an early game, Fennec has a lot of potential to take a lot of objective. But if they can bring HK a lot of trouble into the early game, HK will not have the potential to bring down the Dark Slayer in this 7 minutes of the game. So Mad Team need to put the pressure a lot in this early game.
Yeah, they have to keep putting up the pressure as much as they can here because they are. I mean, the problem is that Mad Team have to play under the condition that HKA don't have their ultimates, and that's the biggest problem because it's not something that they can force. Because if they force it, they're gonna end up trading 1 for 1, maybe even 2 for 1 sometimes if the situation goes really, really sour. But the moment HKA don't have their ult, Mad Team can take full advantage of them.
Now we see a lot of rotation coming from Mad Team onto the top side. Want to give a lot of potential onto Yuzon, but onto the bottom side, a lot of pressure here. Pushing by HKA, O3 and Cuckoo cannot do anything because of the AoE coming from the man.
Yeah. So far, I mean, the game is looking pretty stagnant as of yet. HKA just looking for an opportunity. Wombo combo, the man in trouble here. Fanta able to pick him off. What a great opportunity found by Mad Team, and they took full advantage of it.
How do Fanta do the zigzag?
I mean...
Yuzon Airline!
Oh my god! It's going in pretty hard, but Yuzon, he needs to get into the safety of Cuckoo. Just some zip things, by the way. Zip things, don't be surprised.
Yuzon trying to make a place here with the ultimate itself, giving a lot of potential to kill down the man, but the man, he just stays well because of Yuzon. Doesn't have the creep onto the bottom of that tower, so if Mad Team potentially go for a dive, it will be hard for Mad Team. They will take a lot of damage on the bottom side.
Yeah, and now they're trying to zone them out completely just to take this tier 1. But look on the top side here, you can already see that Outcast is getting an amazing push on that top side as well. Liliana will have to respond to it. Neil getting hit by that Earth Splitter here, not looking too good. Xiaolin is going to turn this around. Ult 322 needs to take care of Xiaolin right here as quickly as possible because that's their only DPS. Yes, now that they're gone, Outcast, he got there a little too late. Lumber, even though he initiated the fight, he doesn't have a high base damage in comparison to Xiaolin.
Yeah, because of how Xiaolin will give a lot of burst damage with the slingshot. So yeah, it's just really a little bit too hard. Yeah, Mad Team has 4 kills, but HKA, despite a 1 kill only, they have 2 objectives. So Mad Team need to be careful after this. Yeah, you can kill down HK. They need to focus on Outcast because an Outcast on the top side takes the tier 1 into the mid lane, Easy and also Xiao lane. So objective gameplay coming from HKA. Mad Team will have the objective problem in the 7 minutes of the game because 30 seconds left for the Dark Slayer.
Yeah, you can already see that HKA are really pushing their boundaries here. Coming into the 7 minute, they know that they can actually win these team fights super easily. So they're just going to sit on top of these neutral objectives, let Outcast do what he's doing, play the 4-1, and keep forcing Mad Team into this fork because they have to choose one or the other. They can't let Outcast get that split push going, and neither can they let Mad Team take full advantage of the Dark Slayer.
Yeah, because of the house side of HK, yeah, 7 minutes to the game, you can see how possessive is HK onto the top side. Easy in mid, that Lumber in the river, and also the man top side. But Mad Team 03 takes the first kill, forcing Easy to play the endless cycle. Xiaolin is the next to befall.
Yep, and there's nothing Zip can really do there because he's not babysitting them. He's not going to be able to do anything for the team at this point in time except just kind of be around and wait for that crucial time where he needs to engage or needs to save one of his teammates. But Outcast going for the 2v1 here. He's going to be able to power through all this damage, but the moment his ult is gone, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He quickly activates his S2, but that's not going to be enough damage.
Yeah, he buying time for Whips to kill the tier 2s on top, but Mad Team, they smell the danger coming in onto the bottom side and also top side, so they prevent a lot coming for the man. The man needs to TP out, but a little bit too late because of the tier 2 towers on top already have 50% tower health taken out.
Yep, now Cuckoo going to take a little bit of damage, already baiting out Easy's ultimate. That's going to be pretty big for them because now Mad Team can look to contest. They don't have their big ult, but they want HKA to actually start the Dark Slayer just so that they have the positional advantage. Easy now in a lot of trouble here. Earthsplitter coming down. Cuckoo has no way to get out. He quickly uses his ult, but he gets picked off by the man, and now they're slowly pushing up. Oh, you gotta be so careful for that lift off from Yuzon.
Yeah, the airline coming for Yuzon, kills one onto Easy. Easy doesn't have the endless cycle. Mad Team has the possession onto Dark Slayer. Do Outcast pop the ultimate and want to steal the Dark Slayer?
I don't think they'll be able to. Yep, Yuzon is able to kind of zone the rest of them out, and Wisp drops her ultimate, hoping to catch anybody, but now that Mad Team does have access to the Dark Slayer, it looks like they are going to try and make the power play. Hopefully it's just as strong as HKA's.
Mad Team has 71 Dark Slayer kill after the semi-finals.
Boy, that's a lot of Dark Slayers.
71, an average of each game 3 to 4?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, and now Outcast
bad at math.
Pretty much. I'm not even gonna help you calculate. It's just like I saw the numbers. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let this one slide.
Yeah. Bad choice of word.
Oh boy. But yeah, looking at the game so far, Neil. it's hard to say that he has an impact, that he has an impact in the game because he is kind of behind in comparison to Xiaolin. However, he needs to be able to get those snipes, and so far, it's kind of been working out in his favor. Like, he doesn't necessarily need to be the playmaker. He's kind of capitalizing on situations.
Yeah, because of how that is the Fennec gameplay. It takes down a lot of towers. They have the split pusher. They have Xiaolin on Fennec. They have Outcast on Killgrot. But Mad Team, they need to realize the tower will go down if one single mistake's coming with the threat. Yes, you get a lot of towers, but look at the mid lane and also bottom lane. Has pushed on the pressure, and now Yuzon L-line onto the Fennec.
Yep, they are trying to dive him really hard, but the solo kill coming in from Neil, able to one-shot Xiaolin in time. Kuku is going in pretty hard here, but Abao, he played that really well, goes for the juke and then flickers out of the way to get a better position. Xiaolin, he's taking, already lost 50% of his HP. Killgrot still pushing in, still trying to defend him. However, they do lose their tier 1.
Yeah, because of how the damage coming from Yuzon plays well, they want to focus on the Xiaolin. Yes, because of that Krillin spot of Xiaolin, but now the Drake will be taken out or not because Zip is there to protect.
They drop down the Earth Splitter there to disengage from this fight. HKA 5k down, 4k down in this game against Mad Team. This might actually be Mad Team's game.
Yeah, because of how the potential it is into the late game. They have Liliana and also Violet, so they have a lot of potential to burst a lot in the HK because we know HK have Killgrot, a warrior, and also whips and the Crixie. So if one team fight will decide, it will be much of a hand if both sides has one buff.
Both sides with one buff. All right. I can definitely see that happening.
They will trade.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. But who's gonna benefit from which buff though?
I do say HKA will need that. HKA need no. Matt need the Dark Slayer. And
Matt needs the Dark Slayer. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
because of tier 2s on the bottom side. HK, they need the Abyssal, the Enraged buff because of they need one team fight to win this game.
Interesting. I'm actually on the opinion that HK actually need the Dark Slayer. Oh wait, no, this is going to be a huge engagement coming in from Mad. They already pick off easy, no problems there. The liftoff coming in hot, and he cancels it halfway. He's like, I got the information. I know the rest of my team doesn't want to get in on this. Totally fine.
That's the turbulence on the chase.
Oh boy! Now that they're waiting for the next Drake to actually go down here, so they can pop in their next one.
Yeah.
Where are they looking to position themselves?
They need to push on bottom side because of the tier 2s. Because in the mid lane you have to put pressure. Because it's ideal to bring the Drake onto the tier 2s on side lanes. Because of how it is confirmed takedown of the towers. Because mid lane, yeah, you can put a Yuzon or Neil in the mid lane because of they need to escort onto the bottom side, or they need to bring a lot of attention in the mid lane.
Yep, they just have to control the area for as long as possible. Mad Team here going to be abusing that tactical role to outrange the turret to get those to get that free damage in, and not to mention the Violet already has the Omni Arm, so and the Muramasa, so she's getting in plenty of damage.
Yeah, 9.9 versus 9.3, it will really be hard for Mad because it doesn't even matter where the Drake will be put because Kuku can manipulate it into the mid lane. For Mad Team now onto the mid lane, the tier 2s will be go down because of Neil. On the bottom side, have the defense for Yuzon. Do they still want to go in because the Enraged buff will be picked off or not for Mad Team?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it should be here. And Abao taking way too much damage, easy flickering forward to get into a better position. They drop the Drake, and now Outcast is here to turn things around, but Kuku is there to disengage the entirety of the team.
Yeah, look at how Zip will be played a lot onto Kuku here after this game. Will have the potential to go in or not in the 6k hit points for the mid tower, but HKA they defend quite well.
Pretty good here, mainly because they didn't lose their high ground turrets. That was the most important thing. Had they lost the high ground turret, that would have been very profitable for the side of Mad Team, so I totally agree with you there. However, HKA seems like they're losing grip over this game.
Yeah, because of that, they need to wait for Easy. Because of that, yeah, Easy already have the Scoopy Mask and also the Boomsticks. So it's waiting for for null, I think. So after that null, you will have a lot of magic pairs for HK, because we know the waiting games always be played by HKA because they success a lot in the waiting game.
And now Yuzong going to try and get the solo kill onto Xiaolin here. However, with the help of Outcast pummeling him through, and the Fennec ultimate, that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off for both Mad Team as well as HKA.
Yeah, Fanta really rise to the occasion for a Mad Team right now. Look at the damage cap for Nail. Ultimate goes in, but the man will secure us the kill. BOE will be resetted for Nail.
And the man isn't able to secure that kill just yet. Easy pops his ultimate preemptively there, but it just means that Cuckoo is going to disengage. And this is the problem. Every time HKA actually have a profitable fight where they're actually looking like they're just about to win, that's when Cuckoo is like, all right, time to get out of here.
Yeah, we're gonna look at how Cuckoo plays the Zip. It's just like an overprotective dad. He said, nope, you gotta go there. You cannot go there, Violet. Come, we go in mid.
An overprotective dad.
You want
It's
to date,
true though.
you want to date my daughter? You have to go through me first.
Child, do you want to die? Stay near me. I'll make sure you don't die as fast. But yeah, Mad Team. Oh, ooh, we have a fun fact here.
What is it?
Can't really see the bottom half of that, unfortunately. But don't worry. As of right now, let's see whether or not Mad Team is going to be able to pull this game out and then bring it to a game 5.
Yeah, because of how it's just really unfortunate for Mad Team right now because of the potential. Oh, Xiaolin be caught up with the BOE just left. Now K-Cross needs to TP. Is he going to be safe or not?
No, he's just getting run down here. Cuckoo is just leading the charge, just like, hey, I'm still here and I'm still annoying. As he follows up, Yuzon should be able to pick up that kill onto Xiao Lin. That's going to be two dead for the side of HKA, as the rest of the members of Hong Kong Attitude look to recall and defend their high ground turrets.
Yeah, because of that, you can see how Outcast trying to run away, but Cuckoo in front, just giving it just. Look at how Zip walking, just left, right, left, right. Just marching into the HKA composition right now. Yuzon Airline.
Yep, able to one-shot the backline here. The man goes down with no problems whatsoever, but Yuzon not going to be able to make it back out after that. The endless cycles are coming in hot, and that's when Mad Team ends the game right off the bat. Strong game coming in from Mad Team. I definitely thought that HK had the better draft. However, at the end of the day, the scaling was in Mad Team's favor. They took full advantage of their team fights and the mid game to really solidify their lead.
One game more. It's just always at match point. That match point team going to bottle one game.
Yeah, that's usually the case, you know.
You see Mad Team in the semi-final, Buriram as well in the semi-finals, in the third placing as well. So it's just really hard for the match point because of the pressure put by the fans.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for him in that matter of fact. But, you know, well played to Mad Team here. It just means that they extend their life a little bit longer. As HKA, I mean, they're getting a little tired here. However, they will need to start trying to take priority away from Mad Team. MVP is going to be Yuzon on that max.
Yuzon Airlines with the max. This is the second game Yuzon really win with the max. The game before this in the semis, not going too well, but Yuzon 50% win rate with the max.
Yep, 50% so far, and I think, you know, Max definitely has a place when you don't have any other options, especially since his ultimate is just so great for getting information. Not only for getting information, but more importantly to secure those important kills.
Alright, game number 5, Max has been used. Game number 6, what's left for Yuzon?
I mean, he still has Kill Groth.
If HK doesn't ban it.
I guess he has.
But Mad Team win this game, they can prioritize onto the blue side.
Ah, that's true, and they don't even have to worry about the zip as well. I don't know. I feel like HKA from here on out want to stick on the red side just so they can get 2 priority picks from here on out, and I don't know.
Or they can pick on the red side, giving doesn't have to ban the zip, give to Abao, and they can open Kill Groth or a direct for Matt.
That is true. They could look to do that, but this is match point. It's really, really risky to actually give Abao something like Zip this later into the game. So it's like it's a guessing game. It's really a weighing the odds.
Yeah, it's game number 6 is who going to play who in the match point. So 3-2, right?
Yep, 3-2 currently here. Looking really, really tough for Mad Team because they've got to make some crucial decisions as we move on into Game 6. But HKA, they're still comfortable. It's like, all right, you win this game. It's like, no big deal. You're playing Zip. All right, makes sense.
Yeah, give it a Zip. Now, I've already played the Lumber and also the Krizix. Krizix for Abao? I do think Krizix is still open for Abao.
It's still open.
It's still open?
It's still open.
Oh.
He played so far, he's only been able to play Lumber, Alice, Thane.
Yibnev?
Yeah, I want to say Yibnev, but I feel like Mad Team was the one who played Yibnev and Baldoon.
Yeah, we have to check it back, but after this, we are going for the highlight before going for the game number 6, 3-3 or 4-2. See you after the highlights. Hello and welcome back to APL 2020. Mad Team survive a stay. We are going to game number 6, Mad Team versus HKA.
So far, it's going so well. Mad Team able to get a little bit of momentum coming back into the next upcoming game in Game 6. However, HKA still on match point, so they got to be very, very careful when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, because we know how Mad Team and the Samas, they bottle up the game number 7 because of picking down the Diao-chan. So if game number 7 repeat itself, it will be hard for Mad Team.
Definitely agree. But it brings them one step closer to actually securing themselves that third place spot, that third place overall, especially against a tough competitor of HKA.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's definitely a win, but we do kind of expect HKA to win out the draft in Game 6. Mad Team does have priority on which side they want to be, and we were kind of speculating that they want to be on red side and then look to actually, leave the zip open just so that APL can take it in the first pick and then look to get other things later on. But again, there are pros and cons either way.
Yeah, because if they want to bring out, give the zip to APL, and they have to open out the direct because of Florentino still open for Outcast. So a couple of bans will go for Mad Team. They need to ban out Florentino. They need to... No, Florentino is game number... Nah. So Florentino is still open for Outcast. They're banning out Florentino, and also the second ban will be a direct, or no, it's not direct. It will be.
It should be the Dirac coming in for
Krizik.
HKA.
I think Krizik.
Really? They're going to...
Because we know APL plays Krizik how pro itself. Because of how the damage, the great gameplay coming from APL.
True, but what do they pair it with? They have to pair Krizik with something, and that's kind of the issue. It's not like a Lumber where no matter what you throw Lumber in, it's like at least his ultimate is always going to have relevance. But if Krizik makes a play, somebody needs to follow up. It's not as unsituational as an Earth Splitter coming in from Lumber. What else do they have left? I mean, they have no, they already used the Marja. HKA side. They already used the Liliana as well. They just used the Crixie. I mean...
Talon still open for them.
That's true,
or
but...
Varus mid lane.
Oh,
Elsu mid lane?
Elsu mid lane, maybe. Maybe. I think Elsu might not necessarily be too bad. Oh, wait.
Wait, did they play Elsu?
Did they already play Elsu in Game 1?
Yeah.
Or was it Mad Team who played Elsu?
So in game number 1 is HKA because of
the
Mad Team.
Yeah.
Mad Team invest a lot in game number 1. They have Elendor, they have Omen, and also the Crixie, I think, but has a lot of potential for HK as well. So
wait a minute. Wait a minute. They just opened up Laville, did they not?
Yes,
yeah,
they opened up
did.
Laville for O3.
But why? But wait, why? I guess HK really don't like dealing with the Alice overall, and they were saying, okay, Dirac definitely a no-go. Definitely a no-go. However, if we open out Laville, at least we have options to pick up Hayate later on.
They can pick Joker?
What side of HKA?
Yup.
That's a good
Because Mad Team played
point.
Joker.
That's a really good point here. So, Mad Team have to be extremely careful with what they select here, or at the very least, have some kind of game plan to actually counteract some of these counter matchups coming in from HKA.
Yeah, they can play Malok, they can play Joker. HKA could play an early game here. Because of how planets, they ban on the alias, giving the side of you don't think that we are going for a Malok pick, but they're picking Krizik. They open Krizik for HK and also Raz for EZ.
Okay, so now the tables have definitely turned a little bit. This time, Mad won't have access to Raz, and HKA won't have access to Ignis, and so they've kind of gone for the opposite sides this time around. They've traded it off. I mean, oh boy.
What is he doing?
You know when you're playing an RTS, like StarCraft or Warcraft, where you're tapping your keys just to warm up your hands. That's the exact same thing he's doing. I find that gamers do that a lot when it's like, I'm just waiting around. It's just like they're either using their mouse cursor or they're like tapping something just to like warm themselves up, just to have the reflexes ready once they get into the game.
I feel something like a boomer if I say fidget spinner.
Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? How do you feel like a boomer? I just referenced Warcraft and StarCraft. People don't even know the reference of building additional pylons, okay? and you're telling me you feel like a boomer. Excuse you. But coming into this game, Mad Team, I'm liking their composition so far. Ignis, Laville, Lumber, looking very, very standard. HKA, though, how are they going to respond? Are they going to just be like, you know what? Double supports? Krizix? All right, let's throw in Chalknar on top of all of it. We're going to counter your ultimates. We don't care. We don't care at all.
Yeah, because they still lead the game, but they have a lot of potential to win this game because of Abao on the Krizix. They have 1+1 right now in the early game. Yes, do they want to pick a Joker right now because of how aggression they have Raz, they have Krizix, so early game will side of HKE, but HKE loves to play mid-game composition.
Yes, they do. They really like abusing the level 4s, and usually around level 7 and 8 is where they really start like ramping up the pressure onto their opponents, and with good reason as well. You know, 7-minute mark, they already want to take control over the Dark Slayer, so they have to have a steady build up towards it, that slow snowball.
Now 7 minutes for the Dark Slayer as well for HKA. Now HKA, the Hong Kong attitude, played down the Joker, banning onto the first correct not ban. Vocal has been banned by Mad Team because we see a lot of banning coming for HKA is an early composition with Alice, Dirac, and also Kreknak.
I would assume that
They can still ban Zil here.
Yeah, but personally, I think it would have been a little bit better if they ban out Pain for the side of HK. I'm pretty sure HK hasn't have access to it just yet.
Pain?
Because Mad Team was the one who brought out Pain.
Yeah.
So HK still has access to it. So I think if Mad Team bans that out here, it's really going to pinch the jungler section, because also Zil has been taken out of the picture.
Dude.
So I mean, they could look for like a scaling composition if they wanted to, but I don't think that would be ideal.
They can go for a marksman, double marksman composition for HKA. They're bringing the Violet or the Lindis. They already played the Lindis.
They already played the Lindis. They already played the Fennec as well.
He already doesn't play the Violet, so...
Oh, hey, wait a minute. They still have access to Elendor.
Huh.
Yeah, surprising that it's like, oh yeah, I guess they already had Elendor if they really wanted to, if they really want to go for a double marksman composition. I mean, sure, but HKA right now, I mean, Baby Salin is feeling himself a little bit. He's like, you know what, we can smurf on these guys, give me Kira, we'll make it work.
Yeah, because of that, you already have early composition, Krizix, Raz, and also Joker. If you play Elendor, you need to force yourself into early game. You need the...
Oh no! No, don't do it! Don't do it, Yuzon! Don't do it!
Yuzon, don't do it!
Don't do it! You're better than this! You know it's a bad matchup, but you're better than this!
Yeah!
He refuses to play Roxy!
You cannot play that, Roxy! You have to learn what happened to Gao. Like, a lot happened when Gao picked down the Roxy. After that, Team Flash lost, and after the series, it's hard to say, but Team Flash has been banned in AOV.
Oh man. Oh man, that's super
That has a
unfortunate.
backstory, but ADC, Gao, Pro E, XB, they will play. If they want to, they need to play in other teams because of the name of Team Flash has been banned in AOV.
Oh boy, that's really unfortunate here. Definitely unfortunate. Find out more on the internet. I have no idea where to find this information, so I can't even guide you to the right place. But so far, looking at the second part of the pick bans here, Kira Superman? Okay, all right, respect to Outcast. He has brought out Superman a couple of times. It's not like this is too out of the ordinary. But then we've got Enzo going into the jungle and Amelie going into the Dark Slayer lane. That's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, because of the Yuzon refused to play Roxy, but in Game 7 it will be reset, so Yuzon will have a lot of potential to pick. Omen back. So yeah, the first game Omen will not make a cut, but might as well game number 7 has the potential. But Mad Team need to win this game to bring into the 7th game.
Yeah, this is going to be their break-even moment. HKA very comfortable, very comfortable in their current spot. If they are expected to be winning this Game 6 matchup because their draft is looking really good as well. However, I would say that the Kira, I'm not on board with it. I'm like 50-50 on it at most.
50-50 or not, cheering event. Hear it first.
迈向 APL 冠军之路 ，Mad Team， 我等你们说一波。
GCS 加油，Making 加油，Making 同意。
HKA 加油，GCS 加油，展现你们的态度吧！HKA Go Go Go！HKA 加油，GCS 加油！
各位選手亦都 GCS 都可以加油。
Alright, Mad Team all in or not, HKA will win. So we're back into the question. The Kira pick is on the question for you. Why?
I feel like it takes way too long to scale into this game. And especially with the composition that Mad Team is coming out, I feel like their team fighting is going to be a little bit more... Wait, what?
What?
Yuzan's on Yena all of a sudden? Oh wait, no, sorry.
Oh,
sorry,
that's
sorry.
an alley.
I'm just dumb. I looked at it and I was just like, wait a minute, is that like a skin or something? Like, wait a minute, something's wrong.
Aww.
My bad on that one. But yes, I do think that Kira is going to take a little too long to scale in this game. When you have a Superman, when you have a Joker, as well as a Raz, on top of the fact that you have Abao, I feel like, Ellendor might have been like the go-to, the guarantee for Xiaolin to really just set in stone. Oh, this game should be in the bag.
All right, counter argument coming in.
Okay.
Now, HKA, they play a lot in the mid game. So they have the early 4 early picks. They have Kha'Zix, Raz, also Joker pre-level 4, and they have Superman. Superman will play the part, giving the CC for Xiaolin, because the only people that in the mid game and late game is Xiaolin. So if they can guard down Xiaolin, it will be the win for them into the late game because of the burst damage from the Kira.
Fair counter argument. I'll take it into consideration here, but I guess the X factor here is how much is Neil able to provide for the team at that point of time,
Xiaolin or Neil?
Sorry, Neil. Sorry, I keep saying their name like a little too close together. I'll pronounce it a little better. But yeah, I do think Neil is going to be a very important part in really setting in stone how the mid game is going to be decided, because Neil is going to be looking for fights. He's going to be looking to engage those fights and absorb a little bit of damage before the rest of his team is going to rotate on top of him and look to fight from there on out. But I don't know. I feel like Errol is kind of a hit or miss for a lot of teams.
Errol?
Yeah.
It's Enzo.
Enzo. I am not on form today, I'll tell you that. Yesterday's game, it ended so late at night. Like, bro, it is affecting me, and I did not think it would.
But yeah, because of how Enzo versus Akira in the late game, it will be Enzo because of the burst damage coming from that Akira into mid lane. Here we have Easy in trouble.
Easy already giving over first blood to Mad Team so far. Not looking too good here for that mid-game plan.
Yeah, back to the argument itself. Neil into late game, they have the potential for auto attacks. Because of that, Enzo has a lot of potential, because this patch, Enzo doesn't even get a nerf just yet. So a lot of CC for Enzo will be the main factor for Mad Team. If one hook picks on Xiaolin, Xiaolin will have the trouble. But Xiaolin, he can burst down Enzo because of not a lot of potential picks coming from Mad Team. They have the Laville double trouble. This might be the pick.
Oh, what? What? Just, huh? I'm pretty sure the indicator was looking like it was going down to the lane. Was I right? Am I looking at it wrong? Did you see it?
I see it. It's just onto the wall, but it went to back.
Yeah, it went backwards, right? What the heck was that?
I'm
not entirely sure what happened there. I don't know if he so at the very last second quickly flicked his finger over, or whether or not it was just like a visual bug overall. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, it's not visual because of the ultimate is really on the back now. Abao with the flicker or not, because he still has the flicker.
Yeah, he still has the flicker, but the indicator was the thing that I was looking at. I was like, all right, it's gonna land here, and then the rocks came out from the back, and it's like, wow, what?
Because with the flicker you can manipulate the waves coming in, but Kuku doesn't use the flicker. But
I would have been okay if he used the flicker, but since the fact that he didn't, it's kind of like, what happened? What exactly happened? But you know, besides that, fine. Let's say it was a failed attempt. The game still has to progress here.
You can change it when you face on back.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, you can change it without the flicker because I played Lumber as well.
Oh really? Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Did not know that one. But right now, Outcast just hovering in. Neil knows exactly what's going on. He sees both Xiaolin and Outcast. They know they want to go on the Spirit Sentinel. Neil already getting a trigger happy here. Jumping onto Xiaolin, who uses that Mark of Frost to buy her some time. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get that Spirit Sentinel for the side of HKA.
Yeah, HKA doesn't realize where Hyuzon pops to the ultimate, just goes in. But Neil just waited passionately because we know HKA is the waiting game. But now Mad Team plays along with the HKA composition.
And now they've got a little bit of a lead on their sides. Whether they can expand it or not, it's going to be a different question. Abyssal Dragon has already gone to HKA. The next one is up. Oh, double trouble coming in. Superman is going to get hit by it with full force. Hyuzon unable to follow up. A real nice play coming in from Mad Team. I like the effort.
Effort onto the bottom side of the can. After the man will be saved because of the Asus, and Neil cannot hit down the hook. So Mad Team need to realize, do I want to use the flicker onto the bottom side or not? Because the man already have the rank breakers or the damage coming from Joko. It will be enough in the early game. One rocket is to steal.
He waited for the rocket as well.
A little bit too early.
Yeah, real nice play, but the one shot coming in pretty hard. 0-3-22, unfortunately caught out of position by Easy. He sees an opportunity, he'll take that opportunity.
Yeah, because of how HKA plays really well with composition into the early game, but Mad Team, they push up pressure a lot on bottom side and mid lane. So HKA needs to play it well because of how damage is Mad Team in the early game. They already have a lot of potential into the mid game. Only Ignis and Lumber into the early game, so they need to play well HK in the early game. Because of it, they need to put aggressive on bottom side. They need to play with the flicker of Abao.
Oh yeah. Goku here still holding on to his ultimate. He could have used it earlier to completely zone away the rest of HKA, but he is just holding it for bigger things. Neil trying to go for the hook here. Unfortunately, doesn't find the right targets.
That bird.
Darn you just have to get in the way.
Always, just
every time. I don't know how many people have experienced just like, oh, missing a skill shot because it hits the bird, but now a fight breaking out into the bottom side. Neil already popping the Mark of Frost, securing that kill onto Abao with that Dragon Strike at the end. Oh, Neil! Oh, luckily he didn't walk up too far to get hit by that last fireball, but Hyuzon trying to be able to hold on to this mid lane as HKA trying to break into the mid tier 1.
Mad Team played well in the early game despite HKA has the potential in the early. So Mad Team, they are angry at HKA right now. 2 kills for Mad Team, only 1 respawn of HKA, 1k goal lead on the side of Mad Team.
Let's see how far they can actually push their lead here for the side of Mad Team, because so far they've kind of, you know, taken a step back. They see that it's the 7th minute mark, but hey, even HKA realize like we're kind of behind here. We can't necessarily contest the Dark Slayer, but we just have to keep tabs on it just so that Mad Team doesn't take it away right under our noses.
Yeah, because of how repeated it is that Joker versus Laville. A lot of same in the game. Number 1, double trouble hits.
Okay, that splitter is going to be important. However, Easy just turns it onto their heads. He has done it before. He has one shot 0-3-22, and it hasn't been too long since then. So clearly he clearly won't have the items to defend it. Oh, Xiaolin, such an elusive boy, dodges the ram coming in from Kuku and gets right on top of Fanta here as they slowly zone them off to try and take this turret. They should be able to tank this and take the turret as well. But yeah, finally, bottom tier 1 also going to be destroyed.
Yeah, because of the question is how HK played well in that kind of jump. Because the first tower taken for HK, because of in game number 1 is HK objective, game number 2 objective as well. But not game number 6 is still not HKA. Mad Team, they doesn't even realize want to switch up into objective gameplay because of they take a lot of kills, but in terms of objective, it's still on HKA.
Yep, and so far, like, I mean, HK, because of that bottom skirmish, it worked out so well. Oh no, Xiaolin, he's getting caught out here, but Enzo, he wants to pick him off, pulls back on the chain, ya yoink, ya gone.
It just Neil, hey, wait for me, I can hook you up. And now the first kill coming from Neil itself has 1 kill. This is onto the jungler kind of matchup we want to see. The fight is still on, but Easy trying to play a lot of possession onto the Darkslayer. This is time, HKA time.
Yep, HKA is slowly taking control over this game in the lead by 1K. They want that Darkslayer. They're slowly rotating to it, and I think the man, as of right now, is making sure, because 0322, he died a couple of times too easy, and oh no, they're turning this around. They want to get into the fight. Neil, he's thinking about it, but he doesn't want to use that chain straight away.
Yeah, because the chain has already been connected to Xiaolin, but no ultimate left to use by Neil, because despite the S2, you cannot just bring inside of Xiaolin because he's a little bit too far. Neil needs to go in front of Xiaolin to just bring him, yoinking back and giving a lot of damage into the mid game. Now 9 minutes into the count, about with the first man to fall here. Matt03 takes the first kill.
Oh, wait, Xiaolin trying to get into the back line here, trying to be a very elusive boy, but that's going to be the Earth Splitter coming out, the HKA's man, as well as Xiaolin is in trouble. They take a big hit coming in from Fanta's S2. However, Fanta taking a lot of damage back from the man.
Yeah, because of how we see into a flicker coming from Fanta. Just want to leave a lot of potential to the Darkslayer game plan here, because of in 10 minutes they know HK will take the Darkslayer, but Mad Team, they doesn't want to give up the possession on top.
Yeah, they just have to kind of control the tempo of this
No
game.
minion use on?
No minion. Oh wait, no, this time Cuckoo doesn't fail the ultimate this time round. The Earth Splitter working out with the flicker as well. However, no follow-up coming in from the rest of the Mad Team. It looks like that was a fight that they did not want to take.
Now Outcast onto the bottom side versus Yuzon has a lot of damage coming from Outcast, but a couple of attacks left to take the first tower for Mad Team. 3 towers for HKA. Non-objective pickup by Mad Team.
Yeah, and right now the man is just putting in good damage into the Mad Team. Like, it's very similar to how he played Elsu. However, he's being very aggressive here, keeping his eyes on the map. But Yuzon so much. The rocket not connecting this time. Yuzon still being in the front line, waiting for Neil, waiting for anyone to make the play.
Yeah, because of how HKA stalled the game for Matt. Because yeah, you have a balanced kind of composition into the mid lane, and mid game you have Yuzon, you have Neil onto Enzo, couple of damage here and there. But HKA, they are relying onto Xiaolin because of how Xiaolin has the potential to burst down Neil and also Yuzon. So HKA, they need to bring into the late game. 15 minutes to the game, 20 to 25. It's just really hard for HKA just rely on to Xiaolin. Double trouble.
Double trouble landing onto Abao, but it's not going to matter at all here as the disengage comes through. HKA want to sit on top of that Darkslayer as they started up. Cuckoo tells the team what's going on, and they back off.
They have to back up because of how Mad Team, if they got the Darkslayer buff here, a couple of objectives will go down. You can see how Yuzon and also Outcast trying to make a place onto the bottom side. The tower doesn't even go down because the Superman is just a little bit too fast.
Yep, he is really, really quick, and not to mention that he's already down on bot side, getting a great push. He should be able to take tier 2. HKA gonna retreat backwards. Abao gonna sacrifice his life and maybe even the Darkslayer just so that Superman can get this push down on the bottom side.
Yeah, because the tier 2 will be go down because Yuzon into the mid lane dealing with easy. Now tier 2's been taken out. The 4th tower for HKA. Mad Team still have none of the objectives.
Yep, Mad Teams can't seem to break any of them. They got really close to breaking bot tier 1, however they weren't able to finish it off as Darkslayer became a very big issue, especially in a game where you have HKA as your opponents.
Yeah, because they picked Yuzon Emily. That is a mana independent kind of hero, so it's just really hard. Double hits onto Xiaolin.
However, Cuckoo in the backline taking a lot of damage from the man. He dodges the rocket. Really, really nice there, but he needs to reset.
Yeah, onto the bottom side itself, Yuzon doesn't have the potential to kill a lot of objective, but we see
Game's going fast. Game's going fast, man.
Oh, AOV on crack.
Yeah, man. Darkslayer going to be going over to HKA here as Mad Team unable to respond in time. A little slow on the rotation. Yuzon very eager to start this fight, but the rest of the Mad Team is so far away.
Look at Superman. Look at the Superman.
Oh, he just doesn't even care now, does he?
Yeah, because of how Fanta is an Ignis, so that team fight really need an Ignis. But side of Mad Team, they giving Fanta deal one-on-one on Superman, so not a lot of CC coming for the team fight for Mad Team. So Mad Team need to realize putting down Neil on the mid side or Yuzon on the bottom side, they need to stay with Fanta.
Yep. Abyssal Dragon should be going over to HK. They should be able to finish this since Kira is really, really good at finishing off these objectives so fast. Not to mention, Xiaolin's already level 15, so no excuses there. But now, S2 doesn't actually land as Aba looking to get the gravity surge. He finds it easy, trying to get deep into the fight. Gets the explosive KO. However, it only hits Fanta and Cuckoo, not the target he was looking for. And unfortunately, that just means he's going to be caught out of position and he's going to bite the dust.
Look at how Mad Team bring the bait onto Easy here. Waiting a lot of damage come for Easy with the explosive KO onto the backside. The 4-man jump onto Easy. Yeah, take one kill, burn down the endless cycle. If they can do this a lot in this team fight, living just kited back with the CC of Fanta, I do think Mad Team still have the chance because of HKA is going for a late game competition. If they can kill Zhao Lin, it will be hard for HKA to bring the fight into late game.
Yep. Oh boy, let's just see how this plays out. I mean, it's looking pretty even. Fanta, unfortunately, getting absolutely destroyed by Xiaolin, who's going at full throttle looking for any kills on the map. He is farming for his KDA.
Yeah, because of how HKA find out of Fanta, we see a lot of potential Fanta in game number 4, game number 5. Fanta is not up to the grasp, but how Neil goes in.
Yep, Easy is going to get yoinked in backwards coming from the side of Neil. However, Neil is going to be trade kills in the backline. Outcast trying to make the play. The man isolated and alone. Yuzon is on the chase. He gets the slow, allowing Fanta to get right on top of him with the S2, and this should be another free kill. Oh, the double trouble! Just to really set it in stone. 0322, the marksman of the team, still pinpoint accurate. He doesn't miss these.
Yeah, because of how the double trouble secures down to the Joker. Now a lot of endless cycle has been made. Mad Team still have the upper hand because they have a lot of potential. Yuzon is on the backside right now. Outcast on the flanks. What could happen, Gideon?
Well, potential steal. Ooh, it was close, but unfortunately
double
not
trouble
close
again!
enough. Once again, the man has been caught out. The perfect JCC, followed up by the Earth Spiller, gonna secure that kill onto the to the Lord Joker of Crime. Oh my goodness, the follow-up is so quick for the side of Mad Team.
Look at the nil damage.
Oh,
800 just like that without equip.
oh, it's really starting to add up here. The damage coming in from this Enzo is starting to become a little insane.
Yeah, because of how both jungle already have. This is the 50k goal mark. So in jungles and the side lane, it doesn't even matter anymore. But it depends on to Abao and Cuckoo right now. If they can make plays, have a lot of CC, if Fanta doesn't even die in the first team fight, he will go for Mad Team. But Zhao Lin, if he can stay alive, Hong Kong Attitude will close the game.
Yep, Abao pulls in Cuckoo here. Cuckoo might actually have to use his ultimate to get out of this. Yes, he drops the ultimate, but it was so late, and even the double trouble doesn't connect. And unfortunately, that's going to be a free kill going over to HKA. Endless cycle being used by Cuckoo.
Yeah, because of how Cuckoo trying to run away, but that double trouble nearly hits. Zhao Lin used the S2, so it just means just a couple of seconds to hit down Zhao Lin. Look at Zhao Lin just burst down the blue buff.
Absolutely. I think he is. Oh no, Yuzon. I think he should be able to manage this with no problems whatsoever. He makes the run. Yep, he's able to tank up the damage. He goes in once again. It's not looking too great. Fanta has to disengage him, and he got really lucky that the man just so happened to be a little further away from rocket range.
Yeah, because of how Yuzon with the passive that Emily has 1v5 doesn't even matter because the more the powerful the passive is. So Emily will have a lot of damage. Double hits!
Oh, Kuko turning it around with the flicker, but the man is using the candle after to create that space. Enzo trying very hard to pull it back. Abao into the fight. However, they all get shoved in by Outcast, who continues to push them right under the core. That's going to be a safe, secure team fight as Mad 0322 goes down next. Yuzon and Fanta have to play this so slow.
Yeah, because our Fanta is still alive. One push coming from Outcast in the backside of Mad Team. Really nearly matched the game. Close for Mad Team. Mad Team need to realize where the Superman is, because that kind of play coming from Outcast will shut the game down.
Oh boy, what a great game this has been so far. I mean, both sides just looking to find any kind of opportunity. Mad Team already has one high ground turret destroyed on HKA's side. That bottom turret is gone. HKA still haven't found the opportunity to get onto this Dark Slayer and really start to punish them.
Yeah, because of how Mad Team, that double trouble and also one flicker coming from Kuko is the main game plan.
It's looking kind of awkward here. The man is in trouble. Yuzon trying to get into the back line. However, the front line, Abao is going to be the first to go down. Easy still kiting it out. Xiaolin is buying plenty of time. However, that's going to be another kill going over to the side of Mad Team as Outcast is going to be picked off. They have to rotate backwards.
1v3. Yuzon with Emily is going for the killing spree. A lot of damage taken out by Yuzon, but Yuzon is still alive because that passive is what's making Emily's great in that team fight.
Yep, and she did her job. I mean, Yuzon knew what he had to do. He had to zone them out. Kuku trying to land it onto the man, and this should be a free kill here unless he gets pushed back under the fountain. Easy! Coming up with a big play, catching off Neil. However, Mad Team are looking to end this game right here, right now for HKA. They don't have enough members, and they are just going to muscle their way through.
They have the creep, ladies and gentlemen. 3-3. This is still a draw. We have a series. We are going to game number 7.
Oh boy! And LaVille was the pick that they needed. That double trouble really set the pace of this game.
I just speechless how Outcast pushed a lot of Mad Team members in the fountain, but that fountain is really no help for HKA.
I mean, it can only shoot one thing at a time, and unfortunately, that was Neil. So Neil's just like, I guess that just happened.
Yeah, because a lot of members in that fountain, but Neil is the one to fall. It just, you want to pick a fight with me? All right, we're going to game number 7. Mad Team has the potential, has the momentum, but HKA, they lost 2 games straight.
Yeah, and now they have to make a decision here, because now that the global pickman rules have been reset, they're coming in at a slight disadvantage only because Mad Team will have priority on which side they want, either blue or red. But here is the man himself, 0322. Didn't get caught off too often, but 9 kills, 3 deaths, 7 assists, ending it with 17k goal and 10.5 MVP points.
It's just really irony that you say the man itself, 0322. The
like
man
that?
is on HKA.
You like that? You like that? All part of the plan. You fell into my trap card. But yeah, I think 0322, I think his double troubles are like really, really impactful in this game. Every time it's off cooldown, he's looking, okay, we can make a play.
He focused on the man with the double trouble.
Yeah, and somehow he is pretty accurate with it. Like, he's not too far off, even when he misses.
So the moral of the story is HKA, you need to ban the LaVilles
Yeah.
in game number 7.
I would expect them to ban out LaVille in game number 7, to be fair.
Yeah, they have to ban the LaVille because of you can give down Zip or you want to give down Zira. Oh, a lot of banning coming for HKA.
Yeah. I think HKA, I mean, at the end of the day, they won the first game. They were looking to play play for no keeps here. And now that it's coming out to Game 7 where it really is the situation where you really have to get the best draft possible, oh boy.
If Mad Team want to go onto the blue side, they can more prioritize onto Omen first pick, because if they want to give the HKA to ban onto the Zip and also ban the direct. So Mad Team will ideal in game number 7 be on the blue side.
Yeah, but you could also make the counter argument of Mad Team wanting to be on the red side. It's like, all right, I don't really care if I honestly really don't care if I have to ban out Zip, because now there's so many picks on the table. Being able to collect more of it so soon could be beneficial.
They can bring down Alice and Malok matchup for HK. The first 2 pick, or they pick it up Malok and also pick the Kafni for the man. So because of how the reset on the ban is, but the game number 1, HKA win that game.
Yeah, they did. However, I mean, it's one of those games where it's like, even though that Mad Team had 5 priority picks there, I guess they had some kind of plan in mind for the later stages of the game because they still had access to Laville. But we're just going to have to wait and find out. Check out these highlights before we jump right into the final game of the series.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Arena of Valor Premier League, the 4th and 3rd seeding coming from Mad Team versus HKA or Hong Kong Attitude. We are in the game 7, Gideon. What do you expect because of the ban has been reset?
I mean, there's definitely pros and cons on both sides. Like we discussed beforehand, once you hit Game 7, the reset occurs. All the heroes are available for everybody. Mad Team, they need to decide whether they want red or blue side. And both have their own little perks, you know?
It will be kind of funny if Game 1 to Game 6, Game 7, Yuzon pick the Roxy.
Nah, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it!
It's a possibility because it is my prediction.
He's not Gua. He's stronger. He beat him as well. Don't worry.
Gua is a support, man.
True.
It's Gao.
Gao. Sorry, Gao this time. I mean, it is a fair argument that he might actually bring out the Roxy if it is a really bad situation. However, knowing Yuzon, he will refuse it. I don't know whether he's had arguments with his coach where it's like, you gotta pick Roxy into Omen. It's like, no. Give me Kilograph or give me Lubu. Those are your only 2 options. I don't want to play anything else.
Yeah, because the ban is reset. So we've seen a lot of Owen and Lubu matchup in the group stage Group A. Because of the Yuzon versus Outcast, Lubu Outcast, Yuzon Omen. So in that kind of matchup, Yuzon wins with the Omen. So the question is, do game number 7, they are going to bring the Lubu Omen matchup or the Laville Kafni matchup on the AD lane?
Honestly, it's going to be a trade-off. You can't have both. Ideally, having both of them is like a, yeah, you did it. You're probably going to win the game. However, in most situations, especially at high-level play, you're not going to have all the best options here. And HKA will respond to it either with scaling, which I'm guessing they're going to do. I'm guessing they're going to put Xiaolin on Elendor if the situation is right, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, because of how game number 1, they have Elendor pick. No. Game number 1, they're giving the Crackdown and also the Rope pick here. So it's just really hard to make a prediction in game number 7 because of it's not... it's like the game number 1, but the energy is still there because the momentum is side of Mad Team right now. They win 2 games straight, but HKA, they need to realize they doesn't have the momentum because of 2 games bottled up in that kind of matchup. Game number 7, they have reset all, but the momentum they need to pick up because of a lot of potential in game number 7.
Yeah, and I do think Mad Team is a very momentum-based team. Like, they work very well when they have the momentum. HK on the other side, I feel like they're very consistent in everything they do. It's like, oh, even if we're pushed up to game 3 at 0, we're still able to make something happen. As we jump into this draft, I'm excited to see what it's going to be. Mad Team actually choosing to be on the red side this time round. HKA going to start off with the Krizik ban.
Krizik ban for Cuckoo. Now, because of that, yeah, Mad Team being in the red because they can force Fanta to play Malok mid. Because in game number 2, Malok mid, they win that game. So if they can force Malok mid and support Alice for Cuckoo, it will be great for them because they need this win because in their journey itself, they already beat Team Flash, the world champion. They need to stay in number 3. You just have a lot of respect.
I suppose. I mean, but that's the thing. I mean, if Mad Team, whether they get 3rd or 4th, at the end of the day, it's going to be consistency, which is key. And I think, you know, for this team, Mad Team has a certain degree to which they can play. However, playing at 100% consistently over the course of 7 games is tough, but it is required out of all AOV professionals.
Yeah, a lot of potential for the game number 7 here. Last night, 7 games versus Flash Wolves. Today, 7 games versus HKA.
Hey man, the GCS likes to have long games. They like to take their time with a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, because of that, yeah, a cheesy comment. They love to play AOV.
Yeah, they really do. They want to savor every single moment of it. Every time they're in game, they're like, I don't like looking at the draft. I just want to be in the battlefield for as long as possible.
Yeah, picking Xenial, how you can live with Angelic Splendor. You're picking Altar in early game. You can just have a lot of potential to roam. Picking Marja, you can't go to the enemy backline.
Yeah, and right now, HKA gonna start off with a Richter first pick here. Kind of posing up to the question, where is Richter going? Who is gonna be playing Richter this time? Is the man gonna be playing Richter? Or is Outcast gonna be playing Richter? Put your bets, place your bets right now as Mad Team decides on their next 2 picks. That they can go for combinations. They could go for... usually most teams would go for a Cafney at this point. That's the safe fallback.
Yeah, Malok and Cafney pick here might have been picked by Mad Team. They want to because of... You have the potential in game number 2 with Fanta playing Malok. Yeah, they can pick Ignis or Malok because that is the only hero that Fanta win. But now having for Lubu for Yuzon.
Yeah, and I think Lubu, he doesn't have too many bad matchups overall, so it's going to be good for him to blind pick it into HK. Technically, somewhat of a blind pick. Like, Lubu against Richter, okay, not so bad. Skill matchup, that's fine. But if they decide to go, oh, let's throw Richter into the man and give Omen over to Outcast, at least Yuzon is ready for that.
Omen already been banned, so Kilgroth is the next.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Kilgroth. I do this thing where I don't see text in my head, so I see images first, and I'm like, yeah, I know the name of that guy, and completely get it wrong. I should really start name tagging things when I imagine things in my head. I really need to do that.
Yeah, because of Enzo and Errol.
No. I think by far my worst one is mixing up Hayate. That's by far my worst one.
Yeah, into the next game.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. But HKA, they're going to be locking in the Richter, the Laville, as well as the Ignis. Ignis to deal with the Malok here. Laville, after that game from 03-22, it's like, it's understandable. Like, take the Cafney. Like, I don't want you to have access to Double Trouble is all.
Yeah, because of how the Double Trouble has a lot of potential to give a lot of dive. Because you already have Malok, you have Lubu. It's just a divey composition coming from Matt in the first 2 picks. So if they have to steal the Laville.
Wait a minute.
What?
Is Matt Team gonna make the exact same draft they did in game 1? They don't have the Richter, unfortunately, but it doesn't mean that they can't replace it with something else. So I feel like the style of play is similar to game 1. It's going to be like a very heavy composition.
If they do it, it will be hard because of they lose the game number 1.
Hey, you never know. A second time is worth a try.
Worth a try. It's not hard.
I would say it's worth a try, honestly, because, you know, Mad Team in that game 1 itself, it really came down to one fight that was really, really terrible, and then after that they couldn't come back from that. I think if Mad Team kind of cleaned up their gameplay, they can actually make a...
Or they can bring the composition game number 2. They have Malok, they can bring the Pain jungle, and also the Baldum support.
Yeah, that is right. That is true. They can actually pull that out if they wanted to.
Because they already killed down Kriknak.
They killed down Kriknak. I mean, HKA, I think they're starting to suspect something is up. I mean, they're really thinking about this ban. They're like, what's it gonna be? Hovering over the Alice this time round? Okay, fair enough. But they banned out the Dirac to make sure they want to force Malok into that mid lane.
Yeah, they want to force it. Oh, team pick, Lumber, go Baldum. Game number 2, you make a place with the Nature's Prison.
I guess they just want to have some extra security for the Kafni, because I think Mad Team remember what happened the last time, where it's like, oh, we ended up with the Pain Jungle, Malok, as well as the Lubu. They go in very hard to go for the dive and realize, oh wait, our backline's dead.
Yeah, because of how Mad Team, if they pick it out Lumber, it will be really great because of it's just really too hard for Cuckoo to land those ultimate. So that Lumber, they're picking the they're picking the Baldum. Only that one particular fight that they win.
Yeah, that one amazing ult coming in with the Nature's Prison. Like, there were times where there's miscoordination with Malok, with Fanta as well as Cuckoo, but let's just say it was just like, you know, morning rust. First couple of games of the day, you know? Forget about it. Just wash your hands a little bit.
Morning?
Yeah, well, you know, second professional game of the day, you know? Gotta...
Before coffee time.
Yeah. Shake off the rust before the coffee. That's what I was getting at. Yeah. That's the one. That's a much better excuse. I mean reason. But HKA now coming in with their side. Elendor finally being picked up. I told you Elendor would eventually come up, but not for Xiaolin.
Xiaolin, yeah, because, you know, they begin in Elendor, they already have the Kafni for late game, double marksman composition coming from Mad Team.
Very traditional from HKA.
Lindis was Lumber, alright. Double marksman as well coming from HKA.
This is gonna be interesting because the early wait.
Malok support. It's just Malok support.
I mean, it should be a Malok support. Like, I think Malok support is gonna be much better compared to Malok in the mid lane.
For me, Malok mid lane has a potential because of Lumber is still Lumber has been still, so you can bring Ibanez for Matt.
True, but he's never Fanta is never gonna outpush Ignis. He's never going to be able to have first priority and start to spill his use that shock effectively in the side lane. So if they are going to give that up, might as well throw him over down into the support section and then give their mid laner either the Crixie. I mean, Marja, personally I don't like it, but you know, a lot of teams, it is very effective at what it does.
Yeah, versus an Ignis with the ultimate coming from Marja, he can just have a lot of survival ability here versus an Ignis. Because we know, game number 1, game number 6, only one game that Fanta has the great game. So giving the Marja for Fanta, so because if Fanta has been picked off a lot, he can just run with the ultimate.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really, really important for both of these teams to make sure they don't give over that first blood here, as HKA bringing out their traditional composition. We've seen them play this many times, or some kind of architect type or form like this. Mad Team, on the other hand, I think it's their game to lose at this point. They have to be the proactive ones.
Proactive or not, we are going for the cheering event because of they need it.
迈向 APL 冠军之路 ，Mad Team， 我等你们升一波。
GCS 加油，Mad Team 加油，Mad Team 同意。
HKA 加油 ，GCS 加油，展现你们的态度吧 ！HKA Go Go Go！HKA 加油，GCS 加油！
各位選手亦都 GCS 都可以加油。
As much as I need sleep, these players needed their energies and spirits risen as they go into the final game of this series, HKA versus Mad Team. Which do you feel is going to come out on top in terms of composition here? This is a tough one.
It's just really tough because a lot of players has their heroes. So, because if you follow along with APL in the group stage, I will constantly say that I'm a Yuzon fan. So it will bring into the game number 7 that I am on the side of Mad Team.
Okay, Mad Team's side. I definitely can see why here. However, I don't wanna take into consideration the track record of HKA with a composition like this. This is like their standard. They are comfortable. They know exactly what they should be doing. They played it against Talon. They played it against Talon Esports as well. And it's just like, what can you really do? Even in stalemates, it's like, I don't mind. I can wait until the late game. I can play this game forever, literally.
Yeah, because of how HKA plays well in the mid game. Now this jump's coming in with a lot of damage coming from Easy here because of giving a lot of potential in game number 1 that Ignis picked by Easy. They win the game number 1. But Malok onto the side of Mad Team, they win game number 2 because this is the combination of the game number 1 and game number 2.
Yes, it is. And Mad Team, you know, they can't afford to be giving up pressure like that. Neil, unfortunately, is going to have a little bit of a delay on his level 4, which he's absolutely fine with. He's going to hit level 4 eventually. But HKA, knowing their composition is so much power because it's not an aggressive comp. So even if Xiaolin hits level 4, it's like, what is he going to do with it?
Yeah, because of how Lindis, we saw Xiaolin play Lindis. He just wait for the 7 minutes into the game because they need that the Dark Slave buff. So if they can has a lot of potential to take a lot of universal objectives inside with HKA, but they're bringing a lot of potential for Mad Team as well because of the early composition. They have the Malok, they have the Neil with the Elendor. It's just really hard for HKA to deal with into the early game.
The man walking up. Oh, Yuzon taking a lot of damage here. They're going to go for the dive. The flicker has come out, and the passive from Lindis is going to execute him on that truck. Well done coming in from HKA, being proactive on the map and punishing Yuzon, but this is to be expected.
Yeah, because we know Yuzon with the Lubu. Yeah, he's on the comfort pick. So Xiaolin and Alka just want to camp the top lane because we see a lot of Neil camp top lane as well. They win the top matchup, but now Neil is heavy onto the bottom side because of the caffeine. Has a hard time versus Laville in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, in the early stages of the game, it's going to be hard for her to trade auto attacks, even though she can kind of run at him and not have to do the walk, auto attack, walk again, auto attack. She can just, you know, run and gun at the same time. But the problem is the man, his raw power. Oh, Cuckoo, no, Cuckoo! Caught out of position. Abao in a very aggressive area that Mad Team just didn't think about, didn't think that Abao would actually be hiding in.
It's not just Abao, it's the 4-man coming from the HKA. It just goes hit onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo with the support Malok. Yeah, he cannot run away without using the ultimate, but the CC chain coming from the HKA is just really too much.
Yeah, way too much for them to handle. But as of right now, Xiaolin, oh, is he going to face check this? Yes, he does. Cuckoo is going to get some good damage in here onto Xiaolin, but he is able to mitigate as much as possible. He's just here to hold the lane like, Xiaolin trying to dodge, getting some damage into 322. He does get it and refuses to take damage in from Cuckoo, so really nice distancing.
Yeah, yeah, Cuckoo gave a lot the 0-3 gave a lot of sweet damage onto Xiaolin, but Xiaolin gave a lot of potential to kill down 0-3 because of the burst damage that Lindis has in the early game. Yeah, 4 minutes into the game, it's still Lindis 2 level ahead of Caffeine. So onto the top side here, Ryuzon needs to run away because all steals will command onto resource for HK. Oh, double trouble.
Oh, that was really, really close. Caffeine was getting oddly close to it, but the hitbox does not connect here as the rest of the Mad Team jumps right onto the Abyssal Dragon. They need to kind of find a way to slowly catch up in EXP as well as gold. Oh, Cuckoo going in pretty hard onto the man. The shock doesn't actually connect, but the Abyssal Dragon has been taken away by the side of Mad Team. That's all they wanted. Earth Splitter doesn't exactly hit on anybody just yet, but Neil, he's just going to run back into his jungle.
Yeah, because of the HKA composition, has a lot of CC here. It's just really hard for Cuckoo to analyze the situation to go onto the backside, chasing down the man onto Laville. Now, onto the mid game, we'll have a lot of potential for HK because of the Laville pick and the Lindis. But in the late game, Matt team will have the upper hand. Double trouble coming in onto the doesn't even hit anyone.
Neil, he saw it coming. He definitely saw it coming. He was already turning in the direction the moment that ultimate came out, knowing that it was in his, knowing that it was targeting him. Yeah. But the rest of the team going to be looking to split the map up once again. Outcast going to handle Yuzon single-handedly. He's already a level up on him, and that he's always going to be a level, like a slight EXP lead against Yuzon. So Yuzon needs to either find a way to get a kill onto Outcast to maybe even out the lane, or hopefully he snags a freebie as he's rotating with the rest of the team.
Yeah, that double trouble is really coming for the man, but ultimate coming in, but Marja just pops to the ultimate and can survive a lot. That's Marja do classic comedy sitcom.
Yeah, oh boy, I can already see the credit screen.
Double trouble.
Oh wait, landing onto Kuku here, he takes quite a bit of damage, but that Soul Steal, well timed, is able to land onto 2 people. The shock comes through, doesn't connect onto the man. Could have been a little bit further down, but so far, so good.
Yeah, because of that, I do wish that ultimate coming from Malok, you can flicker out. Using the Malok just nearly hits the ground, you can flicker, you change it, the position of the ultimate.
That would be cool, but would it be too busted though?
It will be OP.
Yeah, I mean Malok is already in a good position. I think giving him tools like that is just gonna increase his position as well, especially in the meta. But Yuzon currently again still getting hard camped by Xiaolin. All he needs is one gank from Neil to turn this around.
Look at Neil onto the mid lane. Yuzon coming, bro. Help me, bro.
It's like, nah, it's good. It's cool. It's cool, dude.
You can handle yourself. You're a grown man.
You don't need an adult. It's fine. But now Easy looking to kite backwards here. A choke point is not where Mad Team needs to be. They're going to jump onto the Abyssal Dragon here. This could be a potential reverse sweep if Mad Team keeps this up. However, HKA playing very smart, very intelligent, just looping around Mad Team and some good damage as well. Xiaolin is getting big.
Yeah, Xiaolin is getting big with the burst damage. Luna Strike giving onto Neil. Late game composition coming from Mad Team. It's really be punished here for HKA. Because yeah, you can see a lot of potential. Bottom side tier 1 still up, mid tier 1 still up as well. But the top side tier 2 is being threatened.
And maybe even this bottom tier 1 as well. Neil getting hit by the shock. It's going to be over for him as Neil trying to trade off with the man. However, that Mark of Frost still available for the man. Ooh. Good attempt by Neil to try and salvage the situation. Unfortunate circumstance, he has to go.
Yeah, because Abba really read that situation.
Oh,
he just ultimate on the butterfly, giving when Neil goes back, instant CC.
The timing couldn't have been more perfect here. HKA still controlling this game really well. 3K goal lead, and then now you know what they want to do. The 7-minute mark, you saw them rotating, but it's the 8-minute mark is when they're going to take the Dark Slayer right after they get that kill on Neil.
Look at how serious HKA is, because we see the curse of death coming from Outcast. This one doesn't want to give the ultimate coming for Lubu, has a lot of potential to heal a lot, because as we know in the competitive kind of gameplay, it will be one-tone Reaper, but curse of death already been used.
Shock?
Oh.
Shock coming in pretty hard, coming in for the side of Kuku here. However, Xiaolin's damage kinda nutty here. Kinda nutty. Like, he is able to chunk out Yuzon from the side to 50% of his HP before he even is remotely close to the team fight.
That's the cute, and that is the Queen of Moonlight, I would say, because Lindis has a lot of potential onto the late game with the burst damage. Xiaolin has, this might be trouble for Mad Team.
Oh, well, Fanta walking up way too far there. Even with his ultimate, the Mark of Frost gonna buy him a little bit of time. Unfortunately, is Lindis, for the side is Lindis, who is unable to get the damage here. The Mark of Frost coming through. They're looking to actually get a potential kill. Unfortunately, 0322 didn't get any critical hits there. That's so unlucky.
RNG God is on the side of HKA.
So unlucky there. So unlucky.
You see Kuku. You can. Ow.
he really feels it. He's really soaking up these punches for
It's just
Mad Team.
Malloc just walking in the worlds of Legos.
Oh.
He couldn't go anywhere. But he said, "Ow! God damn it! Ow!
Ow! I should have worn slippers or something. Oh, my bare feet.
I should give the Malloc to Fanta. Doesn't want to take the blame."
Oh, so true, so true. But HKA still in control of this game. 4K ahead of their opponents as they're looking. Wow, they are making sure that they are abusing this Dark Slayer here. But Xiaolin finally going to be going down.
Endless Cycle pops by Xiaolin here onto the top side. The tower will go down. Ultimate coming from Ultra. But yeah, they have to tank it because the damage coming from a little bit too early to kill that the Drake. But Mad Team respond really high rate.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, but Outcast right in the middle of the fight. He is bitten too much here, way too much. Really caught out of position there, but Fanta is trying to zone away the man. He can't take too much damage, quickly using his ultimate to get out of there. Tier 1 being sacrificed in the process. I mean, Mad Team, literally everything is going wrong for them.
Neil. Xiaolin's just eyeing for Neil. Look at that. Oh, you were in my kill list.
Another one to scratch off the death note. Oh.
N-E-I-L.
I always thought, you know, we'll talk about that hypothetical offcast, but so far HKA still in control of this game. Mad Team, on the other hand, they literally are just waiting for the late game here. I mean, 0322, he is so far behind in comparison to the rest of the team, and only now is he starting to really gain his items. They only hit the 31k mark.
Yeah, because of how the matchup coming from, I do say it, the Laville versus Caffney matchup. Because of that, yeah, because of last night, everyone in the chat said, yeah, you have to focus on Laville in the late game, but Caffney can two-shot Laville.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter how you play it, because these two kind of one-on-one, it will be Caffney, but he said if that double trouble hits on Caffney will have a lot of potential to be killed first, but it kind of the skills matchup kind of.
Yeah, it really is. It really is a skill matchup here. And even in the laning phase, like, even though the man is naturally going to be stronger at level 1 in comparison to 0322, at the end of the day, with full item build, who's going to get one shot? Probably the man if it comes down to a 1v1. But 0322, he's got a lot of damage built into his kit. He just needs to unlock it with the items. So far, he's only got Cleave of Sanctity as well as the Bow of Slaughter. I can't see at the very end there. Could you see him, Miguel?
The Devil Handshake.
The Devil's Handshake.
The Devil Handshake is the first item, and also they are going for the Muramasa next.
That's going to be even more damage coming out of 0322 as CD, as they are slowly pushing in forward with the help of the Drake. However, the team is so split up here, and oh, that's going to be Neil dying there. The Endless Cycle is going to come back up. Hopefully he's able to protect this high ground turret. It's at 1.9. Cuckoo comes in with a shock onto Easy here, and 0322, they lose a high ground turret down on the bot side, and they will lose a high ground turret on the top. Can HKA muscle their way through to get mid as well?
Yeah, mid Crypt is marching in left to right. The shots doesn't even has for Cuckoo. This is the tower that might be go out.
Oh wait, you can already see Yuzong going in pretty hard. He dies straight away. Fanta, the next to fall. He tried to get out of his ult. He got out of his ultimate and instantly got popped. The man just bought his Muramasa. But is this too late for Mad Team to salvage this situation?
Mad Team needs to wait for the ultimate coming for Cuckoo on the side. Neil and Yuzong trying to make the impossible, but Cuckoo is the first one to be taken out. Top towers has been crumbled. Bottom as well. Into the mid lane. The shots. Where's the shots? Cuckoo!
Oh, Cuckoo. He's still holding on. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the ultimate just yet. He's forced to peel backwards, even with the Soul Steal. Unfortunately, all the resources that Mad Team had, they were gunning out to kill Xiaolin. Oh no. There's no need to commentate over that part. It's just sad. It's just sad.
It's just a Memorial Day for Mad Team right now. Double Trouble is really crumbling down. Mad Team, the man goes in. Double shot for all three. But all members of HKA just face tank the damage for the man.
Yep, and Fanta is able to clear up the mid wave here. This forces HKA to reset and go at it again one more time. Mad Team only have one last opportunity here. Well, actually two opportunities here. One on Dark Slayer to win that fight, and if they lose Dark Slayer, when they're pushing into their core. So, yeah, you know, you would rather fight them at the Dark Slayer itself because now it's their win condition for the side of HKA.
Yeah, onto the Mad Team here. They need to kill the Ignis because that Ignis is the main problem coming from HKA. You know, HKA, they played really well with all CC HKA has. How about in Xiaolin will really troublesome for Mad Team. Do they want to take the Whistle Dragon now because of how Yuzon is on top?
Yep.
So double buff potential.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here, especially with HKA. They're baiting out as if, oh, we're hovering around the Dark Slayer, but instead we've sent our cores over to the Enraged Abyssal Dragon, and now Mad Team, they can't even contest this. Even if they want to fight them on the Dark Slayer, they just can't. They will absolutely get destroyed.
Now Open Division on top here, pushing on top for HKA, and Xiaolin and also Easy will take the Dark Slayer because look, 50k damage is just really too easy for HK right now because of the man, and also Xiaolin has the full pill.
Yeah, look at it. Oh, the moment Xiaolin comes in, it's like I finished in like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
3 seconds.
Now the question is, do Mad Team can defend this because a lot of damage coming from them, and also CC for the HKA. Mad Team, they need to pick off. They need to kill down Easy or Xiaolin. They need to make a choice.
Yeah, Xiaolin should probably drop down the Drake down into the mid lane here to really muscle their way in and finally go in. Where's the shock? Are they looking for it? I mean, Marja just used her ultimate. This is looking pretty good so far. Yuzon, he doesn't have his ultimate as well. Kafni has expanded it. Cuckoo looking for any kind of opportunity, and it looks like they're just going to sacrifice this. And now, this is the situation that this is the worst possible scenario for Mad Team. This is their final defense against HKA.
Defense of not nailed, receive a lot of damage into the bottom side. Ryuzon on a couple of CC coming from Ignis, and an 0-3 double 2 giving a lot of damage, but the car is threatened a lot. Mad Team is going to die because of CC, and damage from HKA will close the game. Couple of attacks, and HKA is the 3rd seed in the APL.
Well, congrats to them. HKA managed to clutch it out, and with a very convincing game at the end there. Strong standard draft. They played to what they're good at, and they are absolutely good at pushing that Dark Slayer buff.
Yeah, because of double buff coming from HK, because of how the pill is Xiaolin onto the Lindis, giving the potential for late game as well for HK. But Mad Team, they played well in the APL, but their movement stopped onto number 4 seed.
Yeah, unfortunate, but I think Mad Team definitely a lot of potential here. They just got to work on their consistency and their identity as a team, the way they want to play the game. Once they have united that, I think they're going to be so much more. But so far, HKA, still, their experience allows them to bring them to a consistent level. Like, even when they are looking at their worst, they are still playing extremely consistently.
Yeah, because we see a lot of this game number 7. Yeah, they have formed GCS as well. So, even though they lose this game, but they are number 4. Despite of Elvo, DG, SGP, they lose even much faster than Mad Team.
And I think Mad Team, they have to recognize that their ceiling is really, really high. They did knock down the world champions as well. So it's definitely achievement unlocked for sure. But most valuable player going over to the man.
Yeah, after this, if they want to have a lot of potential, if facing down HKA, you can kill or ban the Laville, because in game number 6, Laville matchup, game number 7 is still the Laville making the plays.
Yeah, and so far, the man very consistent in every game he plays. Easy really showed up this game, making sure he's controlling the space, making sure Fanta is forced to use that ulti super early, and with the mini stuns as well coming in from his S2, it definitely helps. Especially with getting rid of these high priority targets like Cuckoo when he comes in with a shock, like Fanta baiting out that ultimate, keeping 0322 just far enough to isolate him from the fight.
Yeah, for me, in the first 2 picks, it doesn't have to pick the Lupu first. They need to steal down Ignis and pick it up my lot for Mad Team. Yeah, they can pick the Malok, but they still open Ignis for HKA. But I do think Ignis is the problem for Matt because Cuckoo can move.
I mean, fair. I would say Easy was playing a good game as well, but you have to kind of give credit to some of the other members, especially Abao. His playmaking has been exceptionally well this entirety of the APL. I think Abao has been the most consistent support overall, consistently finding the picks, consistently winning games, and also just his performance in general.
Yeah, because of how committed HK is in the mid-game matchup, because hit 7 minutes into the game, they're all right, we're pushing the pedal in, we are being aggressive, we won the Dark Slayer, we win the Drake. So they take a lot of Jetty because of the Mad team. They plays well, but kills a lot. But the objective is not heavy in their mindset. Just really hard for Mad team. Now, after this, they need to realize 1 kill, 1 trade for the objective.
Yep, translating it. But now it is time. The moment that you guys have been waiting for. Flash Wolves versus Buriram United in the finals. The grand finals of the APL 2020. It feels weird that we're getting closer to the conclusion of the APL. It's been so long.
It's just 2 months into APL. But if you're just tuning in, after this, we are going for the grand final. Who are going to bring home the $600,000 US?
Not entirely sure. Are you leaning more towards BRU this time? Or maybe
I do know that you are a BRU fan.
I mean, of course I am a BRU fan, but when I am on cast, I'm a professional.
Maybe a joker.
Yeah, but that's usually the case, you know. Like, especially with BRU, after casting the game in AIC 2019, it was really interesting game, especially when they were up against Team Flash at their prime. Currently, now coming up against Flash Wolves, this is going to be very interesting because it's going to be a completely different dynamic.
Dynamic or not, we are going for the highlight first before we jump into the main event. So see you after the highlights, and we will be waiting with you for the grand finals.
那场 AIC 那时候最高的成绩到8强止步，那现在我们已经突破自己的里程碑到了4强，我们一路打到冠亚的。
แชมป์ก็น่าจะเป็นของทีมไทยครับน่าจะไม่ตกมาอยู่ของทีมจากดีเจแน่นอนครับ
Welcome back, everybody, to the APL 2020. Officially now, it's the grand finals. We're in the last stretch of the league to finally know the conclusion of this 2-month-long league. If you're just joining in to tune into the grand finals, my name is Gideon Q with Mikhail as my co-caster for this entirety of the series. So buckle up as we get into BRU versus Flash Wolves.
It just really we are waiting for the final because we already been served by 7 games in the 3rd spot. End up HK on top, but now the real deal is here. Buriram United versus Flash Wolf. We know a lot Flash Wolf plays a aggressive like HKA, but Buriram United, they have the energy drain in game number 3.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing here. We've seen BRU go up against so many GCS teams, and so far, they are struggling. I mean, like, first 3 games, dominating, no problem. After that 3rd game, kind of a mood taster, you know, you're not entirely sure whether BRU is actually going to be able to win that game 4-4-0, or it drags out even longer. If we look at that previous matchup against HKA, BRU taking the first 3 games, and then after that HKA coming back with 2 games before in game 6 where they stopped them right in their tracks.
Yeah, we see a lot of BRU bottle up in the game number 3, but Flash Wolf, they win again a game in game number 3 versus Mad Team. Because the Mad Team, game number 1, game number 2, domination, but game number 3, they start to be a little bit shaky. So now, do BRU will have the same kind of momentum that Mad Team has? Because a lot of Mad Team in game number 1, game number 2 invest a lot, but game number 3, they start to shamble.
Yeah, they really do. So hopefully they've kind of fixed up on that. I'm not sure whether it comes down to stamina or it comes down to playing.
Picks.
Yeah, when it comes down to picks, it's very hard to tell, especially for BRU's side, because there are times where it looks like, oh yeah, they should be able to get this game, and then they drop the game, and it's like, shucks, what do they do from here?
Yeah, because that's how we see a lot. Because yesterday itself, Summer has picked on the Florentino. We know Florentino played by Summer really well, but they lost that game. So it's just really hard to give. That Buriram United has a certain off-hero they can play, has a lot of potential, but now facing down Flash Wolf, we know Flash Wolf, they hunt impacts, but if BRU plays the objective game, it will be hard for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, definitely here. And so far, I don't know whether the Flash Wolves is going to be ready, because when I look at the Flash Wolves, I see a lot of HKA. They play a very similar style of gameplay where they like to kind of control the game as much as possible. But the only difference is that HKA like to prioritize the Dark Slayer eventually to really get ahead. Flash Wolves, they like to play off of leads. So if somebody makes a mistake, oh, they get a solo kill, okay, we're going to play through them and really start taking advantage of that lead and pushing it throughout the game.
Yeah, but just side of, we see a lot of BRU, they play aggressive in the early game. They need to have the snowball early. But BRU, we see a lot of aggression. They take a lot of 50-50 fights. Because, BRU in the early game, they try a lot of Madlock, they try a lot of Elendor picks. So, if Flash Wolf can sustain the lot of aggression in the early game, I do think that Flash Wolf will have a lot of potential to bring BRU down. Because we know first 2-3 games, it will be all BRU.
Yeah, we expect it to be that way. We don't know for sure. Just we're throwing out our speculations, you know, based on what we've seen so far. But BRU, they like to invest heavily in the earlier stages of the game, and game 1 should predetermine whether or not who's going to be, you know, picking up those first 3 games.
Yeah, I would say that BRU will invest a lot in game number 1 and game number 2. Elendor pick, Krignat pick, but BRU seeing a lot of potential here because they're bringing now 007 back. We've seen a lot of default scene plays in the group stage, but 007 has a lot of potential pick with the Laville plays here. So it will be hard for Flashwood to play aggression in the double matchup on the bottom lane, but I do say that Nunu versus ZZ in mid will have the potential to steal along a D-Rack.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, but let's also take into the account the junglers for both of these teams. It's going to be Kato with F1. Both of them have some very impressive stats overall. The only big difference is going to be KDA and a little bit when it comes to the damage per minute. It's really scary because Kato, I don't feel like he's as aggressive as F1. He plays a more team-oriented game. He's looking to push a lead. He's not looking to get ahead in comparison to F1, who when I see him play, the vibes that I'm getting is like he wants to be the forerunner of the team. He wants to carry the team rather than playing that strong team game. However, his entire team has the exact same mentality, so everybody is always on board when the fight breaks out.
Yeah, because it is how F1 tried to play. It's just a matter how F1 plays really aggressive in the early game. It's like ADC plays into the Elendor. So the question is, do F1 still want to play aggressive? Because we know ZZ will pick up the potential pick onto Crixie, onto Ignis. So a lot of CC picking by ZZ will deny the aggression coming from BRU. But BRU we see a lot of picking F1. Yeah, F1 picked Rogue, F1 picked the Cricknack, and also the Lindis. So that 3 picks has a lot of information give that. Burst damage pick off by F1, but a lot of early picks, Zephys, Cricknack, and also the Quillen for Flashwolf, they have the potential of early game pickoff.
Yeah, as both teams get ready here. And now that you're talking about these pickoffs, we would have to mention that BRU is one of the most hyper-aggressive teams in the league itself. I think they are not willing to back down from a fight, but we've seen, especially in the playoffs, it becomes more evident in games of 7 that once a team shows that they can match the aggression, they start to give them respect. And that's personally, I don't agree with that because we've seen the success that BRU can form out of their hyper-aggression. They should keep it up.
Yeah, because of how we see Buriram netted. Yes, the best game that Buriram has played is versus Team Flash because of micro plays. But Team Flash already stopped their tracks. So the question is, do Flash Wolf has the same momentum like Team Flash? Because of Flash Wolf and Team Flash, they are their draw in the league itself. Now, this is the Group B matchup. Flash Wolf versus Buriram United is a Group B as well.
Yeah.
So they already face each other, so they have a lot of information for both the team because we know in the group it's BRU all the way versus Flash Wolf. But Flash Wolf, they have the chances to go in the finals because we see the average KDA for both junglers is 8 and 9. So it's just neck to neck. A lot of damage will give and a lot of thinking to be played. But I don't think that Flash Wolf and Buriram United will play like Mad Team because the Mad Team has a lot of mispick. They goes into HKA arms. So Buriram United, they will think it through if they are going for the blue side.
Yeah, and personally, I think, especially for Game 1, blue side is definitely going to be a PowerPoint contention. For both of these sides, depending on how invested BRU and Flash Wolves are in terms of how much are we saving for later on? Are we expecting this to go to a Game 5? And if it does, will we have enough resources to sustain it? Because we don't want to be constantly on a losing draft if we happen to invest too many resources in, let's say, Game 3, and then all of a sudden you lose that game. Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, looking very much likely in your opponent's favor.
Yeah, I was going to say Flash Wolf, they doesn't invest a lot because we see how Flash Wolf plays with Talent Esports. They bring Arthur in that game.
They brought Slims as well.
Yeah, they brought Slims because Talent Esports brought the Slim first, so just a respect and pick for Talent Esports. Now, bring it Arthur pick. Because they picked the Arthur in game number 1, we saw a lot of saving coming from Flash Wolf in game number 1, game number 2. But if they're facing down Buriram, if Buriram tried to play like Mad Team, invest in game number 1, invest in game number 2, but the problem is game number 3.
Yeah, game number 3 is usually the problem, and we saw yesterday that they were able to edge out game 3 as well. They have drafts for game 3. Game 4 is where it gets really dicey for them because that's when you definitely see the performance drop off, and it really depends on like the feeling they get from the game. Because if BRU can get away with a lot of their aggression, they're going to keep doing it. The moment they can't get away with their aggression, they start to give respect over to their opponents, and I think you gotta really test the waters here. You really gotta push the boundaries.
Yeah, because of how the respect for HKA a little bit too much. They give a lot of too much respect in the game number 3, game number 4, and they respect a lot in game number 5.
Way too much.
Way too much. Because of the how BRU, we know they have, that game that they give Zip is just really well for them, but that game is not work for BRU. So now if they want to play a lot of aggression in early game, they cannot just give respect in game number 3. He just need to shut down everything that BRU has. So BRU need to think it through because they are on the red side.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be very, very quick picks coming in from both of these teams. Let's look at the ban phase so far. Dirac Crixie compared to Florentino and Richter here, denying a lot of Flash Wolves that opening pick, forcing them into Elendor. BRU straight away gonna go straight onto that Zip. Flash Wolves, they don't mind giving up Zip this time round. Assuming they win this game, that's when it's gonna get difficult.
Yeah, because of how BRU will picking out the Zip, because of the prioritize of the Flash Wolf onto Kato Elendor. So because we know Kato plays a really great Elendor, so if they prioritize onto Elendor, giving side of BRU picking the Zip, so it's just really hard in the early game.
Are they actually not going to go for the Zip this time around? Do they not want to take that free win and really dictate the pace of this game? Or does BRU want to pull a fast one onto Flash Wolves? Nope, it looks like they lock in that Zip as well as the Omen. Strong opener coming in from BRU.
Zip and Omen matchup. Zip will manipulate a lot of potential dives, but Flash Wolf, they are picking Raz, and also 1 burst damage will be picked up by Flash Wolf right now because of the time taken for Zip to really suck all of BRU is like 2 seconds. But if they can burst down in 1 second, it's just really well for Flash Wolf, because we already give the Zip Yana, Raz, and Elendor pick. That's a really burst composition.
Yeah, very bursty indeed. BRU already hovering over that Lindis here, and it looks like their coach is agreeing. All right, maybe this is going to be the way that leads us to victory. This is a really tough one here because there is significant burst damage for the side of Flash Wolves. However, I think that BRU are trying to min-max their options as much as they can. So it's like, all right, we have the Lindis here. We know you're going to play Elendor. You're going to have control over the early game, most likely. However, if we can match that aggression for the side of BRU with some of the later picks here, that just might put them in a position where I've dedicated too many resources to this game 1.
There's just kind of good information there, but they're picking out Lindis because of the marksman matchup onto the jungle. They have, Elendor's played aggressive, but we see how Neil versus Yaolin. We see a lot of Neil playing the Elendor and versus Lindis. It's just really hard. You have the aggression into the early game, but Lindis will have your momentum in that late game because of the Luna Strike has a lot of potential burst damage. So
you just get outscaled when we're up against the Lindis, and there's nothing much you can really do about that. BRU coming in for the second ban phase is going to be the Zaniel as well as the Zill. In comparison to Flash Wolves, it's going to be Marja as well as Violet.
Oh, Diao-chan Nunu.
Okay. All right. It looks like they really are trying to save as many picks as possible here for the side of BRU.
Yeah, they saved down a mage in mid. But I do remember that BRU picking Diao-chan for Nunu, they lost that game.
Yeah, maybe he can show us a better showing this time around. We're just going to have to wait and see. He is up against a Raz, so Raz will be able to harass Diao-chan in the lane.
Yeah, because it's really hard if Raz been land with the stuns coming for Diao-chan, but still doesn't have support for Flash Wolf. So the Choknar will be the main objective for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, it's not like we haven't seen Flash Wolves whip out the Chalknar before. This is their usual economy pick. And I think it goes pretty well, especially with a lot of debuffs coming in for the side of BRU. It's going to be a straightforward game for them as they look to scale up with the Elendor as well as the Laville. Oh, I mean, Flash Wolves really want to win game 1.
They have to because they invest on Elendor and Laville. Double marksman composition coming in. Now BRU try to match it up because of the Gaffney Laville matchup as always, but jungle Elendor versus Lindis. So they have a lot of potential in game number 1, but game number 2 is just really hard because of the marksman type of picks will go a lot of narrow.
Yeah, it's really going to narrow down on what options that they have left. We'll see the effects of the draft afterwards to see whether or not it really pinches down on the marksmen, because there's still plenty of options left for both of these teams. They can inevitably, pick up the Gaffney and the Lindis for the side of Flash Wolves, and BRU can pick up the Elendor and Laville respectively, so there is that.
Oh, just really hard for the game number 1, Flash Wolf versus Buriram United, the first game of the grand finals. We have a lot of burst composition coming from Flash Wolf. We have the late game coming from BRU. We are going for the first cheers of the first game grand finals.
GCS 加油，闪电狼加油，
闪电狼加油！
闪电狼加油 ，GCS 加油，真香 ！APL fighting！
APL fighting！ APL fighting!
Alright, it's time. Which composition in the first game of the grand finals are you feeling? Flash Wolves or BRU?
We have a lot of damage coming from Flash Wolf, but promising lineup coming from BRU. But I do love the Raz on ZZ. Early game composition coming from Flash Wolf. They have the momentum. They can bring down BRU, but we say in the early stages that BRU will confirm has the upper hand in the first 3 matches. But Flash Wolf, they are promising as well, so I'm going for Flash Wolves.
I'm leaning a little bit more towards BRU only because they have access to Zip. A lot of that burst can be negated with Zip alone, and Zip as Lindis just being it's so dirty, but it's so effective, stealing away that blue buff and slowing down Elendor's clear.
This is what is Lindis due to Flash Wolf in Group B.
Flash Wolves in Group B? No, they didn't get access to Zip, did they?
SGP, right?
Yeah, they did it SGP. Oh boy, on the Volcath as well. Really couldn't do anything with that in that game. But, let's see how they want to play this out. Diachan so far doing pretty well, but his Lindis is making sure he is affecting as many lanes as possible, leaving Gaffney and Laville on their own little island there.
Yeah, because of the how in the mid lane matchup, a lot of potential in the early game for Flash Wolf, but Buriram United, they have the Zip on its Lindel, so it's just really hard for Flash Wolf to burst down into the mid lane, have a lot of pressure in the mid. But the question is, do Buriram United want to take a fight? Because it's Lindels, it's really annoying with that Zip.
Yeah, I think they're going to wait until level 4 before doing anything, just so that Nunu has a guarantee with his ultimate to lock people down. I mean, I say guarantee, but it's like, alright, we'll see whether he lands it or not.
Now the suggested equipment coming from BRU Nunu. We have Atrocity, but they're still fighting onto the Spirit Sentinel.
It's looking pretty spicy here. Both sides not really committed to the fight. BRU, they want to go for it, but Flash Wolves are like, hell no, I'm out of here. Gua now in a lot of trouble. He's going to be given over first blood as Islinda takes full advantage of his max HP.
Yeah, because of the how Sato F1 with the Luna Strike has the potential to burst anyone coming in. That Chalknar in the early game has not a lot of damage, but that's it to support Chalknar. He needs to run away in the early game composition. Flash Wolf, BRU is punishing them in the early game.
Yeah, they are trying to punish them as much as they can, but can they convert this lead? Sorry, can they convert that kill into something else? Is Lindis being super annoying here, dropping that My Golem in the middle of the river just to slow down Kato. And the more he does this, the more likely it seems that, F1 is going to be more across the map, gaining more EXP at the same time.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of matchup coming for Lindis and also Eleanor. Late game is all Lindis, but early game it's just been blocked by Zip. So it's just really hard for Eleanor. He needs to take down Mobisol. He needs to steal a lot of resources. So Kato has been in the tight spot right now. They need to just CC up that Zip before he can go onto the back side of Buriram.
Yeah, oh my goodness, so far. I mean, even Buriram, lifetime MVP, 4 members from the side of Buriram. 007, you gotta bump yourself up here. 0322 is on your case, but Nunu now in a lot of trouble. Flickers out of the way. Gua unable to secure that kill.
Just goes in, a lot coming from Summer onto the backside. Gua is a joke now, he can't survive, but 007 is still on the back, but ultimate coming from Kato. And Kato is still free hitting. Gua is first to fall down, but Heroes, he cannot run. A lot of BRU members is on the side of Heroes. 2 kills, double kill for F1, 3 kills in the pockets.
Yeah, really great maneuver coming in from BRU, playing that team fight perfectly here. But Nunu, he's going to try his very best to kind of hold this lane, but unfortunately, he's going to be going down. Gaduo has overextended here. Can Kato make it out? I doubt it. They need the damage, and unfortunately, with that Winter's Mark, with that Frost Mark, oh wait, he pretty much clutched it out. Hold up. He clutched that one out pretty well, and Kato is able to trade 1 for 1 at the end of the day.
We need that slow motion replay. We need it because of how we saw Kato just goes back into the butterfly, giving that is the passive. You have the burst damage and drop the passive. So it's just really well coming from Kato. We can see 1 kill on the bottom side. Gaduo overextend, but F1 played it well. He goes back into that ultimate and kills down F1.
Oh boy, just 1 animation too short for the side of 007. That would have been a very juicy double kill for him if he was able to secure that. But now BRU going to be taking their time a little bit more, looking for opportunities to take advantage of the Flash Wolves. And the Flash Wolves, on the other hand, they haven't really lost an objective at all, so they are still trying to keep control over the middle of the map.
Yeah, take control or not, we see a lot of potential. Already 5 kills for Buriram United, only 2 will respond Flash Wolf, but the goal is still neck to neck. Already bottom tower, first objective for Flash Wolf. Buriram United need to respond for objectives.
Yeah, they really do. They're trying to control
bottom side?
I mean, bottom side is already broken, but Heroes is taking quite a bit of damage. Summer and F1 backing off. They see Kato, and it's like, is it worth it? Not really.
Yeah, because see how the matchup is onto the final itself. You can see Buriram United and Flash Wolf reaching a lot of respect for 007 here. A lot of damage for Gaduo into the early game, but 007 will emerge its strength into the late game.
Yeah, and that's particularly interesting because I guess it's just a pure mechanical mistake. Gaduo didn't even use his ultimate at that point in time, so there was no reason for 007 to die there.
Yeah, because of 007, look at the pure damage pill coming from Gaduo into that fight has the potential in the early game because of how Lavelle is stronger than Caffney in the early game. So Caffney needs to wait, needs to play a little bit of a defense kind of gameplay. So what if he just goes for a lot of aggression? It will be hard for BRU because of Caffney is the late game component for BRU.
Good steal from Nunu there as the rest of the team rotates up towards the top side of this match. Omen is going to continue to push out. They need to send somebody down to the mid lane to catch that wave while Caffney and Zip try to hold up on this top side.
Yeah, because of how the matchup.
CC getting absolutely demolished here, but Nunu also in trouble. Lindis tries to offer him help. He gives him a bit of a shield, but that's all he's going to get here. But a good trade there. BRU still ahead in terms of kills. However, they haven't translated it into gold.
Yeah, because of how BRU trying to play a lot of objective gameplay right now, but instead of BRU doesn't have the objective right. But Flash Wolf, they are bringing a lot of fight into the objective gameplay here. They take 1 kill and the 007 try to eat up the bait or not go on the side.
Yep, he's pulling back. 007 is going to be caught off guard here. The slow from Gua is going to be enough. And unfortunately, 007 just got his sprint back. Heroes is going to be able to get hit. Oh, F1 getting hit by the double trouble. And all of a sudden, someone realizes, wait, where did all my damage dealers go? And now Heroes has an opportunity to turn this around. Summer, he can't tank any more damage than this. F1, he could potentially look to go for a dive, but even then, it's really, really risky.
Yeah, really risky because of Summer is really too low. Despite of F1 has a lot of damage, they can't take the tower onto the bottom side. They cannot do it. But now we see ZZ on the chase with the Raz. Now 2 towers for Flash Wolf, despite Buriram has none. They have only positive of 2 kills. Double trouble make it really trouble for Buriram United.
Yep, 007, he's getting chunked out, absolutely demolished there. He doesn't give over the kill, which is great, but right now Gaduo is absolutely insane. Nobody can stand up to his damage, and Kato, we've barely even seen him half the game.
It just Gaduo all the way with the level double trouble and also the immunity that Gaduo has in that game. They just push on the top side, has the tier 2s and tier 1 towers. It made 4 towers for Flash Wolf. Buriram is not on the color.
Yep, F1 just bought his Cleaver Sancti as well with the help of the rank breaker. I mean, he is slowly scaling, but he needs way more items if he's gonna hard carry this game. Somehow, even with Zip, Kato had managed to gone in for a level 14 here, as now the rest of Flash Wolves trying to jump in onto BRU. BRU understand that they can't exactly win this fight. Kato is a little too big for them, as well as Gaduo. They have to peel back.
Yeah, because of the side of Flash Wolf, they know what they can do. Now, they have a lot of potential to hunt in packs for Flash Wolf. Buriram United, they cannot take a fight just yet because of the damage into the late game is on the side of BRU because of the Kafni and also the Lindis. Flash Wolf, they need to play smart. They need to push a lot of towers in these 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and now, unfortunately, the Dark Slayer didn't work out as well as they wanted to. Their Drake didn't work out as well as they wanted to. Have they even dropped it yet? Yes, they have. And so far, not that great. Not that great overall. Hopefully, this power play can increase themselves to at least the 6K lead. Because when you have a 6K lead, especially at this high level of pro play, that's when you know it's like, oh man, that's when you know that a team is clearly winning.
Yeah, because of how 6K will have the goal, a lot of goal gap with 6K as well. But this is BRU. They have a lot of potential. They only 3K, but we've seen the worst 10K a lot because they need to bring into the 50K mark. Because after that 50K mark, gold doesn't even matter if you have the lead, but Summer might be caught up here.
Yeah, looks like Summer's gonna be making it out. F1 taking full advantage of his enemy's jungle, gonna steal it away to try and catch up to Katso here.
We see level 14 Vacato versus F1. Omni Arms finish for F1. The stands coming for BRU. Flicker from Summer or not?
Looks like they back away for now, but now BRU, I feel like they should be strong enough because the Omni Arms from F1 is going to give him that burst damage he needs to chunk out pretty much anybody who walks up to him. So as long as he keeps his space, Lindis is going to tank out the double trouble here. 007 is slowly peeling backwards, putting some good damage into Gua. However, Zip unable to move, walk, or speak in that situation. Literally getting locked down from the first minute he was touched.
He can't just roll, but roll doesn't have enough defense for to handle the damage comes for Gaduo onto the bottom side. Ultimate for Summer or not, because Summer, look at the BOE! The boss ladder will kill down Summer. Gaduo is the man of the game right now.
Yeah, he is so strong right now, and 007 really needs to catch up. Lindis is looking okay for now, but double trouble. Does it actually? Wait, did it actually land onto his Lindis there? I think he's gonna be absolutely okay. The shield is gonna tank it up. Gua is taking quite a bit of damage here. However, he can't stay for too long, unfortunately. Oh, one more auto attack would have killed him.
One more ultimate for sure to kill coming from F1. But that elephant is still alive. They just have the potential to peel a lot of Flash Wolf. They already know that Buriram United inside of the dark side. They want to steal or not. Oh, a little bit too late.
I mean, so far, this game was definitely looking more Flash Wolves oriented, but now Buriram, now that they have their items, they are becoming more confident. They are aware of their power spikes, especially F1 and 007. The moment they have their 3 items, they know, okay, we can start taking fights a lot better. They don't have the objectives, but that's not something that they can't catch up in. Heroes taking a run on the damage. Lindis out of position. He's going to be the first to be going down. He is down. Gaduo secures that kill. Summer is the next to fall. No! Well, F1 quickly going into that Winter Spark. Can he chunk out Gaduo just in time? Unfortunately, a little bit of health is going to keep him alive, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Flash Wolves have the right idea in these team fights.
You just have the right idea, but the damage is on F1. It's on the chase as well. Oh, who was first?
Oh, what a snipe! What a snipe coming in from both sides in this grand finals. It's only the first game.
Snip, snip or not, Flash Wolf with the shutdown coming for double 7. Nunu will have his health to be chased down. Kato on the bottom side. We see that double trouble is a lot of trouble for Buriram United.
Oh.
That's a night of a century.
Oh boy, I mean this game as we speak right now has been kicked up to 100. Before this was nice and slow. It was like, oh, good 5%, 10%, slowly builds up 30 to 20%, built up to 40, and then all of a sudden it just jumped straight to 100.
It just all for one, now it is one for all.
Basically, I mean, oh boy, this game could go any way right now. Any way.
Yeah, because of how God would damage and also 007 is really a lot. Look at the constant damage the 007 can give to that tower. Couple of seconds, tier 2s, couple of minutes might be the car.
Is Lindis, he's got to be so careful. They reveal Gua's position here as they look to get that tier 2. Flash Rolls, they understand. It's like, all right, just give them the towers. There's nothing much we can do. We need to find a good place to fight.
Yeah, good place to fight because in mid lane here was trying to just face down Nunu because Nunu with the CC has the potential to kill down Flash Wolf. Well, Flash Wolf played it well because on the right side, Flash Wolf still has the goal gap.
Yep. I mean, even though the goal gap is very slight. Oh, double trouble? Unfortunately, Lindis is there to eat it up.
Yeah, because this is the first time I see that double trouble will be denied with the S2 coming in from that zip.
I mean, we don't know if it's intended or not, but it's an interesting interaction. At least we know for sure that when you have zip into a Laville matchup, you can actually block it doing that.
That means S2's coming from zip is immune to CC.
Well, that's a pretty interesting thought. That's a pretty interesting thought. As you know, the rest of BRU going to be rotating towards the Dark Slayer. We'll get back to that in a little bit. But yeah, BRU wanting to control the Dark Slayer. Gua here is Lindis trying to bail his way out of there, but Gua taking barely any damage because F1 as well as 007 can't seem to get their damage in. And now that they are able to get their damage in, Gua's like, hell no, don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, because of how Lindis is really low right now as well as Gua. Double support has been peeled a lot in that team fight, but not much of the power cannon has been touched by Flash or Buriram. So the Hubble onto the ingration, so Dragon Kato onto the backside. Want to steal or not? Oh, a little bit too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late here, but BRU going in for a full-on fight. Kato is the first to go. Garuwa, but in the backline, Heroes trying to make something happen. F1 is the first to fall. Lindis is next, but Nunu quickly popping his ult, controlling that entire area here. Summer should be able to pick up CC as they rotate towards the center. Heroes is solo. Summer, he knows his target. He's going straight forward. Nunu is in trouble. He gets a little bit of shield from Zip, and now the safety of Zip is there to take it away. BRU come up on top, acing the Flash Wolves.
Triple kill for Buriram United. Summer with man. It just, man is going in, but a lot of endless cycle has been used. Quad kill for the man. It's really a highlight reel. This might be the Panther kill or not for Summer. He still goes in.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Summer, what are you doing? He's going insane as he breaks into the high ground tower. And now it's Garuo's turn. It's like my turn next. Who's ready to rumble?
It's just an ace coming for Summer. Ho, ho, ho. Christmas coming early for Summer.
Oh, man. Just look at the way that they play this fight. Like, Lindis knew that he was low, and he still put himself in this compromised position. Heroes goes into the backline to pick up both F1 and 007, which is absolutely phenomenal. However, the damage had already been done.
You can see how just quad kill coming for Summer. The first game of the grand final is a quad kill for Dark Slayer with an Omen. This is bad. This is hard for Flash Wolf.
Yeah, this is really, really tough here. Flash Wolves have a mountain to climb, but the same thing can be said about Buriram United because it could have gone, literally that fight was a 50-50. Could have gone either way.
Without no endless cycle, it will be Flash Wolves.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know. Even I wonder if Flash Wolves actually got their endless cycles off, right? Would that have made a difference? I think it still would have been a 50-50 at that point, correct?
50-50 at that point, but this is 17 minutes into the game.
That's
it's just
true.
F1 7 time because of ZZ, Garu, and Kato is in an early game.
I mean, they've waited all this time to act. They've taken so much damage, so much brute force coming in from Flash Wolves, the aggressiveness coming for it. They've absorbed all of it, and now they can finally reinstate themselves as top dogs when it comes to scaling.
Yeah, because of how they have the Lindis and also the Kafni for Buriram United. 59k gold for Buriram. This is going for the 60k. The gold doesn't even matter because of how all of the ADC has full build. So it doesn't matter how they're going to play in the late game. It will be hard for Flash Wolf because of the late game composition coming from Buriram.
Now Buriram here, you already notice right off, just by looking at the minimap, that both Buriram United and Flash Wolves are waiting for somebody to walk out a little bit more. Buriram United, they don't mind because they're trying to set up these waves. Zip can manipulate the bottom wave so they make sure they make it crash at the same time, but notice that Heroes, he pushed up that top side and now is looking for the biggest flank of his life.
Oh, that's Wolf coming in or not. That's a break. ZZ needs to be killed, but now Nunu with ultimate onto the backside. Couple of damage coming from 007. Is it really too much? Free hit. Heroes double kill, but now the BOE doesn't even realize what the 007. But Flash Wolf is taking a lot of damage. They survived that attack coming from Buriram United. And we see Gaduo has the double kill, and Nunu has been chased by Goa.
Good defense coming out here for the side of the Flash Wolves. Nunu gonna pop his ultimate to actually pick up. Oh, whoa! The snipe this time, trying to predict whether Nunu was actually going to run. Unfortunately, that Mark of Frost is going to be enough to hold his ground.
It just predicted that Nunu will use the flicker. So it's just really hard for the side of Flash Wolf. They have the component to make a comeback here because of the place of how Gaduo plays himself in the position. They can't kill down 007.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, so far so good for both teams. Team Flash able to protect the high ground turrets, but Buriram United unfortunately trading 2 for 2 in that fight itself. They need this enraged Abyssal Dragon here, but they are walking away and might need to reset it because they need a prime position to take on Flash Wolves, and they can't be diverting their attention to two things at once.
Yeah, divert or not onto the enraged Abyssal Dragon, but you see the minion on top. Kato might be the first to go down, but instead it's Gaduo. The main damage coming from Flash Wolf is the first to take him out. BRU, they are not healthy, but they take the ADC.
Whoa, great fight there coming in from Buriram United. 007, he noticed that his team didn't really need his damage on the Abyssal Dragon, so he positioned himself a little bit further just in case somebody went for the flank. And it so happens that the Flash Wolves were looking for that flank.
Yeah, because of how Flash Wolf trying to make a place because he needs to kill 007, but despite the F1 is a little bit too free hit. So BRU, they still have the component. If 007 has been killed, F1 will step up, but he needs to kill both of them coming from Flash Wolves.
Yeah. And his Lindis already just trying to delay the Drake for the next wave, push to kind of climb together, and that's going to be really, really important here, just to kind of stack the waves.
Yeah, they have to stack the wave. Look at that onto the top side. First inner tower will go down for Flash Wolf. Now Buriram United 69k goal with the 69 as well. Do they want to take a fight or not?
Is Lindis trying to protect his backline as much as he can. He is trying to save as many abilities as possible. 007 popping that ult, and they secure that high ground turret that they've been fighting so hard for. Is Lindis going to manipulate the waves and then rotate accordingly?
Into the mid river right now. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
A little bit too far. Oh, it's not there. Not there. They still have the sprint coming, but Lindis going onto the bottom side, putting a lot of pressure on the bottom with Summer into the mid lane as well. We can see Nunu and his Lindels have a lot of potential to bring the mid and bottom tower in a tower to take it out.
Yep, and now the rest of Buriram United are going to rotate down towards the bottom side. Is Lindis going to once again snag away the Drake and continuously, even though it's at a sliver of health, just let it die.
Yeah, because that is the main what is it, main
Threat.
Yeah, the main threat or the helping hand coming from Buram. Put down the Drake on top. Yes, Flash will need to kill it, but instead, the bottom tower, the mid tower is going to peel so much, and the tower will go down if BRU plays like this in kind of 10 minutes more.
Yep, and 007, he is playing on a knife's edge. He wants to be in range to get that harass down, but he doesn't want to be too close that he gets caught by CC or Heroes.
70 seconds for the Dark Slayer to be alive. It's Lindell's trying to bring the Drake. It doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this must be a ton of fun.
Yeah, Flash Wolf, you like it? Yeah.
Gosh, Zip is so frustrating to deal with. I mean, overall, I've always thought.
Oh,
wait, Summer's in trouble. Lindis is now going to have to save 007 as Heroes is trying to go put himself on top of him, but a good defense from BRU. That was almost a costly mistake.
That double trouble, if it lands like 3 seconds, it will be Summer will be dead because the BOE will pop and has the trouble for BRU United. Yes, you have the quad kill, you have the double kill. After that, it will be hard if you've been killed first because you are the spine of Buram United.
Yep. And that's the problem here, because if anyone makes a mistake, then the whole team is going to be crumbling down, and they're just waiting for opportunities to actually try and punish Flash Wolves. Their only advantage for the side of BRU is the fact that, you know, the top high ground turret has already been destroyed, so it's a constant pushing wave.
Look at how Kato give a damage onto his Lindels. With the Mail of Pain, Kato receive a lot of damage. Oh, the PL damage coming to 007. The Heroes 70%.
Yep, Kato getting some good damage onto Islindis for now. The stun comes through, connecting both Gua as well as Kato here. However, Summer now going for a more split pushy tactic while the rest of the team is going to rotate towards the Abyssal Dragon. F1 should be able to solo this, no problem.
Yeah, they have to, because of how possession their BRU is, giving a lot of space for F1. This is the late game. F1 has the potential. Kato is a little bit too front.
Oh, wait a minute. Unfortunately, Summer isn't able to secure the kill onto Kato here, but now the ultimate come from Taffy should be enough. The Blade of Eternity is going to bring him back to life. However, they need to be aggressive. The double trouble doesn't connect onto anybody. Lindis is able to hold on. My goodness, look at his health.
All of Buram United is low right now because of Flash Wolf, making kind of a slow mistakes coming from Flash Wolf. That Death Embrace just locks away Kato. Kato with the Bow of Slaughter. Yes, you can heal, but you cannot run away. You just burn out your BOE.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, that's still going to be worth it for the side of BRU, even though they were only able to burn Kato's BOE. If they can get more than that, it would be even better. However, like considering the state of the game right now, they'll take any sort of edge.
Yeah, they have to take now the Death Embrace on the middle lane or not, because of how is the Lindels is really well playing this pickup a lot. Doesn't want to take a lot of risk gameplay coming from Flash Wolves.
And you can already see BRU gonna slowly push up. They know where Heroes is. They reveal his position. However, they've got a massive wave coming down on towards bot side. Oh no, that's Gua going down. Gaduo's now in a lot of trouble. That Bow Slaughter trying to heal him through, but unfortunately ain't gonna be enough. Nunu popping his ult for extra security.
No endless cycle for Gaduo? Oh, just really too bad. 45 seconds for Gaduo on the top side. They have the minion in the bottom side. The Drake's coming in, and the mid...
Muscle it.
Yeah, into the mid lane, the tower will go down because of the Cafney and also the Lindis. It's just really hard for Flash Wolf right now.
I mean, it's a 5v4. Summer's in the middle of that fight, but they're slowly peeling backwards here. This is a really good play coming in from BRU. They lock down CC, and he is going absolutely nowhere. Get shredded down. BRU still in the driver's seat. They just need a minion wave to work with them.
Yeah, onto the top side. This might be the game. That 3 people coming. Flash Wolf is still alive. They are bringing the creeps with the ultimate coming for his Lindels.
Yep, and they're going in pretty hard here. Heroes trying to look for a backfire. Heroes is going to be the first to fall, but Kato getting some free hits, getting a couple of auto attacks. The stun does actually miss. Heroes flickers forward. Double trouble landing onto F1. However, Gaduo, he will be trying to get that damage, but Lindis saves him. Now Summer on top of Gaduo. They need to land the stun, and yes, they do. They got the auto attacks. They only lose 007 in that entire process here, and then now they got to salvage the situation by just clearing out this high ground. Killing what? Oh no.
Oh, fair point coming from Buram United. And At one point, we see Flash who had it all. But in the late game, as we predicted, Lindis and Cavani is really late game composition coming from Buriram.
You have to get the Islindis though, because I mean the fights were really tough, and I think Flash Wolves also understood if they could take out F1 or 007, they basically win the team fight. But if it wasn't for Islindis clutching out, saving them during bursts, it's crazy.
It's Lindis and also Summer. Summer
yeah,
plays
Summer as well. Oh. So good. So good. Well played.
It's just, I don't know how he survived a lot of damage. That quad kill give me hope.
Have faith in Summer, and he will provide. So far, looking pretty good for BRU's side. A bit of a crushing defeat coming in from Flash Wolves. It's not like they played bad or anything. It really just came down to that last 50-50 fight.
It just, for me, they kind of lost the draft. Or the gameplay of them in that first game, because of you're bringing a lot of power picks, but you drafted and mid early to mid kind of gameplay. Because of the Cavani late game, I do think if they can bring the Kira onto the jungle, it will be something that can fight into the late game.
Oh, that's true. That's something to keep in mind. But have a look. The most valuable player has to go over to the man himself, Summer, with his quad kill in the first game of the Grand Final.
Yeah, the first game into the Grand Final. Summer itself doesn't even believe he got a quad kill.
Yep. And I mean, I can't believe that he was able to get that quad kill, to be perfectly honest. Like, Summer was getting a lot of free hits, and people were like, yeah, he doesn't do too much damage. I don't really have to worry about him. And then they realized, oh no, I've been put to like 20% of my HP, and I'm left with this 70% HP Summer. I'm in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, because of how Summer just the first man to fall is ZZ. He brought ZZ to the backside, just lock him up, kill one by one. Go ZZ after that Kato, and he chased down Gaduo as well. So it's just really hard to kill down Summer because Summer doesn't even get one death in that game.
Yeah, he did not get a single death. But this is a very convincing game for BRU's side. However, remember, a lot of power picks have come out from both teams here. A little more for the side of Flash Wolves. However, at least they don't have to worry about Zip.
They don't. Yeah, that Zip pick already been picked by Islindils. But yeah, after this, Islindils has Lumber, also Kha'Zix. Now, the question is, yes, Buriram United win the game number 1, but we also seen a lot. Game number 3, Buriram United will be shaky.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many factors coming into this Grand Finals that it's really tough to predict how it's going to go. So far, the showing from Flash Wolves really good. Like early to mid-game, they played it absolutely phenomenally. But the moment the scaling started to kick in, the 3-atom power spike, F1, as well as Cavani as well, really tough game to play after that.
Yeah, because of how Flash Wolf cannot just deal with one power spike coming from Lindis and also the Cavani. But after we go to game number 2, Cavani and Lindis will not be played by Buriram United because of the global ban. Before we go to game number 2, we go for the highlight first.
And welcome back, everybody, as we already are in for a treat. Game 2 in the grand finals itself, Flash Wolves versus BRU. So far, I mean, both teams started out really strong.
Yeah, really strong. Elendor pick, Caffeine pick. Have a lot of investment on jungle and side lane, but this is game number 2. Not allowed as pick. Might be also mid or a Liliana pick.
It's going to be real tough here because game 1, especially for the Flash Wolves, they invested quite a number of power picks. The Elendor as well. The Elendor being one of the more prominent ones, but they also did the Leville as well. So both of their scaling type, early to mid game, at least a marksman of some sort that does well overall in the APL. Not going to be able to be accessed again. So Flash Wolves, they gotta come out, they gotta get creative. They gotta get creative with the comp.
Hey, remember what they do to Mad Team. They lose the first 2 games, but game number 3, game number 4, they doesn't have Elendor, they doesn't have Leville, but they win the game. So in game number 3, it's just really for them.
This is only the weakest picks that Flash Wolves can pull out. They've got so much more!
We cannot win with the Leville, but we can bring a point with the Yorn.
Yes, there we go. 100% win rate Yorn, baby! But yeah, I do think that BRU also are playing at a pretty good rate, as Lindis has been making some clutch saves when necessary. If you guys haven't watched the highlights of Game 1 itself, you missed out because that was an absolutely great game. But coming into this, do you expect BRU to be on the blue or red side?
I would say they're going for the blue side because a lot of resources have been picked by the game in the red side. So now they want to bring the game for Flash Wolves because they need to bait the first 2 picks coming from Flash Wolves.
And now BRU are never going to let Gua have his hands on that zip. After that game 1, Lindis is like, okay, I need to be the only zip here. Let's make that clear.
Yeah, because of how zip. That zip is really the lifesaver because of the like the Hasselhoff onto the bitch.
What?
Right?
Oh, the Baywatch.
David Hasselhoff.
Oh yes, he was absolutely having the time of his life. He can only be the only one and only run and have long walks on the beach in slow motion. But BRU, it's going to be the first pick here in this second game. It's going to be Zip the Florentino, followed up by the Richter, as well as the Dirac. That's going to be the first ban phase, but not a lot of strong openers here.
Elendor is still open for BRU if they want to, or a Caffeine, the Leville pick if they want to because of the 007.
Yeah, but they've guaranteed to get it because Flash Wolves has already used it. So where else? Where else are they looking for? And it looks like they actually want to go for the Dark Slayer lane here, going in for the Lu Bu, expecting Flash Wolves to pick Omen, or to at least not incentivize them to pick Omen.
Yeah, might go for a double Krixix pick here by Flash Wolf if they want to. Because of if they doesn't pick Krixix here, is Elendil's will pick it.
Yeah, that is true. That is a possibility. That's an interesting matchup. I mean, Heroes, he doesn't have as big of an ego as someone.
Heroes plays a lot of Roxy.
Yeah, Yuzon refuses to play Roxy.
The team already lose.
No, we're not making fun of him. We're not making fun of him. It's just things that we've noticed about Yuzon as well.
The funny thing is that Yuzon doesn't want Mad Team to be disbanded.
But yeah, he doesn't want it to be disbanded, but he also refuses to play Roxy into the Omen matchup.
But they win with the Emily.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He is willing to clutch it out with like weird picks like the Emily, especially. So it's pretty interesting that he can, walk the walk and talk the talk. But BRU here, what are they going to respond with the Krixix and Roxy? It's going to be the Tel and Nas as well as the Timmy. BRU have been consistently bringing out this, well, I wouldn't even say it's a combo, but this pairing, this power pairing in the bot lane. Yeah.
Yeah, because of how Timmy and Tel Nas, because of the Puriputs and also being the Bro, has a lot of potential to revive back Tel Nas. So Tel Nas, if she's still in the fight long enough, it will give a lot of damage because the S1 coming in has a lot of burst damage, and also that arrow has a lot of damage. So if BRU can stay a lot in that team fight, it will be happy for them because they will go for a lot of CC composition because of Flash Wolf already picked down the Chok now in game number 1.
Yeah, but this time, Flash Wolves will have access to the Caphne, so they've secured their late game scaling here. And I think BRU, they're very happy to see this Caphne because every single time a Caphne plays up against the Telenas Teamy matchup, doesn't go too well based on previous results.
Yeah, because of how Caphne needs a space to just kill down Telenas, but Telenas, he just...
CC is strong. CC is strong in this game, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, because of the Telenas just stay behind Timmy. Because the Timmy will go in with the hook and also the putty puts, giving a lot of potential CC. It's just giving Telenas a free hit all the way along. So if Telenas can get a lot of free hit, it will be best for BRU. Because of Caphne in the late game, it will be hard to fight.
Yeah, it really is hard to fight. But I think, you know, Telenas has a little bit of an edge in that regard because if it's a 1v1 between a late game Telenas and a late game Caphne, as long as Telenas lands that ultimate, she should win that fight. 100%. But now, looking into the second ban phase, we're looking at a Lumber and Krizik's ban for the side of BRU, and Fennec and Marja ban coming in for the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, the question is, do they want to pick up Baldum right now? Because
yeah, they do. Right on the dot. Right as you called it. Are you drafting for them or something? What's going on here?
Hello?
Hello, Flash Wolves.
We already picked a Roxy and a Baldum. We doesn't have a jungler just yet.
Gotta lock in the Gabaldum. Alright, but jokes aside, BRU hovering over that Volcath here. I'm noticing a bit of a trend. I really wish I brought my book this time around because I wrote it in there.
What is the trend?
The trend of how BRU is drafting so far. Game 1 was was a composition that I didn't really expect to see them actually go for. Game 2, looking at the Telenas, the Lubu, the Raz, the Volcath, very similar to one of the games yesterday against HKA.
Yeah, the Volcath pick for F1 is like game number 3, I think.
I'm not even going to guess which game it is at this point. I've already forgotten about it. It's all about the finals right now.
You already win for the finals, so it doesn't even matter. But yeah, because of how they pick the Volcath doesn't want to give Flash Wolf double marksman composition. Because yeah, Volcath can kill down a lot of marksmen, but they're forcing down Errol to be in the jungle. Because of, Warrior versus Warrior, why not?
Yeah, I think Errol is actually a pretty good pick, especially against the Volcath here. If he's able to stack up his passive and get that Axe Hand to just slow down that Volcath and minimize the amount of DPS he does while he is in his ult. Oh, for a second I definitely thought that 007 was going to play Volcath there, but it's just switching over. No worries, no worries. Keeping it cool.
Telling us jungle for F1. Yeah.
Doable.
It's BRU, by the way.
It's oh boy, this would have been a completely different story if it was Talon. It's like, Vera's jungle?
you just get Talon esports.
But yeah, besides the fun in games here, looking at both compositions, it's pretty balanced out.
Yeah, pretty balanced. We got a Roxy versus Lobo, Volcath, Arrow. This is maybe the time that I casted that Arrow will go jungle. They have a lot of potential late game coming from Flash Wolf, but BRU, they played smart in the early game, but they have telling us for the late game. Now, Flash Wolf need the cheers because they already lost the game number 1.
GCS 加油 GCS 加油闪电狼加油闪电狼加油闪电狼加油 GCS 加油真香
APL fighting
APL fighting APL fighting.
All right, let's get this show on the road. BRU versus Flash Wolves Game 2. Which composition are you liking?
It's just really hard right now.
It really is. I think for me, personally, I think the one pick that really throws a wrench in the calculations is definitely Heroes on that Roxy. Her ultimate is extremely powerful against the lineup of BRU.
Yeah.
You lock down F1 while he's in that, I'll just pull him away, be like, don't be a part of the fight, don't worry about it, buddy.
I will be back.
Or yeah, and the same can be said for a 007 or even Summer if they get a flank. Like, Heroes' ult is really, really good against this composition.
For me, is what the bug above is BRU versus Flash Wolf, the mid kind of matchup. Nunu on the Raz and ZZ on the Grixie. They have their comfort picks.
Yeah,
So it's just really hard.
I'm not entirely sure, but F1 gaining quite a bit of damage from CC
What's
as well
that?
as Gadwa. He's going to get knocked back at the right time, and that's going to be an early kill for the side of the Flash Wolves, stopping F1 in his own jungle. They're diving onto Summer, and they actually get the kill onto Summer as well. They're only level 2, and BRU finally come to respond. They're coming in for the retribution kills. Gua is going down, but that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade-off.
2 carries with 1 support. Yeah, it's a definite win for Flash Wolves.
Oh, boy.
It just has, as I just say that ZZ on the Grixie and he get the first blood.
Yeah, really nasty there, but unfortunately for F1, he is going to slow down on that clear, getting that level 4 a little bit later in comparison to Kato here.
Kato already level 4.
They're going for the invade. They're not letting F1 play this game.
They cannot get because the Volcap is a little bit too slow. Gaduo will steals the red buff. Still goes on to the fight. The Nunu needs to flash away.
Oh my goodness, and so far so good for the side of Flash Wolves, maintaining that first blood record.
Kato, fun fact, Flash Wolf Kato is the jungler with the biggest hero pool after the semi-final. 16 heroes, you only can ban 4 in one game.
Oh boy, too many picks to keep cover of, so don't even try. Let's look at that replay one more time. F1 gets absolutely demolished here. Summer tries to be part of the fight, but then he realizes he shouldn't have used that third hit back into the team. But whoa, what's happening down back there? Did Cafney just die, or was it 007?
It's the 007 is diving by the Cafney with the ultimate Cafney gift. 007 gonna run away because of no flicker is possible for 007.
Oh no, that means Timmy wasn't babysitting him in the lane, so he gets muscled out of it instead. So well played to Gaduo there, making sure he is abusing this early game matchup.
Yeah, Timmy just Timmy goes back. Now the yeet coming from Gua down the full burst.
Yep, and Timmy doesn't really care. He's willing to face tank this. He's got, I mean, Islindis, he's got his fingers right over Bia, bro, just in case if anything happens to him, if the burst comes through. Nunu going to get pushed out here, but the explosive KO is going to allow him to escape into the safety of his turret.
Yeah, in the early game, Gua just abused the yeet coming from Gua, the wild charge. He just abused it a lot. Because one wild charge, it might become from 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really powerful ability, especially in the earlier stages of the game where cooldowns are still relatively long. So even if you're waiting for your dash, it will take some time. If you get caught off in between the cooldowns, you're probably going to die.
Yeah, because outside of BRU right now, along with 2 kills coming from Flash Wolf, has a lot of potential, 800 goal lead coming from Flash Wolf, but BRU, they stay pretty well in the early game.
Yeah, and so far it's going pretty well for the side of the Flash Wolf.
What he puts?
Oh wait, we're changing it over.
That's a flicker!
Oh boy. Oh boy, I have no idea what happened down into the bot lane, but we know that there is a flicker coming in from Islindis at the very least.
Yeah, it's not just a flicker, that Gaduo is dead. Gaduo is dead with that flicker.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. Did he die? Nobody really saw that, right? So therefore, it didn't happen. Hey! But yeah, it already has been, his KDA has been stained, so he's not going to have his usual perfect games. Islindis going to get caught out, Bia Bro going to be active, but nobody is going to be able to follow up and save him. Even Markov Frost coming through. He really needs some help. Is anybody going to help him?
This time, Islindis is the one to be killed by Gaduo. The camera is there. Yeah, right.
Yep. This time, Nunu is going to get on top of Gua. The explosive KO pushes Gua back all the way in. F1 steps out of the Nature's Prison. He saw what was happening and was able to react in time.
Yeah, because of how F1 doesn't even get into the Nature's Prison, because of F1 is not guilty.
Oh boy, he isn't. He's an absolute innocent man. Doesn't deserve to be convicted of whatever crimes he could possibly be convicted of as Volcath. But so far, I mean, BRU trying to come back into this game. They've evened out the score a little bit when it comes to the gold, but now they are trying to power through. Kato is going to get hit by the Putty Poots here. The ult coming through just to get him into safety. I have never seen an Enzo use his ult aggressively so far.
So far in APL?
Yeah, I've seen them like use it to disengage, and that's about it.
Okay. So just really hard to make a synergy with the Enzo ultimate, because in that team fight it will have a lot of factors to play because of that ultimate has a lot of CC, but it's just really hard to land it.
Yeah, it's very similar. It's very similar to the Malok shock. You know, it's great if you land it, but it's also useful if you need to run away. Gua getting slowed down here, and he gets hooked by Islindis. The Pooty Poots didn't really connect as well, but Gua already losing 50% of his HP. This kind of shows you the synergy that we're talking about between Lindis. Oh man, I hate the fact that his name is
Lindils.
Lindils as well. Sorry, is because I keep saying the is part. I keep saying the is. It's ingrained in my mind. Lindis as well as the Timmy combination.
Is Lindils?
Is Lindils? Gosh, I am terrible at this. Terrible, man. But now the rest of BRU slowly rotating towards the top side of the map. They want to increase the tempo of the game. They already broke one tier 1. They have all 5 of their members, and they're taking a full team fight. Summer going to be the first one to fall, and the rest of the team getting hit by the Nature's Prison. Summer comes back with the Mark of Frost, able to power through that damage. 007. Oh boy, he's got a lot of work on his hands.
It's not a Mark of Frost with the Pooty Poots, being the bro. Yeah, because it's Lindils giving the being the bro, and that Summer is still alive, giving the first kill. 4 kills level, Buriram United with Flash Wolf, giving the Flash Wolf still has the upper hand, but Buriram United, they have the goal lead.
Yes, they do, and now Summer is going to activate his ult as he jumps right on top of Heroes. I don't think he oh no, Heroes doesn't have his ult. That's so unlucky. He could have gotten a free kill there.
It might be hard, but it's easy. Pops up, the fall into the mid lane here, but receive a lot of damage coming from BRU. Now they're hovering on the top with the synergy pick as Lindils and also 007. They might take away the Dark Slayer in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Dark Slayer only just spawned 50 seconds ago, so I think BRU, they're going to bide their time, wait for 007 to get his ult back, and maybe they can do something in the river later on. I mean, BRU are keeping tabs of where the rest of the Flash Wolves are.
Yeah, because the side of Flash Wolf, they need to find a fight that they can win. Because of how the team fight is, Buriram United still have the upper hand. Oh, that is an ultimate!
Oh no, but unfortunately, it's going to be an insta kill onto Summer there. That's are waiting for an opportunity to turn this around.
Yeah, look at the damage level telling us in this 10 minutes of the game. Dodi doesn't even take down the
hello there.
Oh, Heroes.
Why, hello there, Heroes. Is he? No, he's definitely dead here, isn't he? Yep, he's absolutely dead, but now the rest of the team is going in pretty hard, though. Nature's Prison landing on absolutely no one. F1, he's still able to power through with his ultimate, and that just means it's going to be 2 kills going over to the side of BRU with no retaliation from Flash Wolves.
Flash Wolf just received a lot of damage without a trade. He gives a lot because the F1 nearly died. Also with Nunu 007 as well. So this time Flash would have the damage, but they doesn't have the execution.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little unfortunate for sure, but a big win for the side of BRU.
Yeah, because they killed our Heroes because they're hello onto the brush, onto the right side mid. But Gua as well, tanking a lot of damage, despite Gaduo doesn't even trade a lot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, well played to BRU, but unfortunately for Heroes, he's got to be very, very careful when he goes into face check like that. Now that BRU are starting to put... Oh, wait, hold up, Heroes looking for an opportunity. He's already popped the sprint, but unfortunately, every single time he tries to get that ult off, he is going to get slowed down by Islindis, that Pooty Poots, saving lives.
Look at how Gaduo health is. Because of the 5-man gang coming from Flash Wolf, a lot of Flash Wolf is still healthy, but Gaduo alone is 50%.
Yeah, you definitely know where BRU sights are in this game.
Because out the position is not right.
Oh, I mean, Summer is tanking quite a lot of this damage for now. He's already popped his ultimate as well. However, he is not getting damage in, so he can't spell vamp off of that. Islindis still hovering around with the Pooty Poots here, using the range from 007 to make sure the rest of his team is safe. But F1, he sees what's going on here. He wants that Might Golem. Are they going to be greedy? Oh, that's so greedy for the side of BRU. They don't successfully get it. Flash Wolves will remain tall.
Yeah, but the 007 still have the red buff right now. They wanted to kill onto the mid lane. Chaos Arrow. Gaduo will be taken out or not.
Did he cancel his last... I think he canceled his last auto attack there. It just went right... He just walked right out of range, and that's going to be really, really unfortunate for Gaduo here. for 007 because he really wanted to pick up that kill. Gua going in pretty hard. CC flickering forward, but the Dangerous Present gonna lock them down and isolate Nunu here. But now 007 can actually get his damage in. F1 going in a little deep. He needs to secure that kill, but he's running out of time. Can they break this in time? F1, he gets knocked up. He's alive. He's still going through. That Chaos Arrow comes through. Kato can barely walk forward as 007 saves F1's life.
It's just how F1 is still alive. Gaduo will give the damage, but what it happened, 007 with the double kill. This might be the game because 24 seconds for Kato. ZZ has 4 and Gaduo is the one to be pushed under the turret, and now the core has been taken. BRU takes 2 points.
What a fight here. BRU coming in strong and confident against the Flash Wolves. I think Flash Wolves, they were doing pretty well overall, but it came down to a couple of bad not even bad decisions, some bad fights, and one bad decision from Heroes. Not looking too great.
For me, that last fight with the Nature's Prison has locked 4 people, but Nunu is out. Nunu just pushed away Flash Wolf because you kidnapped my friend. I'm just going to push you away, waiting for my friends to get up and just kills away. Because F1, he's still alive.
Yeah, and honestly, that would have been a game-changing fight if they caught all 5, or at the very least, they caught Nunu because he was the most important. He was the only one who actually had a way to push people back, to create that space. And the moment the space was created, Volcath comes out, pops that ultimate, and he's running in hard.
He's just gunning in. That Volcath just live again. But yeah, Legends say he's still alive.
Yeah, but this game, BRU coming in strong, but Nunu, great game from him. His only death was literally to win them the team fight.
Yeah, because that is a honorable death.
Literally his life for ire.
But they get a point, but this is BRU what the synergy in the game number 1 and game number 2. The next game will be much of an interesting game.
Yeah, it really is going to be interesting. Game 3 still should be favored in the... it should be BRU favored, and then after that, Game 4 is where Flash Wolves really need to pump the gas.
That's why I said Nunu and ZZ will be the main factor because of both MVP in this game, because Nunu has the Raz and ZZ has the Crixie. But game number 3, they doesn't have the comfort pick just yet. So Flash Wolf, they need to play it well in game number 3 or not. It will be hard because we've seen a lot of BRU have the match point, but they bottled that lead. So quite a matchup, And considering what the early game was like for F1, he dies in his own jungle, and they were able to pick up a retribution kill into Summer as well. And then all of a sudden, consolidation prizes, they give Gua over. However, it's a 2-1 early game start for the Flash Wolves, and still managed to lose it at the end. Yeah, because of how the damage need coming from Gaduo. Because of I don't think that Kevney is not the main factor, but the position of Gaduo itself has a lot of tension. We can see how Flash Wolf 5-man dive into the mid lane, left side jungle. 4-man is just 100% health, but Gaduo is 50%.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really get to have a fun game this time around. He really struggled to scale as well. Unfortunately, people were gunning out for him. But don't worry about that. We still have more games to come. We're going to be jumping into Game 3 right after the Game 2 highlights. It's that time of the day again. Once you're alone, once you're by yourself, maybe with your family, you're going to be watching the APL 2020. So welcome, boys and girls and everybody in between. We are moving on to Game 3. And so far, BRU still 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0, but we've seen a lot of in the papers that BRU, they start to be a little bit shaky in game number 3, and they're going to bottle down game number 4. This is time for Flash 4, because Flash 4 has done it versus Mad Team. They lose 2 games straight, and game number 3, they start howling.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what Flash Wolves have in store because, you know, Game 3 is going to be really important for them if they want to turn the tables onto BRU, because then they can start focusing on their own gameplay. Well, not only their own gameplay, but more importantly, the priority over draft.
Yeah, because there are a lot of picks already been given, like Elondor, Cafney, Laville. So we have a lot of contested onto the jungle. Yeah, still have the Zephyrs, Grignak, and also Zill. But it's just really too hard for the side lanes right now because Laville and Cafney have been picked for 777.
For 007. Gaduo, yeah.
Yeah,
for
for
both Gaduo as well as Kato.
So do you think that Buriram United will give the blue side for Flash Wolf because of prioritize onto Richter pick?
Most likely. No. Wait. Let me just remember. So game one, they got access to Zip. Game 2, they went on blue side. Game 3, they should be on blue side as well for the side of BRU, only to really pinch down on some of the picks coming in from the side, forcing out some of the picks coming out from the side of Flash Wolves. Unless, you know, Flash Wolves, they want to be a little bit more spicy here.
They can still bring. They have no Mal. Do they have Malok still?
Yep, Malok is still on the table sides.
So alright, so yeah, they can bring Malok Alice for Flash Wolf if they want to, giving the mid ZZ onto Malok and also give Gua the Alice. If they want to, they can bring a diving composition because we know how Flash Wolf will play aggressive in the early game, but the synergy matchup will be picked along here. They already can pick for Buriram United. If they want to pick it up, prioritize onto Malok, they can bring Malok Sephra. Or if blue side Buriram, they can prioritize onto the Richter pick.
See, here's the problem. We don't know how much Flash Wolves or even BRU are willing to invest in these games. And I feel like BRU so far, they've kind of, I don't think they've maxed out on some of these games. I think they're just hitting the bare, arguably the bare minimum. Sometimes it's a little bit overkill. I do feel like, especially in Game 1, that it was a little bit of an overkill. Game 2, a little bit more moderate in terms of the priority picks. Flash Wolves on the other side, I definitely think they've invested way too much in Game 1. Game 2 is like, okay, not so bad. However, now that you don't have access to Cafney on top of everything else, it's like, it's going to be a tough position to be in.
Yeah, because of how Flash will bring in a lot of potential pick here on the game number 1, game number 2. Now, game number 3, they invest a lot here, Gideon. Because of the Direct and the Joker having, if they doesn't win this game, game number 4, it will be hard for them because not a lot of heroes will be picked. Because they give Flash Wolf a blue side, after this, if BRU win this, BRU going to blue side because of the Direct already been picked. So BRU will be forced to ban the Direct.
I find it kind of interesting that BRU wanted to be on red side just so they can get for the double pick to lock in the Lumber and Laville while sacrificing giving up Direct when... Personally, I would have been on the opinion of being on blue side and forcing out priority picks from and wasting the economy of Flash Wolves, you know? Force them into pose questions to which there's only one particular answer to.
Yeah, because of how I do think like that. They want to give a lot of potential picks, but BRU, if you see a lot of soft mind games coming in, yeah, they give the Direct this game for Flash Wolf, and if they win this game, they can be on the blue side. So Flash Wolf on the red side, they have to ban out the Direct. They have to leave Richter open. So one ban already specified for the Direct.
And I'm liking what the draft is looking at so far. I think it's about 50-50 on either side. Laville doesn't go well into the Joker, but that's absolutely fine. Thane, he's going to be able to take out targets from afar with his ultimate. However, he is a really big playmaker. Dirac, just a solid laner here. BRU respond to the Dirac with the Marja. They respond to the, they can't really say too much about the Joker here because they did first pick Laville. However, when it comes comes to the Dark Slayer lane, they are running out of options. The Richter is gone, Florentino is gone, the Kilgroth is gone, Omen is gone, Lubu is gone. What do you have on the table left?
Volkov is gone as well. Errol also not Yeta being picked by 7 for Summer. Now the question is what heroes will play.
Heroes don't have access to Roxy or the Yenna as well, so I mean,
Kilgroth be taken out. Lubu, Omen, also Florentino.
Arthur? It's time. It's time. Come on, lock it in. Do it. Do it.
They win with the Arthur pick in first game versus Talon Esports.
Yeah, but I mean, it was, to be fair. Oh, yeah, they did win it.
Yeah. So this might be the time for Flash Wolf, waiting for the Arthur to peel a lot of damage in the bottom side. But if they can win with the Arthur pick, oh.
Yeah, that would be very, very interesting to see
They
here.
still have the Emily though.
I guess they can hold it up. I guess they can hold up the Amelie, right? Right. There's no reason to actually go for the Amelie here.
They invest a lot in this game. Flash Wolves, bringing the Joker, Nakroth, Arthur, and Direct. The question is, they bring in the Nakroth and the Direct pick here.
I do think that this is the game that Flash Wolves get to splurge a little bit more, because if they don't win this, Game 4 is going to be really, really tough for them. So it's better if they take Game 3 and have priority of Game 4 draft.
Yeah, for composition right now, BRU has the early composition. They have Marja and Yenna, a lot of burst damage, and also Loville with the peel into the mid game. Now, if Kira been picked here, overall pick is on side of BRU because it is really hard. Yes, Nakroth and Joker can burst down Loville, but in the early game, I do see that Arthur is hard to sustain a lot of damage coming from BRU.
Yeah, so honestly, we're just going to have to wait and see if F1 is going to bother to head up to that top side and help Summer out with that Arthur and then really push that lead there, because then that means the Joker, who's probably going to be left by himself, Thane is going to roam towards the mid lane to help Dirac kind of clear that wave, and I would assume the same thing with Lumber and Marja.
Yeah, because of how we see in game number 1 and game number 2, the jungler and the Dark Slayer will play along here, Kato and Heroes, Summer and F1, so they need to match up 2 versus 2 on top if before level, pre-level 4 for junglers and also level 3 for BRU.
Man, I just can't believe this is a prime example of nobody likes Dark Slayer laners. It's just Superman, Roxy, Omen, Lubu, Richter, Florentino, and Kilgroth. They're just taking out literally every other option.
Only one Zip.
Yeah, and only one Zip just because it's like Zip is way too good, so therefore it's tough. But let's jump into the cheers.
闪电狼加油！闪电狼加油！GCS 加油！认真。
APL fighting!
APL fighting! APL fighting!
Oh, ho ho ho!
It is time. It is time as we go into Game 3. I think this has to be one of the most difficult drafts to kind of figure out who's gonna win. I don't even know like what the game plan is for either one of these teams. I know that, you know, Flash Wolves are gonna try and play, if they wanted to, they could try and play towards bottom side, but then Heroes kind of gets messed over. So
yeah, you just do you remember when you're in college here that you in final exam you see one question that you doesn't know how to answer, it just blank off?
Yeah, and
just picking the Arthur, I just blank. What will Flash Wolf do in this kind of matchup?
Oh boy, oh boy. So let's take it in stride. Let's take it with a pinch of salt and see how this goes. Right now, Heroes and Summer both helped out their jungler, helped out clear off their buffs as they do a full clear onto their top side as they slowly rotate down. But look at this, everybody's just like, where's everybody gonna be?
No,
Who's gonna win
BRU
first?
knows because Guan just walked in front of face of his Lindils. He knows that. That's why Nunu and also 7 wait for the counter attacks coming in. But yeah, because of how his Lindis just waited, because in the early game, Tane and Lumber, he cannot do much.
Yeah, he needs to hit before he has some significant relevancy. That Earth Splitter is a very powerful ultimate here. Godwell, he's very happy to be by himself down on bot lane. He can just clear waves all day. 2 rockets, boom, whole wave gone.
Oh, look at Heroes. Yenna has a hard time. Somebody needs to go back.
Yeah, Summer, he's got to be very, very careful here when he takes these trades.
You know what's going to happen if Heroes win this game with an Arthur?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk
Priority
about
ban on the rank.
Why
Why you want to ban Loville? You can ban Arthur instead because the full burst coming for Arthur. Holy hell.
Holy. Oh, wait, Nunu taking way too much damage here inside the mid lane, in the mid lane itself. Kato able to get a really successful gank, meaning there's going to be zero contestation for this Spirit Sentinel. However, the rest of BRU trying to get some information on what is still available in terms of jungle camps for the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, because how Flash Wolf really doesn't have the upper hand on the goal, but it needs to really neck to neck. But it's just really fun to see that Gaduo has been aggression.
Oh my god.
First blood. First blood.
What a dive. BRU finally take first blood away. However, the CC coming in from the side of Flash Wolves is really, really strong. Islindis, one more auto attack would have been enough to secure it. But unfortunately, Islindis is going to walk away scot-free.
Now on to the fun fact. We see that they said Nunu already been in 3 international finals.
Wow. Wow, that's sad. F1 now trying to buy a little bit more time here as Nunu getting pushed in from the back. Nunu does have his ult, so he's going to be A-okay. But yeah, speaking of which, 4 international tournament grand finals. Wow! That's impressive.
Yeah, that's a really good stat, but they have something they could bring this year because they're already 2 steps ahead. If they can win this, all right. It's for them.
You're convinced at that point that BRU going to take it 4-0 if they win this game, or just what?
If they win this game, yeah, what could the Dark Slayer pick for heroes? They already bring out the Arthur right now. Oh, Arthur, yes? Yeah!
Very possible indeed, but Nunu is biting a little more than he can chew. Gua is zoning him out, but unfortunately Gua doesn't have the movement speed to catch up to cut Nunu off right at the choke point. BRU continue to control this bottom side for now, while look at top side, Kira trying to help out, trying to get this kill onto heroes.
He cannot kill down the Arthur. Arthur, he's just too tanky.
Arthur's too strong. He's too strong.
He's the kings of Atanor.
Oh wait, can Kato actually steal this? Oh, he's jumping straight onto F1. He's using that early game damage, but unfortunately for him, he's going to have to deal with the rest of BRU chasing him. Does he have enough cooldowns to make this work here? Unfortunately, it doesn't. Thanks for the buff transfer, says F1.
It's just like how Necros coming in. You remember the song coming for Spice Girl? You wanna be my lover?
Oh god!
Gotta be my friends.
Yep, totally know that. Totally know that song. Oh boy, but it's true. It really is true. You gotta be friends if you want to be able to take that buff away cleanly. But it was a risk that Kato was willing to take. However, down on the bot side here, already a kill going over to Flash Wolves, looking for some kind of retribution, keeping the score 1-2.
1-2 now. Nunu is in danger with the ultimate coming from Marja. He can run away, but Gua instead give a lot of CC. This Lindes is going for the Earth Splitter. Doesn't want to give Flash for a lot of space to farm.
Yeah, Summer is actually having a really tough time against heroes in the top lane here, but now Nunu and F1 both trying to make a run for it. Nunu, he doesn't have it. Wait, heroes peeking. He still has S1, but the Rock of Frost protects him. He buys just enough time. Nunu, you're playing with fire here, mate. You're playing with fire. Summer is on the run, but they can't seem to catch up to the sprinting heroes. F1, oh, Mark of Frost. Can they turn this around? He gets the shield for the Mark of Frost and a clean dive for the side of BRU. 007 going to be the next to fall here. Kato is going to run him down.
A lot happened on top, but the other dimension onto the bottom side, yeah, they trade kills. They kills on 007, fine, but onto the top side, that Arthur really needs to live in that fight.
Yeah, and finally they take that top tier 1. Bottom tier 1 has already been claimed by the Flash Wolves, so back to even gold.
Yeah, they have to 5 minutes into the game, arriving into 6. 3 kill for Buriram United, and Flash Wolf only have 2, but the goal is on the side of Flash Wolf. Is Lidis want to ultimate right now or not?
I don't know. He's banking the options. F1 is relatively nearby, but it looks like they are just biding their time, letting them take some bad trades just for the sake of it, I suppose.
Yeah, giving a lot of gameplays coming for Lindels is just like a ninja. He's waiting in the dark, giving a doesn't everyone know he's there, but might be the fight.
Yeah, and now Kato trying to get onto Nunu here. He's already missed that ultimate. He only got one tick of it. Nunu going to be in the mid lane once more, taking his time. Already popped the sprint as well, so it's going to be easier for Kato to get on top of him. But right now, Kato has been doing a really good job putting that pressure on the mid lane.
Oh, got to a full burst might be onto F1 right now. We see Flashful trying to play aggressive onto the top side, but yeah, Buriram United they handle it pretty well, but it's Litness giving the first one to take the all to the mid lane. F1 pops out the ultimate.
Yeah, but he doesn't really mind
Bottom
here.
side.
Bottom side, I mean, Summer, he's biting way too much than he can chew. There's no way he's going to be able to survive this with both Artha and Kato on his tail.
Flicker!
He flickers out of there, but
F1 is dead!
Oh, here comes Heroes!
Here it comes.
But yeah, so far Heroes is having the time of...
Oh, double.
Wow! I don't think that was intentional, but wow! Gua just walked right at the perfect place at the perfect time to get hit by that double trouble.
Yeah, despite how Heroes plays the Arthur right now, it will chase a lot of BRU. Because of Arthur, yes, you have the S1, a lot of speed. If Arthur pops the S1 and also the sprint, oh, you cannot run away, mate.
Yep, he is just going to run you down and also crack your armor as well if S2 has been popped as well. And that just makes it so much better. It's like, where did all this damage come from? I just...
The armor crack is on S1.
Yeah, but when you have S2 on top of it, you're like, what is happening to my life total? Like, why am I taking so much damage?
That's the magic damage that Arthur has, the king of Atenor. So yeah, they have a lot of respect coming to pick the Arthur, the Season 1 hero coming from Flash Wolves.
Still having relevancy, 6 seasons. How many seasons already has it been? How many seasons has it been at this point?
18?
18 seasons at this point. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Still relevant. But now Nunu, double trouble landing onto CC. The follow-up, though, doesn't actually reach CC as Nunu right in the middle of the fight going to be giving over his life. Unfortunately, he didn't get his ultimate off in time. Ooh.
Look at how the damage rate is. But Heroes is still alive. Look at it. Hey,
I'm just tanking this all. And now Gaduo is coming right up with the help of CC. F1 just phases through the wall. Nunu back into the fight. Hopefully he doesn't make the exact same mistake again. Can they secure this kill onto Gua? No, they cannot. Marco Frost comes through, popping the ult. Nunu gets into his rape form, and now he's in trouble. Gets punched back by Gua, and that's what I was talking about. Kill secure with the help of a flicker.
Yeah, help of the flicker into the mid lane. Genesis barrier has been popped, but no other kind of plays coming from but that Yena is really lucky because of not a lot of damage coming for the ultimate.
Yeah, so far Yena is trying to maintain gold with this Arthur, 4.7 to 4.5, so she's only 200 behind. Not too big of a deal, but so far the matchup has not been in her favor.
Yeah, because the movement speed will have a lot for Heroes after the Gaia standard. So Heroes will just roam top to bottom. It's just really well for Arthur because of the dead sprint and also S1, Gaia standard, just really well.
Yeah, it is just tough, but now Heroes getting even tankier here, becoming more of an issue for the side of BRU. Will they be able to handle it in the later stages of the game? Probably with the help of Laville. However, Heroes is going to put damage. Is the seal going to go through? No, Kato. He was able to secure it, but Kato gets hit by the double trouble. Full 3 seconds, but F1, he didn't see it in time.
Yeah, a little bit too late now. ZZ with Marco Frost into the run away with Flicker. Gua is alone. Now the push coming from Gua with the cannon laughter onto Marja, but no casualties just yet, but they only take down the objectives.
Ooh, really tight fight there coming in for both Flash Wolves and Buriram United. It could have gone either way there. Buriram United taking a bigger brunt of the damage. However, great disengage coming in for Flash Wolves.
I do wish that the production go for putting the Arcana and the picks coming for R2. I want to know why the R2 is too tanky.
I mean, he's taking a lot of damage this thing.
F1 will be dead.
Alright, he lives. Woo! I was sweating for him. I'm not gonna lie.
Go on the side.
Look at him. He's just gonna run. But 007 is now going to be the target of the hate of Flash Wolves as they continue to rampage their onslaught down through the bottom lane. They want to get this tier 2. Nunu and his Lindis, what can you do?
You already have the Gaia stated, also the medallion for Heroes. He still goes in. Arthur cannot be stopped.
He is such a big boy.
After this, we will hoping that BRU pick the Arthur for themselves.
I can't wait to see how this is going to go out. But on all fronts, Flash Wolves here are starting to take away those tier 2s. Very important structures for the side of BRU, especially that mid tier 2, as it controls the rotations in and out of the jungle.
Yeah, because of how the mid game it is, the Burium doesn't have the good mid game right now. Because of the 6 kill for Flash Wolf, they can't do nothing for Arthur. So they need to find Nacross or the Joker. Might as well as the Dura. They need to kill a lot of the powerhouse coming from Flash Wolf. Because of the Arthur, you can just let it be. Because the Arthur can run away and also can kill you, so it's just really too hard.
Yeah, and as of right now, I think they're just waiting for the side of BRU. They're just waiting to scale into this game. 007 still needs a couple more items. Still needs one more item. There we go. Blow Slaughter has been finished with the Cleave of Sanctity and the Devil's Handshake. That should be plenty of damage. The Muramasa is going to be helpful against heroes, but now the dive coming into 007. As soon as I talked about him, he's going to get prioritized as Gaduo drops his ult. No means of escape for 007.
Yeah, because Gaduo and Goa, all ultimate has been used with the judgment coming from Nacross. So yeah, 007 needs to realize he is the #1 wanted list for Flash Wolf. So he needs to play a little bit of passive onto the back of his Lindels, because of how his Lindels is playing with Summer right now. Because it doesn't even got a lot. Oh, Kato.
Yep, Kato just putting in plenty of damage into Summer, and his Lindis zoning them out from this tier 1. And now Flash Wolves 3k ahead of their opponents. Can they maintain this lead? This is the first time that they got a significant lead against BRU. But now F1 trying his luck. He may be level 15 and Heroes is level 13, but he still can't one-shot him.
Yeah, because of how the natural is, Kato will counter down F1 with the Kira. It's just really hard. His Lindis will receive a lot of damage, and then also a couple of ultimates.
That should be Gua going down here. Oh, but that Genesis barrier saves his life!
Heroes
oh my goodness!
Heroes on the chase!
Heroes is on the chase now. 007 as well as F1 on the run. They gotta be careful. The Genesis barrier has chunked them out below 50% of their HP, so they have to be very careful.
Yeah, it's just like, you look at how Heroes, he's picking where to go. Who's gonna be the victim for Heroes? Because of how movement speed Heroes is, it's just like you go for a buffet and this is the first meal you had.
Yeah, that was absolutely dirty coming in from CC, dropping down that Genesis barrier right on time to block that auto attack to save Gua at the end. Oh, clutch moments.
This is why it doesn't give direct for Flash Wolf.
With good reason. And Buriram now have to pay the price. Flash Wolves now 4k ahead of their opponents, but they can't see, they've kind of slowed down on this fight now.
Yeah, because of how we can see how, yeah, Gua trade up the ultimate in that fight, but the Genesis barrier is just a little bit too perfect for Gua to believe because of how the passive coming from 10. Yeah, he gives a lot of health. Look at how Heroes onto the backside doesn't want to pick a lot here. Gua and also Kato just want to chase on the bottom side and on top side. Top side Drake, bottom side Arthur.
Yeah, and right now Summer is a full level down. Our Heroes currently at 8.4, while BRU, oh my goodness, Summer is only at 7.8, getting their next item as well. Still not strong enough to deal with Heroes for some reason.
Yeah, a couple of attacks onto the top, onto the mid tower for tier 2s, and top tower will be taken out. Or they doesn't want to take a fight. Nunu onto the ultimate, just need to run away. F1 onto the backside, doesn't have a lot of burst damage. We're looking at Arthur on the side. Arthur still alive, a lot of health coming for Arthur.
And BRU now on the defensive here. They're getting attacked on all fronts. There's Summer trying to go in from the backside onto Heroes, but unfortunately that just means that Nunu is going to die on the top. No all Genesis. Oh my goodness, the Genesis Blast comes through, and that's going to force the reset for BRU.
Yeah, BRU needs to go back now. Flash Wolf need to think which lane they want to push right now, because they have the Nacross and also the Arthur. Look at Arthur, he doesn't even care. This one tanky boy.
Yeah, he really is, but now 007 has the Muramasa. He's going to be dealing damage. His Linda's going to be dropping down the alt. CC quickly goes into that Marker Foss, flickers out of the way. Gua, look at his life total, absolutely get demolished here by 007. He's got the items. He's finally dealing damage to Heroes, but their front line, Nunu, the first to fall, and his Lindis, oh boy, he's in trouble. So it's going to be a one for one trade there?
Only one died.
Yeah.
Only Nunu died.
Ah, super unlucky. No, actually Gua died as well. He came back with his end.
Gua died?
Yeah, Gua died there. Did he not?
I don't even see it. So yeah.
A lot of action is happening on the screen, and unfortunately, we don't even have enough of an FOV to see all of it happen as it breaks down. Ooh, ultimate coming in pretty hard, coming in from his Lindis. They're trying to contest this Abyssal Dragon. Gua and Heroes taking quite a bit of damage. Heroes going in pretty hard onto Summer here, and now the fight has broken out. 007, he gets hit quite hard. F1 trying to buy him as much time as possible, but the backline is so weak. CC and Kato are so low.
Then look at how Kato is a little bit too low, but he kills that F1. F1 doesn't have the unload cycle. They can play a little more aggressive onto the bottom side. They can pick a lot of pressure onto mid as well. So Flash Wolf is still howling in the game number 3. This is what we talk about. Game number 3, BRU is out of steam.
They really are out of steam right now, and I think they are playing a scaling composition, so you're going to have faith that their scaling is going to be just enough here. Nunu forcing to use his ultimate as Kato is so strong right now. He can basically one-shot anybody if he gets his hands on them, and with the help of Heroes and as well as Thane, it's becoming more and more easy to do so.
Yeah, it's just really hard for Kato right now. He has a lot of burst damage coming from the Fenrir tools and also the Omni arms, so he just has a lot of damage. They can just a couple of attacks takes down towers. Now they can breach on the top. They have the Drake onto the bottom side. This might be the last fight for Buriram if Buriram doesn't have the endless cycle.
Yep. And so far, Buriram United, they just have to play defensive for now. They've hit the 52k mark, which means that their carry should have full item builds. And yes, Laville, he's already at his full item build. The question is, can everybody else on his team catch up?
Yeah, because the problem is that Arthur and also ZZ with that Direct. So if they can kill the Direct first, it will be fun for them. But aside of Flash Wolf, they need to, doesn't even take a lot of damage. They need to protect down the Direct, and Kato needs to make a place here. With that Arthur, he can split push, but the double trouble's on the bottom side.
Yep, it's going to be jumping onto Gua. Gua taking quite a bit of the damage, but the backline F1, who already using that Marker Frost to secure that kill onto CC. He's got so much mana here. Can they actually pull it off? Is Lindis trying his absolute best? However, it's not going to be enough. CC, full of life, full of mana. However, Arthur is pushing down and getting a high ground turn onto the mid lane here. BRU are crumbling apart.
Yeah, BRU Hero still goes in. The towers on the bottom side will go down. One slice and dice coming for Kato. The core is next. Summer's been taken out. 50 seconds for Summer. And one with the BOE coming for 007. The 007 will be taken down. Nunu is next to fall. A little bit too late with the endless cycle for 007. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Flash will take the first point.
Woo! Now it is a series. It's currently 2-1. 1 being Flash Wolves and 2 currently being Buriram United Esports. So far, this has been a real tough game. Arthur really a standout in this match.
It's giving a lot of information that Flash Wolf will have a lot of potential if they bring a lot of Season 1 hero or Season 5. So after this, might be a Yarn pick, a Morin, or a
Gilder,
Whip.
let's go.
Oh, Gilder mid? Let's go.
Oh, I really hope Gilder doesn't come back. I feel like of all things, Gilder is one of those that are just like, man, should I be winning with this?
I'd rather pick a Darcy mid.
Yeah,
versus
exactly.
a Gilder.
Oh boy, but still a great game coming in from the Flash Wolves for now. Hopefully this is going to get them into the mojo, get them into the mood as they have priority over game 4.
Get the train running because they already have the steam. It's still the the train coming from Buriram United. Now Buriram, they're scratching the head. What happened? They picked it out so they can win? Oh,
yeah.
Somebody doesn't do the homework because they killed Talon Esports with an Archer.
I don't know. I guess they were confident that Yeno should have been able to handle the Arthur up in the top side, but unfortunately for Summer, he really struggled to get in to get a lead in that matchup, and also struggled to get into that backline, especially with Thane. He just zoned him out completely. Every single time Summer tries to go in for the backline, you just see Gua just like hello and pushes him away. Goodbye.
Yeah, look at how the flicker is coming for Gua, giving a lot of potential for Direct, but that's a Direct pick in mid. We doesn't have to say much because of how Direct will save a lot of teammates with the Genesis barrier. But yeah, that's a Direct pick. After this, doesn't have the direct on the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and that's going to be really, really important here because now the draft kind of has definitely changed in that sense, you know? So now that BRU don't have to ban out the direct this time round, it's kind of on Flash Wolves to actively ban it out.
Okay, 18 kills for Flash Wolf, 3 kills for Buriram United. We've seen a lot in this kind of matchup. Buriram United, game number 3, doesn't even have a 5 kills. So it just history repeat itself.
Yeah.
So, Gua doesn't even die once. A support.
Oh, so he didn't die that time. Ah, boy. I mean, Gua played a really strong game. He was making sure that he was securing kills. He was able to look for those flank angles. And I think what BRU failed to do was fight on their terms. Because every single time they initiated the fight, there was definitely a very obvious choke point in many of those situations, which made it so easy for CC to drop down that Genesis barrier and get a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, look at how the kind of equation for Flash Wolf. They're bringing a lot of power picks in game number 1, game number 2 they lost it. But in game number 3 they bring two season 1. They bring Tate and also Arthur. They bring Nakroth, yeah, but they bring the Direct in mid. So if they can balance it out with the also like some kind of the Direct, if they can bring Akira jungle, they can side lane to bring something that has a lot of defense, they can play around that because that is the formula that they win in game number 3.
Yeah, and so far, hopefully that formula is going to keep the ball rolling here as we move on into the next game. Game 4, as we talked about previously, they needed to win this particular game just so that they could set themselves up for 4 and 5. 5 is going to be the next tough one, but till then, let's see how far Flash Wolves can go right after the highlights of Game 3. Welcome back, everybody, as we move into Game 4. The games have been really exciting in the Grand Finals itself, and I think we've seen more than we've seen in the quarterfinals or even the semifinals in these 3 games alone.
Yeah, hey, Arthur can win a game.
Ah, boy. It's a feels bad for sure. However, we must keep keep it into perspective. Kato did put a lot of, well, not really a lot of emphasis, but had some pretty effective ganks onto the top side, really pushing that very small lead initially because Summer he can't really do too much in the early stages against the Arthur. He gets chunked out a little bit, that's fine. All of a sudden Kato comes through and now he has to reset and now he's at a deficit. Not the best situation to be in.
Yeah, because of how we see it, it's Lindell,
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? I have the exact same problem.
AC Lindell's. AC Lindell's plays a lot of kind of a ninja gameplay. He just hover you into the river, just waited for opportunity with the lumber. So it's just really hard that BRU give a lot of respect for Flash Wolf. Yeah, you pick it after, yeah, I will respect you. OG coming in.
Yeah.
But BRU in game number 3, they toned down a little bit.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. We saw this yesterday itself. The moment we see some kind of match when it comes to the aggression, they start to give a lot more respect than they should. They really should be taking some of these fights in these earlier stages of the game, especially with the mechanics of BRU. Some of them are clutchable.
Yeah, because of how we see F1 onto the Kira. This is kind of when BRU picks the Kira, he loses the game versus an Arthur. So after in the rank games, it's just a real give me a little hard.
I think I'm gonna give it like a week or two.
Yeah,
kind of let it settle, let the hype down.
Yeah, you want to pick a Kira because you want to ban it. Who are you gonna counter it? And Arthur. Yeah.
First pick Arthur, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Doesn't want to pick an Omen. Doesn't want to pick a Yena because it's an Arthur pick.
Oh, Lock and Mallory. No. I think Arthur's better this time. No, but besides, you know, keeping the realism out of this, I think BRU, as of right now, I would like to see them be extremely aggressive for the next couple of games.
Yeah, we like to see BRU being BRU.
Exactly. That's their identity. That's what they're comfortable and really good at. It's so awkward to see F1 not get the kill, and at that point it's like, wow, the entirety of the game he's been struggling to actually get kills throughout because he's so busy scaling and farming.
Yeah, because of how F1, yeah, they get a lot of burst damage onto Kira, but he just spent a lot of time gank on top, but he cannot kill down the Arthur. Arthur is a little bit too tanky because a little bit too late, per se. So they need to play it well in this game number 4. They cannot give a lot of F1. We see F1 play Krieg now, we see F1 play Rogue. The F1 doesn't even want to being the hyper carry. He can give the 007. He give an early game composition because F1 with the Kira he cannot play aggressive. It's not F1 style.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Very similar to Xiaolin, who is very good at these scaling type marksman junglers. Lindis, Fennec. Violet even, Slims we've seen before. F1, we like him. Give him the Zephys. Give him the Cricknack. Arguably give him the Zill sometimes.
Yeah, because he can play the front face kind of hero, the pure jungler. Yes, for F1 because we've seen a lot of teams. They play aggressive, but they play the Violet. They play the Elendor. It's just really hard because we see Team Flash. Yes, ADC plays Elendor aggressive, but their teams are really fast to respond because Elendor can go back and in with the butterfly, so it doesn't even matter. But F1, he picking the Kira. ADC doesn't even want to play Kira.
Yeah, and that's it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it comes to preference. I do appreciate the fact that F1 is trying to be, you know, a very versatile type of jungler. Like, yes, I am pretty good at these pure junglers. However, I want to be able to scale. I want to be able to play for the team. I don't want to be a hindrance to the team.
Yeah, because we see Kato, 16 heroes he can play. So it's just the versatile of Kato itself in this kind of final match. It's just giving a lot of potential for Flash Wolf. Yeah, you want to prioritize who? It doesn't even matter because only a lot of heroes been banned is for Garuo and Gua, but Kato can play anything.
Yeah, so Kato, he definitely has that versatility, but more importantly, he's also pretty consistent with each of the picks that he has. So I think that's going to be the biggest standout here, between Kato and F1. But let's look at the bans. Currently, it's Dirac, Crixie, Zaniel, as well as the Zip. Very interesting that they wanted to ban out the Zaniel instead of just straight up banning the Florentino. So I guess they are considering giving Summers Florentino?
They want to give Florentino to heroes, but they want to pick it out Richter. But they have to pick the Florentino right now or not because of the Omen, Yena, and also Lubu already been played by BRU. But if they want to pick Florentino, Flash Wolf, they are going to bring a lot of burst damage but Gaduo doesn't have the Joker in the Joker in this kind of matchup.
I think that's going to be that's something to take note of for the side of Flash Wolves. BRU on the other hand, I think BRU when it comes to the counter matchups, it's going to be very important that they get their ADL lane really quick. It's going to be Yipneth and Chi. What? Yipneth so early on?
Yeah, because it's for float, you know. Because they doesn't want to pick the Ignis because of no Malok pick.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay. That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
But now Ignis inside of BRU.
Yeah, but BRU, they've got to make some choices here. They got to make some sacrifices. Every single time you go into draft, most people are like, what's the ideal situation for the draft? You get 4 really good picks and you screw one guy over.
Yeah, as always, because of the how C, BRU already have Florentino and Crazy and also Elendor. Because of for me, they going to pick the Crixie here because of Flash Wolf does already play the Crixie, but it's just really hard for them.
True, but you know, BRU with the Florentino, with the Krizzix, and top of the Elendor, their composition, they can easily tilt it towards an early game styled composition.
Yeah, early game style, they have Florentino and Elendor, but based on the recent stats, BRU lost the game with the Florentino played by Summer.
Hey man, you gotta have some faith in Summer, dude. You gotta have some faith, man. Gotta put some faith in this guy. Heroes so far, I don't know. I feel like both Heroes and Summer are are at this stage where they're at about the same level. They're looking to outplay each other very often, and you can see it not only in the lane, but also the way they are managing their team fights, looking for priority. If Summer sees Heroes at 10% HP, and he's looking at his own HP and his 20%, he's gonna take that chance.
Yeah, they have to 50-50, might as well 70-20, it just goes in. Because of how they have the same kind of mindset. They meet in the midway because they know they can't kill each other because they want to overtop alone. Now, Flash Wolf already banned the Malok, the Pain. BRU taking out Darcy and the Lindis. The picking the Ignis for Nunu in mid lane.
Interesting. Kriknak to deal with the Elendor. The Elsu probably going to be going down to the mid lane this time to keep control of it. Especially against the Ignis, he might need a little bit of help. So that would mean that Richter as well as Chi are going to be going into the side lanes with no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, Chi will fight out the Florentino as always, but Richter, who's going to be fighting out? Arrow? Huh.
Arrow? Arrow? Question mark? Well, we'll see where he is going to go real quick.
If they pick an Arrow, it's really good because of Yibineth's ultimate. He can run from Yibineth ultimate. So
are they giving up? Okay, thank goodness. All right, for a second there, they switched it. I was like, wait a sec.
Yibineth jungle? All right.
Yeah, but yeah, on both sides, I don't really know. These compositions are really tough to tell because there is a lot of scaling, but the counter matchups make it really tough. The Yipneth into the Krizzix here, that's going to be a big question mark because it really is a skill matchup when you are trying to make the plays. Yipneth obviously trying to be the more defensive style support, while Krizzix trying to be proactive in the map.
For me, the winning side of this pick and bans is Flash Wolf because of the Elsu pick. They can poke around. Yeah, Ignis can kill a lot of ways, but if that snap hits, it's just really giving ZZ a lot of space.
Yeah, and let's look at the cheers before we get into it.
APL fighting!
APL fighting! APL fighting!
All right, now to get back to the thought that I got midway before I was supposed to throw it over to the cheers, and that when it comes to CC as well as Nunu. Nunu knows that Elsu is going to be going into the mid lane here. He's going to have mid priority for the most part, but he can clear the waves faster. CC can try to match it with the help of a support. However, level 1, do you expect anybody to actually go for an invade, or do you think they're going to play a little bit more defensive?
No invasion coming in because of how both has a lot of potential in the early game. ZZ with the snipes also with Ignis. has the potential, has a lot of CC. No dive coming in, but only just checking, because we see Gaduo already check on the blue buff, but they can dive if they want to, but I don't think they are going to play it risky in this kind of game number 4.
Yeah, it's not something that they have to worry about right now, but Lindis is running around with F1, making sure that he gets a fast clear here, knowing that they won't have control over the mid lane. Especially when it's up against CC and Gua, who are making sure that this lane is constantly pushed in, and when they have an opportunity, they push it in themselves and look to rotate.
Yeah, because the fun fact coming in for Flash Wolf is Gua is the most damage taken.
I don't know if that's a good
Poor boy.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has taken a beating for his team. He definitely needs the credit.
He's on the finals, man.
Yeah, that's true. It has been working out really, really well. Now, coming back into this game, the Flash Wolves, so far, it's been a standard game for both sides. Notice that the Florentino is waiting in the flank to actually look to proxy the waves. 4Chi up in the top side here. Very interesting play there, though.
Why do I feel this game is a little bit faster than any games?
Because both teams are running around looking to kill each other. Like, very literally, they're rotating. It's like, I need to find a pick. I need to find a pick straight away.
It's just like the Hunger Games coming in. I want to kill. I will kill you.
Yeah, not wrong. And now everybody's moving up towards the Spirit Sentinel side, and this is where Elsu is going to be a little bit weaker because all he can really provide is information and also suppressing fire from afar. However, the moment he misses those abilities, his DPS significantly drops off.
Yeah, because of how only the auto attacks coming from Elsu has the potential to kill, to give a lot of burst damage, but Shadow from Flash Wolf, they're playing a lot of waiting game. Is Lindell's want to flicker or not onto the top side? Heroes in a really bit bad position here.
Yep, they know their priority. They're sick of what he did last game. So this game, they're looking for some kind of retribution. The counter gank, though, coming in from BRU is really, really big. F1 still trying to get away. He gets slowed down by Gua, and the snipe from CC going to secure 2 kills for 1.
2 kills for 1 for Flash Wolf, really doing it well. But that is how you play in an Elsu, because of a lot of ranked games or APL itself, you just waiting for the F1 to run away. You just with the snipes, but ZZ just chase down with only auto attacks and can take 1 kill. That is how you play in an Elsu, because you need to remember your auto attacks deal much damage.
Yep, they do so much more. But a very interesting dive coming in from the side of BRU. They wanted to be proactive. However, when they got the call, and this is really just coming down to mid priority here. And you can see, and you can notice that straight away, Nunu, he notices, oh, they're missing. Where did they go? And by the time he informs his team, it's too late. But the fight is already breaking out. 007 is getting a good knock up onto Gadu. Whoa! He isn't able to dodge that damage.
He cannot, because of the CC coming from 007 with the arrow pick here. This is the kind of pick that we've seen a lot in the community tournaments with the arrow pick. Also with the Arthur, it might as well. F1 is the one to be fall down, but F1 a little bit too much of a time taken away. And ultimate coming in for Gua is going to give a lot of CC. Nunu is spraying a lot of damage onto the backside. Summer is the next to fall or not. Oh, Summer's still alive!
He's still making it out. Like, Nunu, he's trying to hold on to his ground here. He's walking by, and Gua is just saying, no, just walk. You're going to have to deal with me first.
Yeah, that is the no-no square coming from Flash Wolf.
The no-no square? You mean the no-no circle, technically, when he uses his ult as well.
Hey, no-no square is a meme also.
Yeah, I refuse. I don't like squares. Circles are great. Pi is amazing. Oh, but right now,
if you doesn't go into the circle, the bear will eat you.
F1 already taking a good amount of damage is Lindis and Nunu trying to slow them down, and Gua still holding on to his own. Both sides, so far, Flash Wolves with a 2k goal lead, somewhat of a 2k goal lead ahead of Buriram United. BRU, at this point in time, I think they're just going to play a safe game. They're giving a lot of respect to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, it has a lot of respect, because we see is Lindels has not used a flicker a lot onto the take 1 kill, but onto the bottom side, 2 stacks more to just have a lot of regens here onto the bottom side, but still goes in. BRU pop the sprint. They're going on fight onto bottom side or not.
Yeah, and now oh no. Oh no. Nunu quickly using the flicker. The moment he sees Kato with the drone drop animation, he's like, hell no, I refuse to die like this.
Oh no, 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 no.
Oh man, I mean, any kill at this point of time, especially now with the Flash Wolves, look at how much respect BRU is giving. Summer not going in, even though he knows that the rest of the team comes down. But Elsu, ooh, real close with the steal.
Yeah, really close. But Isolindels doesn't have the flicker just yet. Gua be caught up and a lot of damage. Gua pops off the ultimate, and now a lot of members of Buram will disperse because yeah, Gua with ultimate, he cannot just run by that.
Yep, and right now Nunu just stuck in his lane. He can't really help the side lanes. Only Islindis is able to do that. Gaduo walking up right in. 007 sees an opportunity. Do they take it? However, Gaduo is Richter, so it really doesn't matter. A lot of that damage has been negated. Oh, no axe hand this time. 007 right in the middle of the fight, taking quite a bit of aggro here. They gotta be really, really careful. But on top side, we can already see Heroes getting some good damage here as they break away that tier 1.
Yeah, into the mid game right now, 7 minutes to come. Flash Wolf has a lot of potential to play ZZ with the Elsu, take a lot of towers, no double trouble because of no Lavelle, because I know a lot of CC want to kill down ZZ.
Yeah. It's going to be tough because ZZ's range is really, really far, and his positioning has been key here. So far, so good. But I don't think it's going to progress more than this for the side of BRU. If they're not going to be proactive on the map, they are just giving up, not even contesting for these neutral objectives. Flash Wolves will repeat what happened in Game 3 where they took full advantage of BRU.
Yeah, because of how Flash Wolf plays really well right now, because of the Elsu mid, they have a lot of space to farm with, to play with. Now BRU, they are on choking point right now because we know how Florentino pick is. Lindels doesn't even want to flicker, make a play because yeah, too much of a respect. BRU plays balance in this game.
Yeah, and although I would like to see them be very, very aggressive, even if they lose this game, it's absolutely fine. They can start, start to pick up a more aggressive draft later on when they are starting to run out of options. 007 taking a bit of damage, Gua as well. The trades are going pretty nicely for the side of BRU for now. Ooh, Heroes, can they actually catch him out? He's really out of position this time, and he shouldn't be able to lift this. 007 cutting off exit points. Heroes making it out with a sliver of health.
What's that coming in or not? Ultimate coming for Gua on the side, but onto the backside, Gaduo onto 4 people. But Kato kills out F1. Outside BRU is all low. Doesn't have a lot of stats. Gaduo with the dashes. 007 will be taken out. And also Summer wants to save 007's life, but there's no chance. There's no chance at all. Gaduo with the flicker. Double kill for Gaduo.
Yeah, Gaduo convincingly taking out that back line. F1, 007 as well. Nothing that they could do to protect themselves, and so far with the Dark Slayer buff, they are gonna be so far ahead of the game.
Flash Wolf playing like HKA, Dark Slayer in the mid lane. So not a lot of times we see the Drake into the mid lane, but they are going to take it. The chances they're willing to take, might be the first time they are going first breach for Buram United in the towers.
Yep, and Buram are getting pushed right. Oh my goodness. Okay, Summer trying to make a play, but Gua pops that ultimate really quick here. Islindis pops his own ultimate to kind of disengage, but they need to take care of this Drake. And 007, he can't afford to die right here. He's going to clear that wave and rotate. Oh, no. No, don't go for that all in. You don't want to get caught out like that.
Yeah, because of how if 007 goes in, a lot of Flash Wolf members will rally up because of that. That is a confirm kill. So side of Flash Wolf, they are playing really well. 6K goal lead right now, but Buram United, they need to open up because their train is not currently working out of steam, out of service.
Yeah. They have really slowed down in these past couple of in these past 2 games here. Now with the 7K lead on the side of Flash Wolves, Kato is going to one-shot them. He's literally 2v1ing everyone. Picks up a double kill here, and is Lindis next on the chopping block. Kato, there is no way he gets away from Kato here.
Yeah, triple kills for Kato. I do think if Kato just deal 1v3, because of guys, I can't handle this myself. Because Kato already has the snowball.
He is so strong. He is so strong. Oh, he doesn't have a snowball. He literally has an avalanche. His next fight breaks out. Oh, his Lindis didn't have an opportunity to breathe.
Question mark snowball?
This is an avalanche, bro. This is an avalanche as Flash Wolves continue to push in forward, taking everything they want, and BRU 10K down. That's a guaranteed loss with a team with the quality of Flash Wolves. Nunu, the next to fall. Market Frost is going to be popped up, but that's not going to be enough to keep him up alive this time.
Yeah, the mannequin coming from Gua. Now goes in with the ultimate. Now the respawn coming from Flash Wolf. No drone drop it is, but Summers might be the one to fall first. Okay. One more snipe, ZZ. One more snipe, ZZ.
Nah, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Oh, he's waiting for someone to show up instead, but this time Flash Wolves in a very convincing lead against BRU. I don't know how they can recover from this because now Flash Wolves are going to put constant pressure every single time they get the Dark Slayer. BRU are guaranteed to lose another high ground turret.
Yeah, because the only time the BRU will win brought this game to 20 minutes and 50k goal lead. 50k goal. That is where goal doesn't even matter. They can't pick a fight. They can't kill whoever they want because of Elendor 1-4. That is not a good KDA for F1 right now, per se.
Yeah, it really is a difficult game for Buriram United to win. I think at this point in time, they just have to play for scaling, look to slow down the pace of this game and allow F1 to actually come in hot into this game because CC, even though he is a type of hyper carry, he doesn't have that consistent DPS like F1 does, or the mobility for that matter.
F1 has the, Elendor pick, 12 minutes a game. Elendor is still relevant, but 10k goal coming from Krignac. It just like ain't math right now. It just really doesn't even add up.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Summer here is not having a good time on this Florentino. Constantly getting ganked, constantly having to deal with
Flicker!
Here. And now, good try coming in from his Lindis. It was a good attempt. The ultimate coming in from 007, and now the full fight is breaking on out. Gua here, his ultimate is going to get cancelled. His Gadwall getting into the back line. Oh boy, it's not looking too good. Market Frost already been popped. That's going to be one as the rest of the team is on the run. Heroes looking to end this game before it even started for the side of BRU. Now with the Drake in hand, Flash Wolves convincingly take Game 4 away from Buriram United.
We have a series, ladies and gentlemen, 2-2. Game number 1, BRU, but game number 2 is also BRU. 3 and 4 is Flash Wolves.
It's 2-2. They have tied it up. Both sides not even close to match point just yet, but so far, Flash Wolves looking pretty good.
The Wolves already sharpened their fangs, and might be the time to game number 5.
Oh boy. I mean, what a game that was for the side of the Flash Wolves. They got a little bit of a lead, and they really maximized that 1k goal lead, pushing it over the span of 7 minutes, pulling it to a 10k lead. That is pretty insane when you're up against BRU.
This is the first time I see a jungler disrespect F1 like that. 1-4 KDA. Oh, because in this ranked games, you gotta be reported.
Yeah, you gotta. Definitely got to be reported here, but you know, for the side of BRU, they're starting to get winded down. And remember when we were starting off with game 1, we were talking about expecting BRU to take the first 3 games and then after that lose steam later in the later stages of the game. It is happening much sooner for the side of BRU, and I think they can actually bring it back if they have a very aggressive skirmishy type composition for the later stages. But we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Did you see the pattern is?
What?
Which team picked the Elendor, they're gonna lose.
Elendor not as good as a pick as people thought.
Even worth the ban?
Even worth the ban! That definitely hurts my soul. But MVP definitely going over to Kato here, absolutely ripping apart BRU's composition from the get-go.
Yeah, just a really hot 7 kills, 1 death, and only 5 assists. 10k goal. It's just, we've seen F1 has 7k. It's just 3k goal lead coming from Kato. So Kato, the burst Krignac has a lot of potential to kill down F1. But yeah, we want to talk about it, the game number 1, BRU United. They have a lot of steam in game number 1, game number 2. Exactly game number 3, they start to crumbling.
Yeah, and it has already begun. It has already begun. Let's see whether or not BRU are able to kind of squeeze this one up, because Flash Wolves are really ready to bring their A game against BRU.
Ooh. Do you see what are going to happen in game number 5?
What's going to happen in game number 5?
Prioritize ping onto the Mallow because no weakness for BRU.
That's a good call. That's a good call. Let's see whether it comes to fruition as we will be moving on to game 5. And I'm really excited to see what kind of a draft that BRU is going to be going off, because so far the scaling marksman junglers have just not been working out for him.
F1 they need to give the Zephyrs, the Krigna, how you can play aggressive, you can run away, but might as well give it a roll in the game number 5 here, because we see F1 plays not his comfort fix, because yeah, he can play with the Elandor, but it's just giving. It's not his style. It's not F1 style to play goes in, goes back, because he needs to hyper carry it. But if giving Kato the Elandor, he can play it out. But F1, it's just a little bit too hard.
I mean, I don't think it's too hard for F1. I just think that his mindset is very always looking to push forward, because we saw even, and I'm pretty sure it's going to show in the highlights, that F1, even when he was looking to pick up the kill onto Gua much earlier into the I think at the 6th minute of the game. I think it's a little bit later. But when he was trying to actually go for this kill, he could have used the butterfly dance to get over the wall to save himself in mid-river. But instead, he goes into the red side, into the Sage Golem pit, and that's where he got instantly popped by Kato there. So definitely his mindset is, if I'm strong enough, I can take on any fight. So give him a warrior to do so.
Yeah, because of how this is the problem. I don't want to say it, but it kind of be the same. The Elvo team, the team Elvo kind of situation, because they picking a lot of Eldor, Lindis, Violet pick, the hyper carry. They cannot carry his team, because if we play the Volca, he plays the Rogue, and also the Zephyrs, he can win the game.
Arguably the Pain as well, but we're gonna go over to the highlights. Check it out before we go into game 5.
Yeah.
We're already back from the highlights itself, and we really want to get into game 5 here between these two top competitors. And the Flash Wolves have proven that they are able to bring the heat against BRU.
Yeah, because the first already been used right now. BRU is out of steam. Just a little bit too bad. Game number 3, game number 4 is side of Flash Wolves, but game number 5. It's everybody's game.
Yeah, and right now Flash Wolves are really picking up momentum off of those 2 wins. So we have to keep that in as a major factor here because now Flash Wolves, every single time they win, they're just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's what I've generally noticed about the GCS teams. They really work off of momentum well.
Yeah, because of the house side of GCS team, they win 2 games. The other side will bottle 2 games, and then in game number 3 is all up to grabs. Because we see a lot of BRU as well. They bottle 2 games, and then when they level up the points, it just kind of reset, but the bands doesn't.
Yeah, and right now it's a bit of a coin flip because both resources from both sides are starting to get in the red zone, for a lack of a better term. And when we're coming into Game 6, whoever wins Game 5 usually should win Game 6 unless Game 6, it really doesn't go into their favor or big mistakes have happened. And then Game 7, it all repeats itself.
Yeah, because it doesn't, you say that whoever win the game number 5 will win the game number 6, but it doesn't happen for SGP, it doesn't happen for Mad Team. So it's just really hard because one single mistake will jeopardize all the games in.
See, that's the thing about BRU. That's the thing about BRU. At least with Flash Wolves in their games, they're a little bit more consistent. But with BRU, it's like, yeah, I'm going to smurf 2 games, I'm going to drop a game, and then I'm going to win the next one, and then drop the next 2 games, and then finally win Game 7 itself. Or, sorry, win Game 6, and then going over to HKA where it's like, I'm going to smurf 3 games and then I'm going to give away 2 games all of a sudden. It's really weird. The inconsistency is there.
Yeah, because of how they give a lot of respect. Because of how it's Lindis in game Lindel's game number 1. Game number 2 plays really well with the flicker and also gravity pull. But playing the lumber, he just wait in the brush. Whoever gonna goes in the brush, you're gonna knock it once. Doesn't even want to kill it.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, especially when you are a lumber in that matchup, you can only do so much pre-level 4. Only so much.
Yeah, because of the lumber with the Earth Splitter and also the flicker will have the momentum for Lindels, but it doesn't even matter in game number 5 right now because they cannot use that hero. Because this is really too hard. Game number 5, Flash Wolf and Buriram, they'll invest a lot.
Yeah, and
really a lot.
Arguably, if BRU are able to actually, wait, no, they wouldn't be able to force out Dirac from the side of Flash Wolves. I think for now, I don't think Flash Wolves is never gonna let Nunu touch Dirac at all.
Yeah, in the documentary, we know that Flicker coming for Nunu just take 1 kill on Team Flash, but yeah. I do think because a lot of history repeats that you give the Elandor, you banning Elandor throughout the 7 games like Mad Team do to Team Flash. That Team Flash doesn't cannot win that game. But after that, HKA do it with Mad Team. So it's just really hard. No, the HKA is not. Yeah, with Mad Team doesn't even give direct. So. If you know that someone in your opponent can play that's really good hero, you just don't give it.
Yeah, you don't give it at all. Don't even let them see the light of day, and that's really, really important here, especially for BRU's draft, because initially when they got Zip, it's like, oh, Zip's all right, sure, I don't mind getting the Zip. However, now they have to constantly ban it just to deny Flash Wolves from having any access to it. Whether or not they're going to give it up, I doubt it because it's a little too late. If they wanted to give up the Zip, it had to be last game.
Yeah, because of that, if they want to give it, it's just happening for... Now, each team has 1 confirm ban. Flash Wolf has to ban the Direct. Buriram needs to ban the Zip. Because of what they do with the Direct and also the Zip, it just will be manipulate a lot of factor because of, Direct win the first game for Flash Wolf, first game as well for Lindels with the Zip.
The two impactful towards the game, especially with some of these, top players, top cream of the crop coming in from the GCS as well as the RPL. You can see, I don't know what the mentality of these players are right now, but you can definitely see that they are put a lot of time and effort to make sure that these games go in their favor. They are taking this as seriously as any other event.
Yeah, because of how serious they are, it's just but serious to us that we doesn't know what to predict. Because we're already game number 5. No Laville, no Gaffney, no Elandor, no Kira one side. But if Flash Wolves want to pick Akira. It's just really hard right now. So on the marksman, this side AD lane, they have a Yarn. They have the whips. They cannot pick the pick Morin because Morin is trash right now.
Yeah, there's still Hayate.
Yeah, Hayate, but Hayate, they cannot pick down Hayate just yet for Flash Wolf because of Joker. It's still viable for BRU.
And that's kind of the problem. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pair up the Joker against the Laville in Game 1 itself. But I think they still won the game for the side of BRU, so it's not that big of a deal.
But they can prioritize onto Alice and Malok.
Yes, they
Both
can.
teams can prioritize it.
Yeah. Oh, and not to mention the Crixie as well being a constant ban coming in for the side of Flash Wolves. Dirac as well as Crixie in the previous game. I don't know if that's going to maintain in this particular matchup, but I'm assuming it will if Flash Wolves are going to be on the blue side.
They banned Crixie because of the Krizik pick. The Krizik is still open for Lindell, so it's just really hard right now. Oh, Tommy!
It's time, Summer. It's time. He's gonna be summer. He's gonna be getting out of here. Jami gonna be taking his place.
Look at how they changed the draft. Some already used Lubu or it is Florentino and Omen. So what's left for Jomi?
I mean, there's Kilgroth. There is
doesn't have Yera.
Max. He's got
maybe Jomi will play a lot of team fight comp.
Oh, that could be a good possibility as well. I mean, they could sacrifice his lane for one of these games just to give him a Zaniel, just to have something in the DS lane to kind of affect the rest of the map, but still can hold his own.
Zaniel pick.
It might not. It's definitely not the best, but it's something to consider.
They can go for Darcy Atta. I've seen that yesterday.
True.
I doesn't even remember Wiram win or not. No?
No.
All right.
Oh, wait, I totally forgot that I was supposed to say no instead of just shake my head at you.
You just give me information.
Yeah,
you have a mic, Gideon.
I totally forgot I had a mic for a second there. I was just looking Mikhail dead in the eye, just shaking my head like, no, they did not win. All right. But coming back into this game, we haven't started the draft off just yet. Hopefully they're not going experiencing. Just as I say, I didn't jinx it, thank God. Flash Wolves on the blue side, BRU on red.
Thank God they started the game because we haven't started the draft yet. 10 minutes. Maintenance.
Oh no, that would have been the worst. That's a worst case scenario, especially here with the most vital game coming in. Game 5, Flash Wolves versus BRU. And ooh, okay, so Crixie is now open for the side of BRU. Dirac, Richter going to be the bans for the side of Flash Wolves, and BRU decide with the Zip naturally, and obviously the Florentino.
They can pick the Malloc here or not. No, because the BRU doesn't have the Ignis. But they also doesn't have the Dirac.
Yeah, so what is their opener going to be for the side of the Flash Wolves? I mean, they could go for an early pick.
Your pick. I doesn't even know what Flash Wolf has right now.
I think, Flash Wolves could go for...
Rossi was used. Omen, they still have Omen.
They still have Omen, that's true. I think that would be the most ideal opening in comparison to what I was about to suggest.
No.
Blind pick Ignis, don't worry, they're probably gonna pick Malak Alice or something like that. Like the hardest read ever.
The hardest read, like what Matt team did. Yeah. Wanna play the Florentino? Oh no!
Second pick, locking in the Ignis, no big deal. Don't even know what I'm up against.
Look at what HK did in game number 1, locking the Ignis.
Yeah, but now BRU here, they have to decide. We don't know where Varus is going to be. Varus jungle? Every single time I see Varus, the first question, Varus jungle maybe?
And that style of this spot, doesn't even any type of jungle want to play Varus.
You don't know who Flash Wolves have been scrimming. They could have been scrimming Talon Esports this whole time, and it's like, you know what? Varus jungle is actually pretty good.
They lose the Talon Varus jungle, they doesn't even care to go for the finals match.
Hey, Flash Wolves, they had to knock them out one way or the other. Beat them in scrims, beat them in game. That's how the way the world works. It's competitive, it's tough, it's rough. But now BRU, notice they did lock in the Zaniel as well as the Cricknack. They've got that natural synergy there. F1, he's gonna try and have a good time.
Yeah, look at how giving a crit knock. Yes, this is what we are hoping for, giving the aggression for crit knock for F1. Because in game number 3 and 4, F1 just played passive, right? Because everyone who looks on BRU doesn't even know what F1 is doing.
Yeah, and as of right now, at least, I don't know what else Jami brings to the table. Not only is he going to be able to play into the Darkslayer lane, but in terms of is he a part of the in-game decisions? What does he bring to it? Does he motivate the team? There's a lot of outside factors here as to why Summer has been subbed out and why Jami is coming in. Because if we're talking about just skill level, I would say Summer and Jami are at least about the same.
Yeah, at least about the same, but Summer is on the lifetime MVP.
That's true. I mean, to be fair, Jami hasn't been playing enough games to get on the lifetime MVP as well. Makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you think, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of... Because of how Jami plays, he wins the game, so his KDA will have a lot of potential to beat out Summer, but Summer plays a lot of games, so the KDA will go up and down.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the important thing here. Well, looking at the current picks so far, it's Kriknak, Zaniel, and Elsu looking pretty good. Varus, Pain, as well as hovering over the Hayate for the side of the Flash Wolves. Are we expecting a big daddy comp from the Flash Wolves?
Mellow pick. Yeah, Varus could be mid. Pain jungle or Pain gonna be mid. So it just Flash Wolves. The fourth pick will tell a story for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and we'll figure it. We'll understand a little bit more once we see the second part of the pick. Of the ban phase itself. Rook as well as Crixie. I mean, those are absolutely standard and definitely understandable for the side of BRU.
Yeah, because you already seen the Pain. Yeah, Pain pick is really a counter for a Kriknak. But they are betting onto the rope because of this Pain can still go mid.
Yeah, so they're kind of just funneling him into that position where it's like, I would rather you be in the mid lane, or at the very least, we'll send you into the jungle if we absolutely have to. Oh, they're banning out the Saphira as well. That does remind me that Gua actually whipped out the Saphira. Oh no, was it Gua or was it Abao who whipped out the Saphira?
It's Abao.
It's Abao who ripped up the Saphira, right?
Malok Saphira combo.
So at the very least, BRU are thinking ahead of time. All right, if they have to save up on supports, what's it going to be? Saphira, all right. Preferably it should have been something else. However, Flash Wolves have used quite a number of supports.
Yeah, because of the how Flash Wolf, I do think they still have the Alice.
They have used Yipnith. They have used
Thane.
Thane. Oh wait, actually they have a lot of support picks.
Yeah.
They haven't used the Lumber. They haven't used the Alice. They haven't used Timmy either. So pure supports haven't. Well, actually, no. I can't say pure supports. Thane is absolutely pure support at that point.
They can go for an Alice Malok matchup here for Flash Wolf.
Yeah, they could. They could.
All right.
Is that going to be enough though? I'm looking at the composition. They're really banking in on F1 to hard carry this game with the help of 007. I guess, I suppose.
Ishar? Okay. I would love to see Ishar.
I would have liked to see a Zenka as well, so wait until they lock it in. Don't get too hyped yet. Don't get too hyped yet, boy.
HKA already won the number 3, so it doesn't want to see a Zenka just yet.
You never know. You never know with some of these teams. Yep, they're switching over to the Alice Flash Wolves. Their composition, ooh boy.
Alice a Malok matchup or not? Because they already have a Varus mid.
Yeah, it's gonna be Varus mid Pain into the jungle.
It's questionable though. Varus jungle?
Yeah, Varus jungle question mark? Yeah, I don't.
Pain can go mid. Hayate can go side lane. Yeah, Hayate will go side lane. It doesn't matter. Do Pain and Varus will go mid? Who's it gonna be? Kilgore go to the Darkslayer lane.
It has to be Varus, right? It has to be.
Kilgore can still go jungle.
True. Okay, regardless, BRU are going to be locking in the Roxy at the very end. So therefore, Zaniel is going to go over into the support position. And Roxy, we've seen Jami play it time and time again. Absolutely fine. And it's going to be really important to have this Roxy because when Pain is going into the backline, somebody needs to lock him down. And the same can be said for Hayate as well with the Kunai Blades.
Look at how BRU doesn't want to someone doesn't want to play Roxy. He just switch play here. Doesn't even want to switch hero, just switch play.
So that's why they have an 8-man roster.
You gotta get for another 3. Who's
It'll be so funny if Game 6 Summer comes back.
Yeah, the Rossi is gone, baby. I want to play it again.
It's time to play this game. Don't worry, Jami. Thanks for taking one for the team.
Yeah, this is what the question is for Matt team as well, because he can't bring BV to play.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But let's hear those cheers. Shout it out for your favorite teams.
APL fighting!
APL fighting! APL fighting!
Alright, Flash Wolf versus the Buriram United. The game number 5 has a lot of bans, has a lot of picks. Right now, who do you favor as per tradition?
Sadly to say, I will lean more towards Flash Wolves. I think the composition can pop off very early on.
You say that you are Buriram fan.
I know, but I don't believe in the Darcy. I don't believe in Darcy enough. He takes way too long to scale. And the problem is that he is a mage. He falls under that category that Ignis has the same problem when they are dealing with the pain. You get silence, you can't do anything.
Yeah, but that's a Nunu, so you're going to believe on Nunu, because in the chat, in Nunu we trust, they say.
In Nunu we trust, and let's see how far that's going to get them in this particular game. It's going to be a real test as we move on into the battlefield here. CC going to get some good damage onto Nunu, but Gua making sure those sunshines, making it tough for Nunu to get his damage in.
Yeah, into the early game, they have the Varus and also the Alice. They can play a lot of aggressive in the early game, because if they do dirty to the Kriknak, they can just sustain a lot here.
Yeah, and you can already see Islindis, he's ready to be in position, expecting to see the Flash Wolves look to invade. He is there to kind of thwart it. But fun fact, we are using F1. F1 is the play with the highest gold per minute, 853 every single minute.
It's just too much, but yeah, it's too much. But the goal for the Flash Wolf, they doesn't have a lot of GPM, but they can win a fight.
Yeah, Nunu kind of struggling in the mid lane here. He's taking quite a number of auto attacks. Gets pulled back, brought down to below 50% of his HP. He could look to try and clear this wave again, but he's already at risk of a dive.
Yeah, because of how ZZ can dive in with the Bloody Turrets. So it just really a lot of potential aggressive coming in for Flash Wolf. They can play it dirty in the early game, because if they wait for F1, damage is just a little bit too hard into the mid game.
Yeah, and now Islindis, he's going over to try and help out the mid lane as much as possible. He quickly flickers out, and now F1 in there with the drone drop, tries to pick off Gua. Unfortunately, manages to survive with a very small sliver of health.
Look at how the fight's coming in. With the drone drop for F1, it just, in that time, split second, Kato just, nope, I'm out.
He knows that he can't exactly challenge the early game damage of F1 in the long term, because a lot of Kriknak's spells are on very low cooldown. So the longer the fight goes, the more times he's going to be able to use his ability, and therefore Kato on the pain, who has a much longer cooldown for a lot of his abilities, will take more damage.
Yeah, because the Flash Wolf really played it well in the early game, has a lot of potential. It's Lindell's need to run away with the one jump over the wall. He's alive, he's surviving.
Yeah, right now he's really trying to mitigate the amount of pressure that Flash Wolves is exerting down onto the mid-bot side of the map here. And I think he's doing a really good job. As long as his Lindis doesn't die, he's doing a phenomenal job giving information to his team.
Yeah, because of how in the early game, yeah, his Lindis, oh, look at the damage with the 007 in front of it. One snipe. Pew! One snipe is all it takes, 007. One snipe.
Oh, I mean, he's getting close to hitting heroes, but let's see what the response from Flash Wolves. Now that they've cleared out the mid lane, they are rotating down bot. Nunu as well as 007. This is not looking good. 007, he's so out of position. Kato should be able to pick him up. The Angelic Splendor coming down now. Islindis is out of position, but he's the big, beefy tank. CC holding on to his own. Can he survive? No, F1 doesn't want to go for the dive, and the drone drop actually missing. 1 HP! An even smaller sliver of health compared to what we saw in the early stages of the game. And even the snipe from 007 doesn't connect.
Doesn't even want to worry, but the damage coming from Buriram, this still goes in. 007 on the side. Islindis a little bit too far, and Islindis, oh! The Mark of Frost giving a trophy for Buriram United. What? aside to be seeing, but one snipe coming for 7 will have the fight. But Kato is standing in mid lane. 7 needs to survive, free hitting all the way, but no casualties just yet. No casualties, Gideon.
Wait. Nunu, he has to turn this around, but unfortunately, first blood going to be given over to Flash Wolves there. What an insane team fight down in the bot lane. Holy.
Well, with all of that happening, it just one death for the first blood.
Oh, people really know how to time those marker frosts right to the last millisecond.
We need a screenshot on that. It's Lindos. It just jump and Marco Frost. Yeah, we're gonna pause it a little bit.
Oh man, that was a really good decision because that ended up saving his life. But now on top side, they're gonna contest for this Spirit Sentinel. The fight has begun, and Kato is like, hell no, I am out of here.
Look at how the Angelic Splendor coming in. We just after the Angelic Splendor, it just ultimate coming for Kato goes in. It just like synergy goes in, pops up.
It's an incredibly rapid touchdown at that point. He's just trying to bail out of there, doesn't want to deal with it whatsoever. However, I would say that so far Flash Wolves doing a really good job trying to exert their aggression against BRU, and because that's what their composition wants to do. But BRU quickly with the lane swap trying to get the upper hand onto Flash Wolves. Even for a moment, they are willing to pull it off.
But Flash Wolves played really well in the aggression coming in for Buriram United because of how Flash Wolves really wait for the opportunity to kill a lot of the 7 because he knows that I also cannot run away because yeah, he also has the flicker and the ultimate, but he cannot run away much. Because of if Flash Wolf let a lot of time for Buriram United, Nunu will have the one-shot Darcy, and also Elsu will chuck a lot of towers for Flash Wolves.
Yep, Gua now rotating back into the mid lane here, gonna help out CC clear this out and make sure Nunu does not have a fun time, but Hero's trying to 2v1 here, not looking pretty good, but his Lindis is going to be able to protect 007. Gua trying to land that Sunshine. 007 still going on the regular auto attacks onto Kato, forcing him to use his ult.
It's just how Buriram United and Flash Wolf, they doesn't want to take a fight in the early game because they know they cannot level up with the damage because of the F1 with the crit nag.
Yeah, it's a really difficult game because Flash Wolves, they need to be able to start exerting their pressure and actually profiting off of it. But right now, Buriram United matching the aggression, but also that Angelic Splendor from his Lindis is such a big deterrent for the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Flash Wolf plays really well in this kind of matchup, but Buriram United this time they have the first objective. They have 2 towers right now. Flash Wolf doesn't have one, so in a matter of time, do Flash Wolf want to force a fight in mid lane?
I think they might have to, and this is exactly what they're going to do. And yes, the Wombo combos here, not giving them an opportunity to even use their spells. The Hissy Fit right on top of him, followed up by Kato, going straight in, getting the second silence, instantly popping him.
It's just that Kato coming, it's back to Patronus, gone.
Be gone, Wraiths, be gone, Demons. Gua getting hit by 007 here. He sees where Jami is. Jami, he needs to make something happen. The Hissy Fit does come through, though. And unfortunately, he's going to be slowed down. The Angelic Splendor is going to be coming down. Gua going to get picked up by F1. However, is that going to be enough for BRU? No, they want more. They are hungry. CC really should be careful with his positioning here, especially with 4 members of BRU running around in their jungle.
The cooldown blitz goes into the mid lane. Garuo still have a lot of damage with the Marco Frost. Jomi still survived that kind of damage. Alright.
At least the Shuriken Toss wasn't up and available for the side of Garuo, because that true damage probably would have killed Jami there, right?
Yeah, because of the passive doesn't even prop for Garuo, so it's just really hard to give a lot of damage. We can see that Buriram United plays aggressive in that kind of team fight, but the kills is on the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it's looking pretty good for the Flash Wolves. They are profiting. Off of these smaller fights. BRU are just farming much harder. They are taking away jungle camps. They are trying to do as much as they can to compensate for those 3 deaths.
Yeah, because of how the damage rate coming for Flash Wolf and Buriram United. If Buriram just goes in, a lot of potential, but yeah. Flash Wolf, they take the initiative to kill Buriram United. Now, 8 minutes and 43 seconds. Duxis goes in. F1 007 already used the ultimate. This might be the time for doesn't have Nunu, doesn't have the ultimate.
Oh, Nunu even flickering forward to try and secure that kill onto CC, but now Buriram United taking a page out of GCS's book. The moment it's up, Dark Slayer is gonna be going down. Jami gonna be pulling over Kato. This is huge. They actually pick him off. This is a huge pick for the side of BRU. Now they're gonna take full advantage of this Dark Slayer buff now that they are at a 4v5 situation for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, they take the Dark Slayer, but the bottom tier 2 towers will be taken out by Heroes. Heroes plays well. The only been killed is Kato. A lot of potential for Flash Wolf with a sprint pop. Heroes ultimate. Oh, the roadblock.
Now Heroes popping off his sprint. He's gonna make a run for it now, and the time wasted allowed the rest of the Flash Wolves to regain control and push up that way. But CC gonna get drone drop, but the hissing fit coming through, so no follow-up coming out for the side of BRU. Good disengage.
3 towers for Buriram United, 2 in respawn for Flash Wolf. The goal is still neck to neck, but side of Flash Wolf, they really handle this kind of matchup. Because of Flash Wolf really wait for the opportunity. Only 3 kills for Flash Wolf and only 2 for Buriram United. But Buriram, they have the buff also with the Drake on bottom side.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game here, but now Flash Wolves walking as a squad. They can't afford to break apart too often. Heroes, he's the only exception to this. So a 1-in-4 split is what I'm expecting to see coming in for the side of Flash Wolves. So they're just going to hover around. They don't mind entertaining BRU as long as they have more than 4 members here. That's absolutely fine. While Kilgroth on the top side going to continue to push all the way to the end.
Yeah, on the bottom side, tier 2s will be taken out with the Drake on bottom side. Now Heroes on the top side with the drone drop coming from F1 onto the back of Gaduo, but Gaduo still survive. Tier 2s in mid and top, it's still alive, but onto the bottom side, oh, ultimate coming in.
CFIT gonna go through. However, no commitment from either side. They both know if they commit too hard to this, they aren't going to be able to abuse that Drake for the side of Buriram United or for defense for Flash Wolves. What a great snipe here. Gaduo is forced to reset. CC getting caught out. Huge pick here for the side of Buriram United. Jame pulling it through.
Jami with the Roxy pick. Summer doesn't want to play it, but Jami instead giving a lot of potential pressure onto the bottom side. 1 kill hits the fade with the sunshine.
007, he's in trouble, but the Angelic Spin comes down through. Heroes in the middle of the fight. Unfortunately, CC and Gaduo are going to be hitting the chopping block. The snipe only landing onto Kato.
Yeah, because the Endless Cycle will be true right now. Only 2 Endless Cycle for Flash Wolf. This is not much, but the towers on the bottom line will be taken out. Tier 2's on top. The mid will get the pressure.
Yep, Jami in the middle of the hissy fit, but unfortunately this time around there's going to be a pickup. Oh, Kato able to bail out of there just at the right time. But Nunu in a lot of trouble, trying to pull up as much damage as he can. He finally gets isolated, and Buriram United, they see what's going on. They're like, I don't necessarily agree with this. I'm going to rotate towards the top side of the map.
We doesn't know that guy. Who is that guy? Because we're not going to commit here. We're going to take down the Dark Slayer. So Nunu, yeah, you die for our sins.
Yeah, and I think it's really good that they did it there, because if they kited together, I think Nunu might have led on Flash Wolves to actually pick up more collateral damage for the side of BRU. So maybe even F1 might have been in trouble, 007 as well.
Yeah, because of how ZZ and also Gaduo is still healthy. But if they take that fight, for the casualties will be taken by Buriram United before they can take down the Dark Slayer.
Yeah, right now Jami trying to tank up as much damage as he can. He is one tanky boy, and the hissy fit isn't going to protect him as they snipe away Gaduo. Once again, Jami, this man's got some quick fingers.
Jami. This is game number 5, stepping it up. Now, TP coming from Jami onto the bottom side, or still going in onto the top side for Flash Wolf. Tier 2 towers will be taken out. Only tier 3 in the towers, only 2 left for Flash Wolf.
Yeah, and now coming down to the high ground turrets here, F1 already with the drone drop being very menacing as he floats around, hovering around this bottom side here. And now they just want to drag this out for as long as possible. Angelic Splendor coming in from Islindis here as Heroes looks to rejoin the fight. Hissy Fit has been dropped down in the middle to get rid of that Drake. However, that high ground turret is gone, and now 007 has a free firing range in front of him.
Now the Drake already been taken out onto the mid lane. We have a lot of potential for Flash Wolf. Sprint coming in for ZZ. Ultimate for 007. He needs to go away because no Buriram United is in the vicinity. He needs to go back because of Elso is the main factor for the core to be taken out.
And this is the BRU that we remembered, you know, constantly fighting, constantly trying to be aggressive. It just so happens that Flash Wolves wants to match that aggression with the composition that they have so far. Not bad, not bad. I mean, the kill count is still relatively small despite the aggression. And now Nunu getting a lot of damage coming in from the side of Heroes. Hissy Fit is going to be dropped down as the rest of Buriram disengage.
A lot tells me that whoever picks the lesser Endless Cycle will lose the game.
I mean, the Flash Wolves right now, I mean, they have a big daddy comp, so I understand why they don't want to go for the Endless Cycles, but it's just the way the meta works.
Yeah, because Daddy doesn't want to give the recognition for Flash Wolf right now because the Buriram United has a lot of potential in this kind of time because of 15 minutes into the game, but Flash Wolf, they need to bring the game into 50k goal, where gold doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and right now F1 dealing quite a bit of damage to Heroes as he's trying to power through the damage. Angelic Splendor coming down, but Flinders unfortunately gets caught out. They found out his hiding space, and now he is going to die straight away. F1 once again with the drone drop. Kato able to prevent himself, to protect him from that damage. Can they pick him off? Nunu so close to dead, and the same goes for F1, but unfortunately Gadu, whoa, just needed one more second, one more tick of the kunai blades would have been enough.
At first, I thought that fight is on Flash Wolves because of how low Buriram is.
Oh, yeah.
But Kunai Blade doesn't even make the cut, but now the mid tower will be taken out. Heroes doesn't. Oh, a lot of damage. Oh, they're going to be the kill.
Yep, and now they're going to be taking every single one of their high ground turrets. This is the Buriram that we remember as they are looking to end this game off of the Flash Wolves. And unfortunately, the Flash Wolves, their big daddy comp doesn't work out if you don't have those endless cycles.
Yeah, high five, everyone. We made it into the game number 5. 3 points for Buriram United and 2 for Flash Wolves. Match point for Buriram.
Nicely done. A good call as they have subbed out Summer for Jami. Jami really pulling his weight this time round, able to get some really key picks. And unfortunately, Roxy is going to be taken out, so I'm not sure what else Jami has in store.
Summer will be back in game number 6.
Oh, well, there's only one way to find out. We'll just wait and see whether or not Summer is actually going to be playing here. But the RPL definitely going to be happy with that win. That brings it 3 for Buriram and 2 for Flash Wolves. It is still a neck-and-neck game.
Now, because of the Roxy pick here, has a lot to deal with the Kirkroth versus Roxy. So, side of Flash Wolf, they still have the momentum. They're giving 1 point back to Buriram United. But I do think Flash Wolf, they need to play it well in game number 6 to bring this game to game number 7.
More like, I don't think they have a choice at this point. They don't have a choice. If they lose game 6, it's over for them here. So Flash Wolves now put in a very tight predicament. You can already see the distress on their faces. They are really... I can't imagine the amount of stress coming out of here. And of course, Jami coming out, the man, the boy, the kid, with a KDA of 2-0 and 6, coming out with 9.7 MVP points.
Look at his face. Doesn't even care to play Roxy. But, oh, I'm an MP? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Yeah, peace out.
I love how he's like trying to interact with whoever is behind the camera. It's just like, did you play Roxy? Yeah, I played Roxy.
You're MVP? Yeah. 2 times. What?
Both on
2 kills. 2 kills.
Oh, 2 kills, even better. Implanting subtitles in out of context things are great. But so far, I mean, Flash Wolves, whew, that's a lot of pressure to beat through. BRU have a little bit of breathing space for the next game, so they don't have to put themselves in that tight spot. However, they can't afford to lose it as well.
Yeah, because now Flash could bring the... BRU win this game, so whoever going to blue side will have the upper hand.
Actually, wait, no, it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter which side you're on, only because Flash Wolves gave over Zip to BRU, so therefore BRU, no matter which side they're on, they always have to ban Zip.
They always have to ban Z, but the question is, do they want to... Because of the Flash Wolf and Buriram, they'll have one hero to be banned. Dirac and also Zip.
Yeah, it's that constant. It's the constant that you can't really change here. But that's the beauty of the global pick ban rule. So So far, BRU looking, match point looking pretty good, not gonna lie, but Flash Wolves putting up, showing that they can actually play an aggressive style.
Alice has been taken out by Flash Wolves.
Okay.
Still have Mallet to be open. A lot of heroes has been picked. The game number 6, we might have seen a Mallet pick here because this is the long enough we haven't seen Mallet.
Yeah, for the longest time. All right, we're going to be going over to a short break as well as the highlights. When we come back, hopefully we can conclude the entire tournament for y'all. We'll be right back after this.
Yep.
clutch it out, even against the best and most aggressive team so far. It's 3-2. Flash Wolves versus BRU. BRU being the 3 and Flash Wolves being the 2.
Yeah, Flash will really need the full moon right now. They need to howling hard because of this game. This is the game number 6. Yes, BRU, we've seen a lot. They win the game numbers number 5 and number 6, but they're about to lead. So if Flash Wolf can bring this game to game number 6, I do think Flash Wolf will have the win.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves, any sign of weakness, they will take full advantage of BRU. We saw it in Game 3 and Game 4 as well. Small mistakes can have bigger repercussions in the long term here. So Flash Wolves, personally, I would feel they should keep matching the aggression just to force out BRU to respect them.
For me, Flash Wolf needs to ban the first ban direct. No
argument there.
No argument there. Second ban is the Rook.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point.
They need to shut F1 because if F1 already picked the Krignac, he wins. Zephyr's pick.
He still has Nacroth though. He still has Nacroth, and he still has Pain. Oh wait, no.
Pain already been played.
Pain
mid.
has already been played mid. Oh no. But that's for the side. That's for the side of. Oh wait, no. Pain has.
No,
been
Pain
used.
has in the first game.
What else does he have? What else does he have? Yeah. Oh, Quillen, I guess. Quillen.
Do he still have Zephyr's?
Yeah, he still has Zephyr's. He definitely still has Zephyr's. But what else does he have besides that? Because those are only 2 picks, and they can easily be banned out if they don't give him jungle priority in first rotation of the picks and bans.
F1 could pick the Volcath.
That's a good point. Yes, he could bring out the Volcath.
For F1, it doesn't even matter what going for jungle because of the 4 heroes left. F1, Volcath, Rogue, Nacroth, and also the Zephyr's. Side lane matchup right now. Doesn't have the Caffeine, Laville, Hayate for Flash Wolves.
But
Buriram still have Joker.
Oh wait. Yo, both our memories are really fuzzy. Just the previous game, wasn't F1 playing Krignac?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
F1 plays Krignac.
Didn't he already use it in Game 5 itself?
Yeah.
So therefore, he only has the Nacroth, he only has Zephyr's, and he, as well as the, I already forgot our conversation like literally 5 seconds ago. What was that last pick?
F1 has Zephyr's.
He has Zephyr's.
Rook.
Volcath, all right.
Nacroth.
There we go. Okay. Now that we've got that settled down, I really got to get a book later on. Maybe even a piece of paper.
Hey, it's a little bit too late for a book.
Bro, I'm getting old, man. How did I forget a conversation 5 seconds ago? I forgot about Rook of all things, dude. That's when you know I'm getting old. Oh boy, my career is coming to an end a lot sooner rather than later here. But so far, both of the teams still discussing on what the draft needs to be as they prep. Remember, this is a high pressure situation. Be patient. Give them the time that they need so they can play at the top at their very best.
Yeah, because of this is the 6th game. So Buriram has the match point right now. But Flash Wolf, not a lot of picks he can bring. But I do see that if Flash Wolf bring the Season 1, the old Big Daddy come, they can win it. So,
I mean, they did try previously.
I'm hoping picking the Arum support.
Oh.
Or
that's how far we're going to go? Arum support?
Arum support, Zata mid something.
I would expect BRU to play Zata mid.
Yeah, because of Nunu. Yeah.
Nunu likes to whip it out once in a while, but I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
After Jami's performance, on the Roxy,
all right,
I would like to see him play the Arum as well.
Arum DS.
Yeah, Arum in the DS lane. Just because of how quick he is able to react to things with that ultimate, it does the same thing. Lock somebody down. He may take some damage, but who cares? He can maintain his KDA. I'm just saying.
Might as well pick an Atta DS rather than Arum. Arum is a pure support, man. You can't do that. You cannot do that
hey,
on Arum.
Arum used to be so much more than just the support, okay? But, you know, besides that, let's look at the picks and bans coming in from both of these sides. They are going at light speed here. Ban phase, Zip Florentino, same exact thing. Flash Wolves,
Ooh,
Crixie. Ooh! It's going to be Crixie as well as Direct. We predicted this. We knew exactly what was going to come out. Malok being the first pick for BRU. Omen and Lindis being the follow-up answers here. Now that Roxy is off the table, they could look to pick Kilgroth here onto the on for Jami.
Yeah, Kilgroth's still open for Jami, but the question is, do Jami want to play it? Because it's really hard. They can still pick the what do you say in the mid lane here.
In the mid lane? I mean, they already locked in the Malok if that's what you were thinking about.
No, something.
Varus.
Yeah, Varus could play also. Volkov. Buriram already used Volkov. Holy hell. Except from Malok.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the Alice.
Really, you don't have a lot of options here. Whipping out the Saphira is going to be important. Yeah, I mean, Flash Wolves were planning for this, and now their investment finally has paid off. It took them this long.
They doesn't even plan. They just wait for the Malok pick for BRU.
Yeah, no, I would expect Flash Wolves to be planning to not actually whip out the Malok and wait until BRU start exhausting their resources here. Like, for an example, forcing out the Roxy for the side of BRU because they really had nothing left at that time, so that they can pick the Omen. So in a sense, it's some long-term planning coming in from Flash Wolves, which I can appreciate.
They doesn't want force down Roxy. He forced down Summer to be sub out.
I mean, when you put it like that, that sounds way more brutal than I thought it was going to be. But god damn, as we move into the second ban phase, it's going to be the Superman. Really, really good ban here for the side of BRU. Flash Wolves have whipped out the Superman a couple of times in the semis as well as in the quarterfinals as well.
Yeah, because if they pick up Superman for the side lanes because of Lindis jungle, because Ignis, Omen, and also the Superman, I do think that Malok will not have a fun game.
Yeah. Oh, they banned out the Fennec as well for the side of the Flash Wolves, really clamping down on F1's pool.
Everyone still have the Zephys.
I mean, true, he still has
the Rook is still open for F1.
But let's see where this is gonna go, because like Rook so far, what is he really going to get his his eyes on? Is he gonna get the Ignis? More or so unlikely, because Ignis is never going to be in that front line.
And also the Marja pick.
And then Marja. So even better, even better. However, I will say that the Flash Wolves, if I remember correctly, and take this with a pinch of salt because of my boomer brain here. Wait, was it Flash Wolves? Okay, now I'm doubting myself here.
All right.
Another team, I can't remember which team, brought out the Ignis Marja, putting Marja down into the AP, sorry, I keep calling it AP, but the APL lane.
HKA.
HKA, that's the one. I was so scared to be wrong there, dude.
Marja versus a Joker.
Marja versus the Joker, not the best. BRU, on the other hand, they haven't whipped out the Joker. They can do it before. If they watch all the games, they can kind of get a good idea of what they should be looking here. But instead, okay. So instead, they're hovering over the Bruhilda as well as the Liliana.
Kilgroth jungle?
I think so.
We can do this, guys. We can do this. Last game, match point for BRU United. BRU United, Buriram United.
Buriram United. Flash Wolves. I mean, they're already giving the high fives. Buriram is ready to go. Flash Wolves going to be locking in that Zaniel for their final pick, maybe?
Zaniel pick.
Yipneth. Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of support right now. It can bring the Yipneth, but it reaches really hard.
I mean,
They already played the Yipneth, alright.
They already played the Yipneth. They've already played a lot of like the tank type supports. Arguably, they could have gone for the Ormar, but I think Zaniel is a really, really safe pick here, just in case somebody gets caught out. At the very least, the Angelic Splendor.
You can't save down Omen, though.
Yeah, at the very least, you can protect yourself from that initial shock damage.
It's just really hard for Flash Wolf to pick down Ata because they doesn't have the early composition.
Yeah, especially with the Marja and the Ignis, it's...
Marja and the Ignis, yes, you have the potential onto the mid lane, into the early game, but the Lindis we are talking about. Because of the... Ata cannot just save down Lindis in the late game, because Ata is not really a scaling kind of composition. So it's just really hard to play Ata, but Zaniel really reliable into the late game. Now the question is, there are a lot of questions coming in because of BRU picking Brunhilde jungle. This is going to mess up the rank.
Yeah, it is, but I think you know, BRU are willing to pull it off. Let's see whether F1 maybe the meta picks were what's holding him back. You know, to unlock his chains, to put down the weights that he's tied to his fingers somewhere that we didn't see.
But we see how F1 plays marksman jungle. it's not the best pick he can play.
That's why maybe Brahilda is his saving grace, his shining light, his silver lining in the cloud, in the dark clouds.
Still a marksman, man.
Fair enough, but we'll come back to this conversation right after the cheers.
加油！GCS 加油！闪电狼加油！闪电狼加油！闪电狼加油！GCS 加油！真香！APL fighting！
APL fighting! APL fighting!
All right, let's get into this. Since we're going back and forth about the 1 or 2 picks here, let's talk about full team compositions. Which do you prefer in this matchup against BRU versus Flash Wolves Game 6?
It's just real hard. I will go for Flash Wolf because of the Ignis pick versus a Malok and a Liliana, because the Ignis will have the upper hand.
I believe that Jami is going to get a really nasty push.
You're a Jami fan right now.
No. I'm not a Jami fan. I mean a Jami fan per se. I haven't seen enough games to really convince me onto Jami.
Hey, subscribe to his OnlyFans.
I gotta double check that later on. But Jami here, he's gonna be playing Kilgroth into Omen, and when we're talking about like hard pushers here, I think Jami is going to be able to hard push a lot better in comparison to heroes, and especially in the early games. If he gets chunked out like this, it makes the argument even better.
Fun fact for BRU, but not for Flash Wolf. Flash Wolf lost to BRU twice in the APL group stage. This is the Group B kind of a matchup, so Flash Wolf really bought the fight in this final game.
Absolutely, but also remember, it was a best of 2 in the group stages itself, and BRU did win their first 2 games.
4th game.
if it was a best of 5, Flash Wolves will look a lot better in the group stages against BRU.
Yeah, because we know game number 3 not good for BRU.
So far, it has been like we are making these bold statements only because of the information that we've seen so far, with the constant pattern of BRU dropping at the minimum 2 games against their opponents. Ooh, Gua as well as Heroes and Kato looking to zone out the rest of the Lindis as well as Nunu. I'm trying my best, man. I'm trying my best.
Yeah, on the final day, yeah.
I've always been calling him as Lindis for the longest time I can remember seeing.
I've seen a lot in that chat. It's not Lindis, man. Deals.
Deal with it, mate. Deal with it. I'm bad in my own language here. But as we're going into this game, we have to note also the win conditions for Flash Wolves. What are their win conditions?
Flash Wolf could play a lot of pickups here because of the Omen and also the Ignis. They can kill down Nunu first, because we know a lot of after the 2 games to rate, Nunu is not kind of the hero that BRU need. BRU has, because of the side of Nunu versus SGP. Nunu bottled a lot in game number 3 and game number 4.
Wow, that was pretty good. S1 coming in for Zafiro, landing on all 3 of those members. That doesn't happen very often. Gotta appreciate it when it does. But yeah, I do agree with you that, you know, Nunu might not exactly be in the best position possible, especially when you're up against CC with an Ignis. However, I will say that Flash Wolves, they are banking a lot that Kato can be that raw, hard carry for the team, while CC and Garuo especially going to be absorbing damage, and CC looking to protect Kato on any front.
Yeah, it just really depends on 007 using the ultimate of the Malok for aggressive or not. Because if they use aggressive for 007, it just really well, because of that is how you use Malok. Because if you play the shock for defensive type, it was just really hard, because of that slows will not give a lot of potential for Buriram.
Yeah, and man, this game is... I'm nervous for the players. That's how nervous I am. And unfortunately, for the side of Buriram, they're going to be taking a pretty bad trade here against the Flash Wolves. It's not like they're going to lose anything off of this. However, it looks like they are going to try and dive a Marja here. Wait, do they catch out Ignis? Unfortunately they don't. Shock coming out, but the Angelic Splendor coming out immediately after Gaduo. Using his ultimate already, looking pretty good. The dive could have been a little bit cleaner, but I think this is definitely a lot of potential coming out of BRU.
Yeah, a lot of potential, because you're into early game of ZZ. Receiver Blue burst coming from Nunu itself. So Nunu played really well in this kind of matchup. 4 minutes into the game, no casualty just yet. But Flash Wolf and Buriram, they are neck to neck in terms of goal.
Oh my goodness. I'm even struggling to cast because I'm so nervous for these players. The amount of pressure that they're going through, I can completely empathize with them. And every single mistake, they're going to be even harder on themselves because that could be the mistake that loses them the game.
Yeah, for me, I doesn't really care because Team Flash already lose, so yeah.
Yo, why you gotta throw why you gotta throw shade at them like that, man? Why you gotta throw shade, bro?
Yeah, I'm just really sorry about that, but yeah, I do pick Flash Wolf because of the Flash name.
You know, fair enough. But, you know, at this point of time, I think that Buriram United, they have to be a little bit more proactive to take advantage of the Flash Wolves. They can't let Kato get into that late game. They can't get into that late game. And the fact that they have Brunhilde in the jungle, they should be looking for these dives more often than not.
Yeah, because look at how focus it into the mid lane and also bottom. BRU doubles heaven will be first to take down or not because of the that shock is really for defensive. So Flash will have the Abyssal Dragon.
Yeah, unfortunate there. But this Lindis, he's got to be really, really careful of his positioning. If they get too close, he won't be able to land that mini stun. If they get too far, he can't also land that mini stun as well. There's no real winning. He has to be at the perfect place at the perfect time all the time.
Yeah, because of how Flash will trying to play a little bit passive here, trying to take a lot of objective, but no towers yet in the 5 minutes into the game. So it's done really well that always Flash Wolf has the first tower, but Buriram has a lot of kills.
Yeah, and without Kato, you have to keep our eyes on Kato because he's going to be part of a lot of fights in this game. Even though he is farming, if you are expecting a dive to happen, expect Kato to be there because I don't think Marja or Ignis has enough damage.
Because of how CC had a lot of CC here, but look at the damage coming from Flash Wolf. It has not a lot, but in the late game, I do say that Kato has a lot of damage, but kind of matchup versus F1 with the Brunhilde in the early game, I do think Brunhilde has a lot of potential in the early game.
Yeah, it really depends how many shots she lands in that artillery form, and I think that's going to be very, very important to keep in mind for the later stages of this game.
But picking the Brunhilde, yeah, artillery form, just staying in place, doesn't have the flicker, it cannot go away, but we see Gaduo with the ultimate will go for backside with the heroes, can just lock away Brunhilde. So yeah. I don't want to question about the pick for the Brunhilde jungle, but I do think that they have something.
That's going to be first blood, going over 2 kills, going over to the side of Flash Wolves, getting caught off of rotation. They should have been more careful there. They knew that Flash Wolves were in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and mid lane or not, Buriram United has suffered 2 loss onto the bottom side, 7 with the shock.
Gua taking quite a bit of damage, but he's able to face tank everything here. Now F1 going to be chasing him down. He does have that might buff as well, so that's going to be a +1 for him if he can get a couple more auto attacks.
Yeah, look at how Gaduo onto the bottom side. Do you have to bring them here? Do you have? Because I want to take down towers.
Johnny almost stole it there, and unfortunately he wasn't able to get it all the way through. Flash Wolves now taking full advantage of the rotation from Buriram United going down to the bot side. That is going to be huge for the side of Flash Wolves if they want to extend a lead.
This is the fastest Flash Wolf Dark Slayer is. 7 minutes into the game.
Like on the dot as well.
Yeah, because they know they have the damage because of ZZ and also heroes. So they gotta take it a lot. BRU, they are in trouble right now into the mid lane. Might be a fight here.
Yep, and now they are on the run. They are trying to disengage from the fight. There's no real way for Flash Wolves to force the fight. Shock comes down, but unfortunately Gua is able to hop over the wall just in time.
Yeah, because of how shock already been used, now 30 seconds for the shock to be cooled down. Then the other question to do, Buriram, only 2 kills for Flash Wolf. The first tower would have been taken out onto the top side. Bottom doesn't even touch just yet. But ZZ with the Ignis is really the main point for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and Jami is actually starting to struggle against heroes with the amount of pressure being put down onto that top side. He is slowing down significantly.
Now Buriram United need to play a little bit of a passive game because the Flash Wolf has the potential. Now full burst coming from Nunu will emerge, but Kato or 7
should be okay here. The Soul Steel should give him just enough shields to kind of mitigate the amount of damage. Is Lindis, though. She's got to be very careful. The shot comes down, lands onto Gaduo, but it's not going to be a full commitment here. And Flash Wolves, they can look to dive. Nunu, he knows what's up. He needs to hide right under that turret, and he's managed to get on, but 007 is now left to his own accord.
He doesn't have the creep, so I don't think that Flash Wolf really needs to fight out. But onto the mid side, we have the double warrior coming in for VR, Jomi and also Heroes. The second towers for Flash Wolf had been taken out, but Buriram doesn't have one tower just yet. Garu and Guat put in a lot of pressure onto the bottom side here. 007 will the first to go down.
Yep, 007 is just holding his ground so well. He is doing such a great job using that cleave as well as timing his soul steals to make sure he gets the shield right as the ability is about to land to prevent that damage.
Soul Steal really stealing the time from Flash Wolf because he needs to kill down Malot and take the bottom tower. Tier 1 top, Tier 1 mid already been taken out, but onto the bottom side, just a little bit too hard.
Funny enough, Buriram United Esports are still ahead in gold just by a little bit, despite Flash Wolves actually taking away the Darkslayer buff.
Yeah, just hard of Buriram United because they know what to do, because a lot of potential takes a lot of minion waves, so yeah, Buriram United is still in front, but 28 to 28 goal. I do think that F1 has a lot, might 1 or 2k lead from Kato.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, based on the amount of EXP, oh, Jomi now in trouble, quickly getting away, and unfortunately for them, that's going to be the red buff stolen away by CC.
Level 7, 11-3 coming from only for Flash Wolf. They have a lot of potential to make aggressive gameplay. Nunu in mid, and Gaduo just want to bring a fight into the mid lane.
Yep, F1 here. Getting that movement speed is so important to be able to kite out his opponents, but Jomi needs to be able to absorb that pressure down into the bot side. He needs to be the constant split pusher for the team. However, Kato is making it really, really hard. He has gone over to Jomi's lane so many times. F1, this might be it. Could this be the 1v1 we were looking for?
I don't know, because of how the damage comes. Level 15 Kato, level 14 F1. It's just a little bit too much damage coming from Kato, but if this kind of matchup really into the late game, I do think Kato will have a lot of damage to deal with at F1.
And now into the top side. Once again, the Darkslayer is back up, and BRU are on the hunt. The shot comes through. CC is in a lot of trouble. There needs to be better follow-up here. Can they pick him off? Angelic Splendor coming through, protecting CC and taking out 007.
Oh, Angelic Splendor make the plays. Now they have the upper hand to take down the Darkslayer if they want to, because of no Malok coming from 007. So this is a little bit too hard. Has no shots coming in from Malok to steal the Darkslayer.
And now Flash Wolves will be taking the Darkslayer with no contestant from BRU. They are a member down. They don't want to get into a 4v5 situation and lose an even bigger lead to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Flash Wolves already have the upper hand in terms of goal 1k lead, but Flash Wolves, this is the game that Flash Wolf really wanted to bring to Buriram United. If they can close this game, they could bring this game to game number 7. Because of Flash Wolf, they doesn't want to lose it here. They're still possible to be the champion of APL.
They have the never give up spirit as they drop the Drake down onto the bottom side. That's going to be important. And again, they are just targeting Jomi. He is not having a good time at all.
Yeah, first game you play Roxy. Yeah, Roxy has the defense, but Killgraph doesn't have it. We can't kill you down. With Jomi on top side, we focus on top. With Jomi on bottom, oh, the bottom is next.
Oh boy, he's got a big red target on his head that Flash Wolves have been consistently trying to puncture time and time again. But over on the top side, Jomi is just like, no, I don't want to deal with this bottom side. I'm going to look to split push on the top. That's going to be the second last tier 2 in this game for the side of Buriram United. Man, that took too long for me to say.
Might as well the last tier 2, because the mid and also the bottom have been taken out.
Yep, and as they continue to push the high ground turret, is getting less than 50% of its HP. Cleave coming in from 007. However, the Death's Embrace going to be locking him down. He's just kiting out the damage, biding his time.
It's easy.
I mean, he's having the time of his life. It's like Fireball. Fireball.
Spectral Patronus.
Fireball every single time. But now Flash Wolves continuing to put some damage in. Heroes dealing a very good job against Jomi, reducing his healing as well. It is becoming a problem.
Yeah, ultimate drop the S1. There might be a jump coming in. A shock might as well coming for 007 or not, because the Flash will still have the upper hand. There's still 5 seconds left for the Dark Slayer buff.
Yep, the 007, he's really far out here. He's going to get hit by everything from CC, but he's able to face tank it all. Good thing there was no follow-up from the rest of the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, outside of Flash Wolves, they have a lot of potential here. 45 gold, despite the Buriram has 41. It's just really well for Flash Wolves. 3 kills in the 40 minutes. That doesn't even matter, but they have a lot of pressure put onto Buriram.
And Buriram backed up all the way to the high ground tower. This is such a convincing game for the Flash Wolves with only a 3k goal lead, no structures being obtained for the side of BRU. The Flash Wolves continue to press their lead against them.
Kato!
This is huge! This is a huge fight coming in! Gua right in the middle of everything here. Nunu is going to be the next to fall. BRU, they trade 1 for 1. Unfortunately, they couldn't get more.
Nunu with the Fox Farm cannot crawl away because he's the next to fall. 4 kills to 1. Buriram United still goes in because Flashwood has a lot of damage right now. Nunu, they just jumped. He just jumped to the backside by a lot of damage. Ignis is on a CC kind of run.
No, and the fight is still going on. BRU are so low, so close to death as the rest of the Flash Wolves pull backwards from that fight, trading 1 for 1 on either side. Is Lindis nearly dying? Gaduo also nearly dying, but Flash Wolves still with 2 healthy members are going to take care as a duo deal with the Dark Slayer.
Ignis is the factor for Flash Wolf right now. BRU need to settle it down because of that. Ignis is going to give the point for Flash Wolves.
Now the Enraged Abyssal Dragon is going to be a huge win for BRU if they can take this away without it
Kato
being stolen.
on the side.
You know, he's coming into the side. Can they do it? Yes, Brahilda is able to take it out, and now the full fight occurs. Lindis is kind of low, but the Angelic Splendor is going to come crashing down. Huge shield coming in from Gua. They are trying to peel him off the cleave. The true damage is what they needed, and now they back away from the fight.
Yeah, they have to back away because onto the back side of BRU, they are all low because of no heroes onto that vicinity. If heroes is there, just really great to kill all Buriram United. Yes, whoever picking the last endless cycle will not have the upper hand.
Yep, especially for those who don't have the endless cycles, their actions matter more because they're not going to get a free get out of jail free card when they respawn to get a free respawn. And in this case, it's really starting to hurt them, especially when you're so close to the core.
Yeah, look at how ZZ give a lot of damage onto 007. Yeah, 007 forced to pick the Soul Steel a little bit too early because of how F1 picked Brunhilde or Cecilia. It just have a lot of doesn't have a lot of protection here onto the mid lane, on the bottom side.
007, he's in a lot of trouble. He's using the shock really efficiently here. Gua comes in pretty hot and coming with the Angelic Splendor, but now Kato free hitting for now. They don't want to fight in these choke points.
Yeah, because this choke point will give the points for Flash Wolf because of ZZ. ZZ and the Ignis is just really too well. In game number 1, you're picking the Ignis. Now the game number 6, going ZZ Ignis. 007 with the Malak cannot do anything.
Yep, and now Brahilda will be able to take care of this Drake with no problems whatsoever and a very safe distance as well as Jami holds that top side. They are just trying to not let these high ground turrets go.
Yeah, because they cannot. This is the defense that Buriram has. They need to kill away ZZ or Kato. They only take 1 endless cycle coming for Kato because we see heroes on the bottom side and also Gua pushing both sides from that Daniel and Omen.
This is a really difficult game. Now that we're in the very later stages of this game, 55, Brunhilde probably already has her full build, and arguably, I would have wished 007 was a marksman because he would be enjoying this so much more. Because right now, on that Malok, he is getting significantly punished every single time he sees heroes on the field.
Yeah, just on to Legoland right now. He can just walk in front of the Ignis because if with Astus giving a lot of CC. So a matter of time, 10 seconds just left for the Dark Slayer to be respawned. Do they want to split push on the bottom, giving a lot of pressure on top and kill instant onto the Dark Slayer?
Oh boy, I mean, I don't know. This is a really rough one here. We can already see that Kilgroth won't be able to participate in the fight. He needs to make sure that the team doesn't fight while Gua is there, just because they don't want to utilize his global ultimate, the Angelic Splendor, as efficiently.
Yeah, I think if Flash Wolf can kill the Kilgroth in early fight, it will be nice for them because of how Kilgroth will go onto the backside here, leaving onto Gua on the bottom as well. But BRU, I do see that they are on choke point. One team fight will have the commands.
Yeah, right now it's the responsibility of 007 to get a really good engage. If he can catch Kato off with that shock, I think that just might be enough for BRU to win this.
Yeah, might as well. As heroes, one lock coming in will have the potential to bring the game number 7.
How many mines has F1 stacked there?
Only
2? Is that 2 or 3? I couldn't see whether it was like 3 or 4. Because some of them were like stacked very, very close to each other, so I couldn't really tell.
Now full burst coming from ZZ onto is Lindils. And now 007 will with the cliff onto the backside. Oh, 007 gonna run away.
Yeah, no Angelic Splendor being expanded
Omen
just
bottom.
yet, but Omen pushing on the bottom side. Kilgroth needs to do something here, but he's getting a good hit onto Kato, bringing him down to 50% HP, forcing Gua to use his Angelic Splendor before he rotates down to the bottom side of the map.
Now they baited, forbaited coming from Flash Wolf and Buram United because the endless cycle will be commenced. Couple minutes just left, 20 minutes into the game 5. 8 kills in total, 5 the side of Flash Wolf, and Buram has 3. Mid tower will go down because of the minions on the bottom side. It will be next, and the top will be prioritized.
Yep, and now Enraged Abyssal Dragon buff going over. Oh wait, no! They're actually still contesting it. F1 in the back line, getting some good hits onto Gua. Kato just keeping his distance.
Omen on the back side.
On where 007 is. Omen can get his Death Embrace onto the right target. Now 007 is in a lot of trouble, but BRU are so cut off. Jami hops over the wall. Brohilda with the artillery fire to give them the space they need. The shock it lands and forcing out the flickers for the side of Flash Wolves. And surprisingly, no casualties after all of that.
Yeah, after all of that, but the side of BRU a little bit too low here. Flash Wolf still goes in. F1 a little bit too near with the damage, and then 007 is the one to fall. Garu takes the kill, but an Endless Blender a little bit too late. Flash Wolf has the potential. F1 skills on Gua. Oh, a little bit too fight here. 2-1 trade.
Every time Jami and 007 dies, they don't have the Endless Cycle, and there's literally nothing they can do. They have to wait out for the entire 38 seconds, and unfortunately, Lindis will also go to Flash Wolves.
F1 and also Nunu into the mid lane will have the commands onto defense. 5-man from Flash Wolf will arrive any seconds now to the car.
Yep, this is going to be a struggle. BRU have to put up a great defense. Nunu trying to one-shot Kato! So close! That was his one opportunity, but at least he has Endless Cycle.
Yeah, Endless Cycle on a one hit coming in. One hit for the bottom tower to have a lot of super minions coming for Buram United. In fact, this is the kind of matchup that no towers for Buram United.
Yeah, and look, Zaniel just walks over, hits it once, and now he can still be part of the fight with the Angelic Splendor. They are utilizing the Zaniel really, really well.
Zaniel now 1 minute and 30 seconds for the Enraged Abyssal Dragon, and also Dark Slayer double buff for Flash Wolves.
And so far, you can definitely see that BRU just sticking together as a unit. Omen getting a good push onto the top side here. Somebody needs to match him, and BRU, it's either they pick a fight now and potentially deal with a backdoor. Yes, they do. They're looking for CC. They cleave him down. They punker him down as well. Angelic Splendor, Kilgroth looking to match the Omen down to prevent the back line. But now Kato running up forward, getting on some good hits. They're looking to end it. Can they do it? They did it! Heroes!
Game number 7!
Heroes!
It's the heroes of the man! Woo! Flash Wolves. The back door is alive for Flash Wolves. They are not happy because they are not the game is going to be played.
Exactly. One more game to determine who the champions of the APL 2020 is going to be decided. Not too long from now, but Flash Wolves really needed that win.
Oh, now the question is, Drew Summer is the answer because Jomi bottle up the Omen fight.
I mean, he was punished time and time again by Kato.
The only time that ZZ been killed in the mid lane, Omen Heroes just closed the game. You cannot just take another risk fight because of ZZ doesn't have the Endless Cycle. Just really, really well that Heroes has playing Omen. Doesn't play in the Roxy. They have a lot of potential, has a lot of attack speed, kills down the core, win the third game.
Yeah, but I mean, with the super minions as well, that also added a big, big part there. So it was a good team effort. Congratulations to the Flash Wolves, but also CC doing a really good job, not only controlling his lane, but spilling his lead so that Kato has the space required to dish out his damage.
Yeah, because in this final, we have mid lane matchup. It's just really well got here. Because yeah, if not ZZ into the MVP, it's Nunu. So it's just really well. In the 7th game, it will be a swap onto the MVP lifetime.
Yeah, and this is a really stressful game. You can already see it on the faces of the Flash Wolves. The amount of relief winning that game and the amount of pressure they are feeling coming up to this very last one.
Now the game number 7, the band has been reset.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, it is a little bit too scary for the Flash Wolf fans and also the BRU United fans. Oh,
it could go any way, but at the very least, Flash Wolves have the solace, or they for a better term, they have some kind of relief because they will be picking which side they're going to be on for Game 7.
It just really be too hard for Flash Wolf.
Hey, at least it reset. So therefore, oh, you ban out a couple of these things. I still have literally all my options left.
Do they want to prioritize onto the direct? They have to pick the blue side. If they want to give the direct for Nunu, I don't think so.
Yeah, they probably don't. I would expect it to be banned out. To be fair, it's gonna. My guess is that Dirac is going to be banned out.
Zip as
and
well.
then they're gonna open. Yeah, and Zip as well, naturally. And then they're gonna open up with a Richter.
Open a Richter and Florentino as well.
That's what I'm thinking. If Flash Wolves are on blue side, that's my prediction of what it's going to be. But so far, these games have been absolutely exhilarating, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it as much as we are here at the table. We're honestly having a little too much fun here at the table, to be fair.
I just clenched my ass in that fight, that last push coming from Omen.
Oh, the pucker factor is definitely real, so make sure you guys stick around for this next upcoming game. Match point to both of these teams, and we will be crowning our champions after this long battle.
All right, ban has been reset. What do you expect? A lot of early game composition, or F1 going to pick the Elendor back?
I really don't want to see F1 on Elendor. He needs to be on a warrior type jungler. That's where he really shines. And in a game like now, where it really matters to be playing at your best, just give him the crit knack. Just give it to him.
Yeah, crit knack, Rogue, Zephys is still, it will be open for F1. And the same kind of composition for Flash Wolf. The ban has been reset, but we are going to reset our energy before the last game. See the highlights. After that, we will be back.
Welcome back, everybody. Please come in close for this upcoming next game. It is the final match to crown who is going to be the champions of the APL 2020. Their journeys have been long and hard, and it has come down to two top-tier competitors. Like, I was going to say competitors, but that just didn't do it justice.
Top 2 rival on the top side. Now, Buriram United versus Flash Wolves. We see a lot of hot drop, hot beat in the game number 1, game number 2, game number in game number 6. It doesn't even matter right now.
It has all been reset for this game 7.
We doesn't even want to talk about it game number 6 because we know that backdoor is really nasty.
Yep, and there's nothing much they can do about it. But coming into this game 7, who are you feeling is actually going to get that edge? Now remember, Flash Wolves do have priority on which side of the draft they get to be on.
I just feel that Flash Wolf has the upper hand because they win that game. So they are happy, they have the momentum.
Yeah,
they can bring down the momentum. But BRU, do they want to still bring on Jomi or they want to bring down Summer because the bans has been reset for the Dutch Slayer lane?
It's time. Bring out Blue No Ping.
Oh, Necroth pick? The Foxin?
The Foxin as well. I mean,
just change the whole.
You know what? This isn't gonna do. Let's just put it on the subs.
Bring the 4 subs and giving Lindels is the captain of the game.
Oh boy, that'll be super interesting if that was the move coming in from BRU. But so far, these games have been very intense, and we haven't gotten the information yet. We haven't seen the lineup overlay just yet. But Flash Wolves sticking with their rosters here. They have to be exhausted. They absolutely have to be exhausted.
Game number 7, man. Everyone is exhausted, but I do feel that adrenaline coming from Flash Wolves is really there. Because they win with a nearly loss. Because of that game number 6, they just with the backdoor. What if the backdoor is failed because of the Omen been killed? But ZZ already been killed in the mid lane. So if that backdoor fail, BRU will crush into the mid lane and kills the game right there, right now.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important thing to say because people don't realize, especially in the later stages of the game, with full build, towers are going to mean absolutely nothing to you without minions. And the moment a minion gets by, you're going to absolutely demolish it. They had a Brahilda as well, so they could easily take these objectives out.
Yeah, because that's these are really fine coming in because of how Buriram, that might be the I would say the worst game Buriram had played. No towers taken, nor prioritize onto objective, try to onto the bringing Brunhilde onto the jungle. It just, you can, but you have to play it aggressive. You need to play the ultimate of Brunhilde, the artillery farm, has a lot of potential to wait Flash Wolf inside of the range, but Flash Wolf, they are geniuses about it. It doesn't want to go inside the range of the ultimate, but Flash Wolf, they really working well in the game number 6. But game number 7 is all reset. F1 has a lot of heroes to be picked.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves, I mean, this team has been around for a really long time, but in terms of international wins, they are lacking, and this might be the international win that they've been looking for all this time, and they've worked so hard to get here.
They work so hard because of how they bring down Mad Team, because Mad Team bring down Team Flash. You just really bit too hard, the world champions, but now this is the time for BRU and also Flash Wolf. They have to show it in game number 7. Summer is back.
Summer is back. What even? So they only bring in Jomi for Kilgroth as well as Roxy. Wow. Wow, at least let him play him all the games, man. But now Summer is coming back into the lineup, and hopefully he has been reinvigorated, seeing what happened in the previous game, looking at the game from an outside perspective. Hopefully he has learned something about the Flash Wolves to bring it to them this game.
Yeah, because of that, okay, now the banner reset, they have Do Buriram is on the side of red. Because we know if they can prioritize onto Omen, in game number 1, Omen has the quad kill. So if Summer can do it again, it will be hard for Flash Wolf. But this last game, all will be prioritized for Buriram and also Flash Wolf.
I mean, there's definitely perks of both blue side and red side. We've seen some really strong blue side drafter, other teams in the group stages. And I'm taking information from the group stages because it was only a best of 2 and there was no global pick ban rules, so everything was allowed. There were really strong blue side drafters, and there was also really strong red side drafters. Flash Wolves being the strong blue side drafter, and BRU liking to be on the red.
Now, the last game of APL, the game number 7 final game.
Yep, this is match point here. Every move is going to count. And you can already see the ban phase is way slower than it used to be. It's like, all right, get rid of the normal. Dirac, Crixie, get rid of the Florentino. BRU,
It's not
get rid
normal.
of the
They're banning out the Crixie and Dirac. Dirac is normal, Crixie is not.
You know what? Might as well get rid of that Wombo combo and open up the field.
Flash Wolf banning heavy onto Nunu. Doesn't want to give Nunu a lot of heroes. Yeah, they're banning Crixie, they're banning onto Dirac. Open up rest for Nunu.
Oh boy, yeah, and more importantly, deny CC from getting Raz as well. That's going to be extremely well, not exactly too important, but it's definitely going to be a +1.
Now,
told you, I called it. Called it. Blue side, Richter, done. I'm out of here.
Omen BRU.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Quad kill.
Fair enough. And it's on Summer as well.
Yeah, because Summer is back.
I feel so bad for Jami, man. He gets called in for like 2 games. And then when the reset happened, they bring back Summer. It's like, oh man, come on, man.
Come on, man. I'll play Roxy for you.
I'll play Roxy for you, man.
That's into the contract. You cannot say it much.
Yeah, but BRU, they're going to be locking in the Kafni as well. Now, at least they have that late game scaling.
Okay, late game scaling for 007. We've seen a lot, 100% win rate coming for Kafni or 007. Do Flash Wolf want to prioritize onto Malok and Alice matchup?
Ooh, that's a tough call. That's a really tough call on this one. Everybody's just waiting on the decisions of the coach on that draft here, and this is a really tough one because number one, they've already locked in the Richter. Therefore, they have to either put Richter in the Dark Slayer lane or throw him over to Gua.
Chi?
What? Why Chi? Why Chi? Are they expecting? But Florentino's. But. All right, I really have no idea why they went for Chi. You have any ideas on this one?
Wait.
I'll give you some time to think.
Flash Wolf win with the Chi pick in the game number 3. They're fighting down Summer with the Florentino. So I do think heroes will place the Flash Wolf will bring the late game composition.
Okay.
Despite the mid lane is still open for Malok. They can't play Malok mid because of Chi Darkseid versus Omen. Because they know Summer cannot deal out with Chi. Has a lot of potential to kill down Summer. Because if they can shut down Summer onto the top side, it will be a +1 for Flash Wolves.
Absolutely. And BRU, they're banning out the Yipneth here. I mean, naturally, Flash Wolves are getting rid of Kriknak, obviously. But the fact that they're banning out Yipneth would tell me that they're looking for an engage-heavy composition, or they're just going sheerly based on their previous matchups in Game 1 and 2.
1 and 2, we see
Yipneth Game 1 in Game 2.
It's hard to deal.
Coincidence? Maybe.
Now, Flash Wolf doesn't want to ban the Elendor.
I mean, I think they're also considering
They want to bait F1 to pick the Elendor.
No, don't do it, F1. Don't do it, F1. Just don't do it.
Do you think it?
Just have the biggest ego in the world and tell your coach, no, give me my warrior, give me my assassin, lock in that Nakroth blind pick, I'll do it.
Nakroth is a really good pick versus Lindis.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think Raz, not so bad. It can force Flash Wolves to actually be playing, a Marja in the mid lane, or at the very least a Malok in the mid lane, and they're going to be lacking that magic damage and going to be depending on that true damage. But at the very least, BRU, they are going to get a good matchup for F1.
Now, picking the Raz for Buram United is open up for an Nakroth gameplay here because not allowed CC coming Flash Wolves. It doesn't have mid laner just yet. Do they want to pick the Elyster here? I don't think so.
I think it's too compromising if they go for the Nakroth on their side, but at this point in time, it's really hard to say. But let's look at it. Marja, yeah?
It's just a Nakroth or a Rogue game coming from F1.
I would say Nakroth.
Or Zephys. versus Lindis are a little bit too hard, but yeah, Volca.
Big buddy Volca. The
Versus Lindis, Volca is the go-to.
Yeah. All right. Well played. Well played. Coming in for the draft on the side of BRU. They're making sure, again, a lot of priority going over to F1 to make sure he is able to help the team carry them to victory. And 007, he's not going to be put on a warrior. He's very comfortable with scaling marksmen. And now that he has Kafni, it's just one more step towards victory.
One more step for Flash Wound also with Buram. So now the banner picks have already been finished. The last banner pick for APL 2020.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. Match point for either one of these teams. Every move is going to count.
State your prediction who's going to win this based on the picks coming from Flash Wolf and Buriram United. The prediction is going to be yours, but now we are waiting for the cheers. What do you expect are going to be in this game, Gideon?
Well, I would expect BRU to be the aggressors, to definitely try to be the aggressors in this game. However, their composition definitely looks like they want to slow back a little bit more, but Volcath is going to be very active. We're going to talk about it a little bit more as we jump into the cheers.
闪电狼加油！闪电狼加油！GCS 加油！
APL fighting! APL fighting! APL fighting!
All right, Flash Wolves versus Buriram United, the final of Arena of Valor Premier League 2020 has happened in these 2 months. This is the stopwatch for APL.
This is it. This is it as the games are beginning to go. Welcome to Game 7, Flash Wolves versus Buriram United in this last bout.
First poking coming in for 007. Doesn't have much of damage into the mid lane. We see a lot of early composition coming from Nunu and ZZ. Burst damage is Lindels plays fashionably a lot of lumber in game number 7. So Flash Wolf, they need to play well in the early game.
Yep, now Garuo is going to reach the lane first. He is going to have to deal with both Nunu as well as 007. The support is double-checking just in case they are going for... double-checking the might buff just in case that Flash Wolves decide to be really aggressive and push in for information or even look to invade.
Invasion or not, you can see Gua onto the mid side here, or on the top side. You can see why Heroes picking the G versus an Omen, because Omen have the quad kill, has in the history books, but that is not the matter. You are going to fight away on the top side.
Yep, Summer, he really has to hold his own on this top side. He needs to be a strong split pusher, and he needs to find the right targets for that Death's Embrace. Garuo still exact same position as Summer. This is not exactly the best matchup for him, but he just needs to hold his own.
Yeah, Garuo is making a no-no zone here for Buriram United. He cannot go a little bit of aggressive on the bottom side because Garuo has the S2 and S1, giving him a lot of knock-up damage.
Yep, and he's going in and out. He's taking quite a bit of harassment for the side of BRU, but at the very least, he is clearing up these waves. Gua taking way too much damage here, bringing below 50% of his HP. The rest of BRU just controlling this river line as they rotate up towards the Spirit Sentinel. We know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, because of how BRU protests onto the Spirit Sentinel 2 minutes into the game. Flash Wolf has 4.8 gold, Buriram has 5, so it just really well that Buriram United has the upper hand into 200 gold.
And the best part is that Buriram is really keeping track of these timers, because now the Abyssal Dragon is also up for grabs for either side here.
Abyssal Dragon, because of how the possession of BRU United, BRU, they can take the first Abyssal Dragon, but Garu has been poking by Isolindils here. The first Abyssal Dragon will be taken out, but in the mid lane, we have a lot of possession. The rotation coming in from Flash Wolf. This might be a fight for Isolindils.
Yeah, are they going to go for it? Yes, they are. They're going to go pretty hard for Isolindils as they back away. 007 popping up his ultimate as well. Can they get that first blood onto Gua? Gua trying to make it out. Unfortunately, F1 is there to save the day. And this has been going so well, but unfortunately, F1 died before he was able to get off the steed.
A lot of burst damage. It's wait 1-for-1 kill, but onto the top side, Summer, he doesn't have a lot of potential to kill down heroes. The damage into the early game is really level up. They only have 1 kill per each.
Oh, Gaduo, you gotta be super careful. He gets killed. What was Gaduo thinking there?
We're gonna save down towers, man, because of how Cafney and also Lindels will chuck down tower a little bit too early in the early game. Gaduo just wants to clear the wave.
Like sacrificing your life to 007 of all people? Maybe to Islindis I can understand, but not 007. You cannot speed him up.
But Islindis, there's no life will go down if Islindis alone on the bottom side.
Hey man, you never know. Certain situations are going to call for it. But now CC here trying to make the impact. Islindis is going to be dropping down his ult to make sure he's zoning out the rest of the Flash Wolves for the time being.
This is the game that Islindis played. Using the ultimate, make a roadblock versus SGP. So Cafney will have the much of a safer run because of the slows coming in from the ultimate of his Lindels.
Yeah, but just notice the priority of Kato, making sure that he is playing off of Heroes' lead. And now that Buriram United kind of identified that, it's like, all right, I'm so sorry, Summer. You're just going to have to eat it for now while we try to pressure this bot side.
Yeah, they have to pressure it on bot side. We can see Flash Wolf just pressure it on the mid and bot top side. Double pressure, despite of only 1 coming from Buriram, has a lot of first towers taken by Flash Wolf first. But Buriram United, they will have a lot of kills.
Yeah, they will. BRU trying to make sure that they are standing on top here. Gaduo just ready to jump in at any time. He's taking advantage of the brushes to keep himself concealed until the time is right.
Yeah, onto the top side, we have the Death Embrace here. Just want to give a lot of damage onto Chi, but Chi needs to run away onto the mid. Onto the bottom side, we see a lot of passive balance gameplay coming in Flash 1 and Buriram. The only top side have the aggression.
And Gaduo is just continuously getting punished over and over again. He is struggling to walk up right now as 007 is getting ever so strong.
Yeah, because of how they only has on the way for a Rain Breaker, but after the Mail of Pain, that Richter will have a lot of damage.
Oh, now they're going into the fight. Gua, unfortunately, trying to pop his Angelic Splendor, but he's going to die to the Cafney. CC in the back line. This is not looking like a good fight. F1, he has his ultimate, and he's ready to join back into the fight. That's going to be the back line getting absolutely shredded here. Both CC and Kato, they bail out of that.
A little 1-for-1 trade coming for Flash Wolf and Buriram as well. They have a lot of potential. Just want to kill the TP coming in from Buriram United. He gonna go back. Now, the question is how Heroes and Summer matchup doesn't have a lot of potential, but 200 goal lead coming from Heroes.
Yeah, a very slight lead overall, but even in the jungle section, you can see that Kato in this case is actually a little bit behind, even though he's supposed to have the better clear speed here. Gaduo 2.4 to 3.2, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, because the house side, because on Cafney versus Gaduo itself, just really too much because of how the constant damage coming from Cafney will have a lot of space. And also S1, couple of attacks just clear the wave.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to control this bottom side. Oh no, CC, he's caught, but unfortunately Kato is there to try and salvage the situation. Can they pick him off? No, they cannot. F1, he used his ult already. He's gonna run away. They weren't able to kill off CC. He had a little bit of health left.
Bottom side, Gaduo needs to run away. Summer doesn't have the Death Embrace. Right now, Kato and Heroes a little bit too aggressive, but onto the bottom side, they might lose a tower.
Yeah, they might actually lose this tower here. Volcat can actually just make a beeline for the enemy red buff here because bottom side, getting absolutely demolished.
They need to respond onto the bottom tower pick up. Top tower will next to fall for BRU. Triple man coming from Flash Wolf with a Mark of Frost for Summer. This might be the tower, but look at it, how the damage coming from Flash Wolf. He needs to go back.
Yeah, that was a really good play from Summer, and he could have made it even better if he had his ultimate back up. It just came up right after that Mark of Frost, unfortunately, so he wasn't able to lock down Gua to allow the rest of Buriram United, who are coming in for the counter gank, to make a play.
Oh, look at the damage. Ultimate coming for his Lindel's ultimate pressed by ZZ. I do think if ZZ picked out the Ignis in this game, will have a lot of potential to have aggression for Flash Wolves.
And now Flash Wolves are going to continue to try to slow this down as much as possible. They are banking that Kato is going to be that damage dealer that they need. Gaduo, they know that he's super far behind, and Chi on the top side, hopefully she gets ahead, but the dive is coming through. Gua, really great reflexes there, dodges out of the way from Nunu so he doesn't get hit, puts himself in a position where he can get hit out by the explosive KO.
Yeah, because of how the damage got 007 giving to Gua and also Gaduo on top. 007 has a lot of potential to kill with a couple of attacks. But Flash Wolf, they need to realize 777 already have the items, they already have the burst damage. So they need to kill down 777 because of how 777, they already know he has the potential to kill. They can 777 tend to play aggressive. They just dive in, but in that time, Flash Wolf will kill down 777.
Oh, Islindis flickering forward to actually get the damage down. Summer also there. Cafney really out of position now that he's in the front, and now he gets punished for it as F1 looking to make the situation better. Nunu going to get some good damage onto CC, securing that kill. They trade 1 for 1, and just as you say it, he goes out of position and dies in the front line.
Prediction Master is back.
A little unfortunate here, but healthy members for the side of Flash Wolves. 007 coming back with the endless cycle, rotating towards the mid lane to keep control over that tier 1.
Yeah, because of the dash problem coming from Buriram United, is overconfident coming. It's too confident coming from Buriram United because he knows they have the damage, but that damage has been countered by a lot of CC coming from Flash Wolf because Flash Wolf has Gaduo with the Richter, the knockup. Yeah, a couple of Man of Mark just have to kill 007.
But unfortunately, I would have liked to see 007 take his time with the rest of the team, like Summer, like F1, to lock down the priority targets because they were already moving away. They didn't expect the call from 007 and his Lindis to actually flicker forward to make it happen. Wow, I guess, you know, Summer and Heroes are just going to look at each other for a second there. But now he's getting pincered against the wall. He's forced the flicker out of there. They are trying to disengage from this fight, but Heroes now in trouble. Oh, F1! He dies just before the ult is able to get offline. No, he wasn't looking. Can he make it out? Oh, Summer! He goes down. Gaduo able to salvage, picking up another kill. Is Lindis the next to fall? Flash Wolves looking like they're in prime position, like champions, some might say.
Full moon coming from Flash Wolf. This is the time for the Dark Slayer quad kill has been redemption for Flash Wolf. Buriram United, you need to be scared.
Oh boy, Buriram, they've got to start respecting it. So what? I don't know what's going on with them right now, but definitely these 7 games have taken a toll.
That is the problem. Summer doesn't see Heroes and Heroes doesn't see Summer. That is the mechanics of AOV. You cannot see despite you just side by side. So look at how the damage coming for Flash Wolf kills down the Volca first, and after that 1 by 1, crumbling like Dominus on top side.
And now the team fight is breaking out here onto the top side. Nunu trying to dodge away from Gaduo as Summer and 007 is going to take him out. Is Lindis buying sometimes, but F1 in trouble here. His ultimate has timed out, and now 07, he's running for that tier 2. He doesn't have the sprint. He's going to get some good damage. However, he needs the one-shot Kato here if he wants to stand any chance of winning this fight. Yes, he gets one entire shot. Second shot, one-shotting him. That's what we're talking about. Lindis in the back with the ultimate as well, splitting the earth. Kwa is on the run.
Double kill for 007, but they lose mid-tier 2 towers on the backside. Gaduo, 007 needs to fall, but one attack, but the shield's coming in for the passive of Protect. Coming for his Lindels is giving the protection for Buriram United. This game, this kind of matchup is really taking the heart attack.
Yeah, it really is, but this is one scary Chi here. You know, we're looking at Summer, and
it's cheeky.
Yeah, it honestly is quite scary with the rank breaker on top of the Omniarch. Has so much damage in her arsenal.
We see a lot of Flash Wolf counter attacks, but Buriram United, they cannot make mistakes. They need to guard down 007. They need to be a lot of protection. But 007, a little bit too much of confidence. Giving onto the backside, putting a lot of burst damage, but they lost a lot. They lost a lot of towers.
They have lost quite a bit. This is going to give Flash Wolves a 2k lead against BRU. They got to be careful. Oh, please, somebody don't face check that like you did. Is Lindis going in pretty hard? Gets a catch onto CC. However, it is a Marja, so there's going to be no commitment for the side of BRU.
No, look at the Flash Wolf. They onto the split push into the mid lane with Dizenial. One fight might tell it all because of how 39k goal for Flash Wolf, 3k goal lead will have the commands in this game because the Flash Wolf has a lot of towers. 30 seconds for the for the Dark Slayer.
I think Summer might have to make the ultimate sacrifice at a certain point, going in hard with.
He needs to lock Daniel.
Yeah, he really does. All the Earthsplitter coming down as well. CC once again trying to maintain control over these top waves, and Omen Summer down on bot side clearing that 2 F1. They are not walking out of their base anymore.
If Buriram United lose this. This might be the time that Buriram United saw 4 times in the finals and not going to make it a cut.
Oh, that hurts even more. That hurts even more. But BRU still in the running here. It's not like they don't have an absolute chance. They still have a chance. However, a lot of pressure is being put down, and Flash Wolves are taking full advantage of it. They don't even know that the Dark Slayer has been taken away.
I think they know, but they cannot take a fight because of Kato already have full build, despite the Volca doesn't have full yet. So the burst damage coming from Flash Wolf is really too far. Despite a 2k goal lead coming from Flash Wolf, but the damage is there. Damage has to be done. Lock onto Gua.
Oh, this is good. If they can kill Gua here, they don't have to worry about the Angelic Splendor. They're popping up everything to make sure this works. Gua goes down finally. F1 in the back line. He's going to time out real soon, but that's going to be 007. Gadual is able to fight it. Heroes is being the one to save the day. Nobody can stop him. He's going absolutely bonkers here.
A lot of damage in that team fight. Endless Cycle has been pushed. Nunu doesn't have the Endless Cycle. Into the mid lane, Drake is coming in. This might be the first Inner Towers has been picked up because no one can kill ZZ in mid.
Nobody can. They can't even get close. And Kato, he's going to be an insurance policy here as they are breaking down the high ground turret. They're getting the tier 2. They're going to get another high ground turret, and then they have to reset.
They have to reset because of 1 minute into the count for the Dark Slayer buff to be end. They need to wait for the Grace episode to Dragon. 40 minutes into the count. 13 kill for Flash Wolf, 11 to respond. In terms of team fight, it's all Flash Wolves. And also objective, but Buriram United, they need to think it well if they want to take a fight.
Yep, they are just rotating across the map. They've got to be so careful. Now, their priority target is to make sure that Heroes doesn't get on top of 007. He will get one shot.
It will get one shot. Heroes really do a lot of damage onto the bottom side here. The fight might be Command Summer trying to pull away ZZ here. But on the top side, the Zenial is split pushing.
I don't think they care at this point in time, but Volcath is going to respond. He needs to do this now. And of all people, Volcath, Gadual going into the backline. 007 is trying to kite this one out. He's already popped the sprint. He's trying to make his way backwards, and it's going well. However, CC is going to put some good damage. 007, stop walking forward. You gotta move back!
Gaduo 007 is the next to fall. Summers doesn't even dare. The 40 seconds left for the Dark Slayer. Flash Wolf is eyeing for the championship.
They are playing like champions, if I have to say so myself. They are getting on top of tight situations. They are dealing with BRU in a tactical way. And this is going so well for Flash Wolves as BRU haven't even hit the 52k mark. And now F1, he's popped his ultimate. He's not going to be dying anytime soon. However, they are just going to run him down.
F1 gonna die. Gaduo on the backside. 1 as 2. ZZ secures the kill. The bottom tower will be fall. And the top tower as well. But no pressure on top. 40 seconds for F1. Doesn't have the Endless Cycle, Gideon.
Here we have it. Here you have it. Flash Wolves are your 2020 AOV Premier League champions.
Flash Wolf in the GCS studio. They are running in happiness. Flash Wolf, they are the champions, your newly champions. They deserve it with that performance.
They have fought tooth and nail, brick by brick to get to this point. Holy, your champions, Flash Wolves, they deserve it. Look at these beautiful competitors. They have worked so hard to get to this point.
They have bottled the first 2 games, but they are currently bringing the fight. This is what Flash Wolf could do. The GCS will have the trophy.
There can only be one winner in a competition. No consolation prizes. Flash Wolves, congratulations. I can't say it enough. The amount of hard work, the amount of pressure, and bringing it all the way to Game 7 against the most aggressive team in the APL. Wow.
Not to mention they lose to Buriram United in Group B twice, but they bring the trophy home. Now Buriram United, they still have 1 year to go back.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are going to have to wait an entire year to come back into it. It must be an extremely frustrating loss for them. They've reached the finals so many times, but this time, they just fell a little short.
Little bit short because only one game left to win. It's the tradition of the game. Someone have to win, someone has to go home sad. But kudos to Buriram United. It's the final 4 times.
And they have worked so hard. Oh my goodness. To see those men crying there on stage, it's just, you could see the amount of hard work that they put into this to make sure that they are on tip-top shape, putting every element, every little detail to make sure they have an advantage. Oh my god, congratulations.
Little bit much of a stats. Whoever picking less endless cycle will lose the game.
Yeah.
I would say if F1 bring Rogue or Zephyrus in that game, it will be something else. Or Necroth.
Maybe, but it's something for them to handle themselves. We can only say as much as we can see on the screen. Congratulations, Flash Wolves, BRU. They're going to be coming back stronger than ever, learning from each and every loss.
Why the hell that I am sobbing right now?
It's a beautiful moment, man. It's a beautiful moment. Take your time. Take your time. I totally understand. Oh, when you see competitors at the highest level crying like that, it's so hard not to break a tear.
Flash Wolf, number 3 in the group. They bring into the finals. They win against Buriram United.
What a story to tell, you know? Flash Wolves, they're going to be remembered for this. The first champions of the APL 2020. What a sight to behold as history is being made here today. And every single one of you in the chat itself, you are going to be part of this historical moment.
Everyone is guessing Mad Team versus Buriram United final, but Flash Wolf, prove you wrong.
Yeah, I mean, even the mightiest can fall here, so anything can happen when it comes to high-level competition, especially in Arena of Valor.
It's just really well that ZZ come into occasion in that fight. They have quad kill. Game number 1 quad kill for Summer, but game number 7 quad kill for ZZ. They cannot kill down the Marja.
Yeah, I mean, Marja was impossible to handle at that point in the game. Like, even if they were getting a good engagement on him, Marja just uses her ultimate, gets on out, and it's such a short cooldown. 10 seconds into the fight, 12 seconds into the fight, she can use it again.
Yeah, because of how I question myself. I question ZZ picking Marja in the early game. Because if you're picking Ignis, you have a lot of CC, but that quad kill proves me wrong. I'm predict a lot, but that time I was just wrong. Totally wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, it happens. Caster's Curse. Caster's Curse is a real thing here. But yeah, that's going to be the conclusion for the APL 2020. Boy, what a journey it has been, starting 2 months ago from show matches through an entire series of group stages. Oh,
the AOV will have it rest before or next year we're going for AWC because we know AWC 2020 has been moved to 2021.
So we have more things to be looking out for, so make sure you guys are sticking around for that as well. And also, I'm actually really curious about the predictions that you made in the chat, but thank you so much to everybody watching as well. It's been an absolute blast casting for the APL, and especially for Arena of Valor. Always a joy.
Yeah, always a joy, but if we have the chances to cast the AWC and AIC as well, it will be a pleasure. But we do say the final game, game number 7, is the best game for the final of AOV.
And you know, surprisingly, out of all the games that we've had so far, this game didn't drag as long as some of the other games. This was every moment you could put pressure, you have to apply it.
You have to watch it again because of how they goes into each other, that ZZ goes in with the God will go on to the backside. Because I already questioned why Buriram United 007, after you have the confidence, you're too much to the front. Because that is the time that Flash Wolf killed down 007.
Absolutely, and that's why, I mean, it's these small mistakes which really set apart champions from second place. And right now, Buriram is in a place where they're going to have to take this sad defeat while Flash Wolves are going to just revel in joy at this new experience for them. An APL title, the first of its kind.
Yeah, the first APL, the first champion from GCS, the Flash Wolves. Now, the question is, after this year, 2021, we'll have the AWC or AIC. So I do want to make a promise. If there's
Make a promise.
no, it's not a make
Okay,
It's not a make
what are you talking about
I
here?
do hope that
Okay.
we have the representative coming from the European and the Latin America server.
Yes,
We
please.
need bring back Blue Martin Gaming. No
Please,
bar
yes, yes.
AHQ coming for J-Jax, and also we see Raj. Oh, bring them back.
Bring them back. And I can't wait to see things like this actually happen. It's going to be put into the, hopefully it gets put into the works and maybe taken into consideration here. And we're going to keep our thoughts and prayers for everybody suffering through the COVID and praying that it's going to end soon so we can go for these live events. Because can you imagine if the APL was in an event?
Yeah, the final is live. What if it's offline?
Oh boy, can you imagine screaming with thousands of fans next to you all for the same reason? Either you're a fan of BRU or you're a fan of Flash Wolves. There's no in between.
Yeah, because seeing all of the fans crying because of the moment that you cherish together. But what if you have a lot of teams? Because of new servers coming in, the South Asia, the server coming from India server. So we have to wait for AWC going to represent their nation.
Can't you guys wait a little bit longer? But unfortunately, we can't. We're very impatient. We like things now. Instant gratification, way to go.
We want it tomorrow.
We want we want it right now. Where's the C server now? But yeah, it's really exciting that this new server is actually coming up because more and more people will have access to the game and potential more pro scenes. We might even see an Indian dedicated pro league in itself, and that would be exciting to see what kind of talent that they pump out.
They have in the South Asia server, the Monsoon Cup will go in the August.
Ooh.
The Monsoon Cup. And now in the Baratayuda, we have KCC Cup, the Kaisaya Community Cup. If you want to see what we are going to do for the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and the Indonesia, you have to go search the page of Kaisaya.
Yeah, it's so far plenty of other events to actually be planned out throughout the rest of the year. But I think what people are going to be wondering is like, oh, why are you guys bantering so much? What went wrong in this best of 7? Let's look at it in its whole entirety here.
All right.
Okay, between the Flash Wolves and BRU, because BRU, they were crushing games 1 and 2, like in a devastating fashion as well.
Yeah, because of how BRU, I see game number 1, game number 2, they bottle out game number 3, 4, and they win back 5, they lose 6, and they lose 7. Yeah, the question is, the main focus is BRU is too confident.
Too confident, okay.
Yes, because of we see in that last fight.
All right. This is. I feel like this is going to be too big of a topic for us to cover here right now. We got to throw it over to the rewards here for the Flash Wolves. Thank you so much. My name is Getting Q. This is Mikhail signing off. Take care.
See you after a lot of World AWC 2021.
Flash Wolves has just won the championship.
现在就让我们一起见证这荣耀的时刻。
Let's witness the moment of glory all together.
让我欢迎2020 APL 冠军闪电狼。
Now let's welcome the 2020 APL champion, Flash Wolves.
请举起你们的奖杯。
Please raise your trophy.
睽违了2年，再次踏上国际舞台。
It has been 2 years since the last time Flash Wolves stepped into the international stage.
面对13支队伍，
They faces 13 teams
打了44场的对决，
and fought in 37 matches.
经历了38天的征战，
After 38 days,
就在今天拿下了属于他们的冠军荣耀。
they finally reached the glory of championship.
他们正是闪电狼。
They are Flash Wolves.
请选手拿着奖杯往前一步，
Please bring the trophy and take a step forward.
并恭喜闪电狼获得奖金16万美元。
And congratulations to Flash Wolf for winning the prize money of $160,000 US.
好，再来我们要宣布本次的 FMVP Heroes， 恭喜！
And then we are going to announce the FMVP today is Heroes. Congratulations.
并且获得5000美元。
And he will receive $5,000 US prize money.
好的，现在我们就来访问一下冠军感言。
Now we'd like to invite our champions to share their experiences.
来，我们现在访问一下我们的 FMVP Heroes，想问一下现在的心情如何？
First of all, we would like to ask our FMVP Heroes to share his experience.
现在的心情就很开心、很兴奋，因为没拿过冠军，第一次拿。对啊。
I'm very excited now, and because this is the first time I have received the championship.
那一样的这个问题，我也想问一下 Kato， 现在心情如何
？The same questions to Kato.
很激动，而且觉得很不可思议。
I'm also very excited, and I'm so touched, and I can't believe we are the champion.
那接下来这个问题想问一下西西了。
And also for Shishi, how do you feel now?
就目前为止，拿到冠军之后，最想要跟谁说什么话吗？
Is there any words you especially for someone else?
就想要跟我队友说我爱你们。
哦。
Okay, I would like to tell my teammates that I love you all.
那么想问一下 Kato， 那你现在最想要？是那个 Kato 大狗。对，小狗，想问一下，你现在最想跟谁说什么话呢？
And now for Gado, I would like to invite you to share something with someone else.
也是谢谢我的队友，然后还有兰特教练跟支持我们的后勤还有粉丝们，说你们也辛苦了，谢谢你们。
And also, I would like to thank my teammates and also the coach Lanter and also the staffs, logistics teams and all the fans. It's all the works of you.
那么想问一下小青蛙，你自己认为在 APL 期间，你觉得最艰难的挑战是什么？
And I would like to invite Gua to share what do you think is the greatest difficulty you faced during all this series?
最艰难的挑战应该还是在打法，因为我们赛区的风格跟其他赛区的风格其实差异蛮大的，所以我们克服了很多。
I think the greatest difficulty is that we have to figure out how to play because the way we play is quite different from other regions. So we have to think about how to deal with the ways to deal with other teams.
好，当然最后一个问题不免俗的要来问一下我们教练兰特了，想问一下你今天心目中的 MVP 是哪一位？
And lastly, we would like to ask the coach Lanter, who do you think is the MVP for today?
我觉得大家都是 MVP.
I think everyone is MVP today.
好的，非常感谢你们接受访问了。那么选手努力的背后呢，都有着一群支持他们的亲友以及后勤，他们今天也献上了最真诚的祝福。
Behind all the players, there are always supportive groups of staffs, families, and friends, and they also would like to present their best wishes today.
再次恭喜闪电狼获得这一次的冠军，现在是属于你们的荣耀时刻，麻烦帮我一起看一下前方的镜头吧。
Again, congratulations to Flash Wolves for winning the championship. This is your moment of glory. Let's look at the camera in front of you.
好的，再一次恭喜闪电狼拿下这一次的冠军了，非常感谢大家这一次的收看，那我们下次再见喽。